Chapter 161. This isn't the original story, and you're not the undetectable Huo Guo. Well done. After Nana finished her test, Xiao Chang rubbed Nana's head and said, "Thanks to my master's help." Originally, Nana's physical attributes and other data were not this high, but with the soul bone given to her by Xiao Chang and the soul spirit system controlled by Xiao Chang, plus the bonus of an 85,000-year-old soul bone, combined with the soul spirit system, Nana's fifth soul ring directly fused with a 47,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. A normal soul master's fifth soul is only a little over 10,000 years old, but thanks to Xiao Chang's increasing familiarity with the soul spirit system during this period, completing the bone first and the ring is no longer a difficult task for him. With the added benefits of the two soul bones and Xiao Chang's soul spirit system, Nana managed to successfully fuse this 47,000-year-old soul ring. 47,000 years. More than 80% of soul saints did not reach 47,000 years when they reached the seventh soul ring. Moreover, Nana's soul spirit system is not the same as Huo Yuhao's in the original work. The soul spirit system based on Tianmeng's wisdom soul ring will transfer the excess power of the human-faced demon spider to other soul rings. Although the spirit rings can only be modified to 1/10 the age of the human-faced demon spider, that in itself is already extremely terrifying. 4,700 years, that's the age limit of a normal soul master's fourth soul ring. Even the soul masters of Shrek Academy wouldn't dare say that their own fourth soul ring age limit would definitely exceed 4,700 years, while Anna's first soul ring had already reached that level. With 4,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring, even a 6-ring soul emperor who absorbed soul rings close to their limit couldn't match Nana in terms of the total age of her soul rings. In terms of the total age of her soul rings alone, Nana's soul ring age is comparable to most soul saints. Moreover, the fifth soul ring that Nana absorbed was from the human-faced demon spider, which is the same type of soul beast that the protagonist used to show off with his third soul ring. Its quality is definitely not bad. The added bonus of the two soul bones, even though they were agility-based attacks, her physical attributes were no weaker than those of the power-based attack type, Bebe. With Nana's appearance, the subsequent tests at Shrek Academy became much quieter. Nana's talent has overwhelmed all of them, and although none of them want to admit it, they have lost completely in the physical test. In the subsequent strength and reaction tests, Bebe, Keitu, and Ling Luokan all performed very well, but whenever they wanted to cheer, their eyes would sweep over Xiao Chang and Nana beside him, and their sense of pride would be instantly swept away. Because of Xiao Chang and Nana's presence, the Shrek Academy students could no longer smile. However, as everyone knows, smiles are conserved. The smiles disappeared from the faces of the Shrek students. The teachers of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy straightened their backs because of Nana's performance under Xiao Chang. Based on Nana's performance, who would dare say that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is inferior to Shrek Academy? During the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Shrek Academy had a depleted squad. But now they're not depleted anymore. On one side is a Soul Master Academy, and on the other is a Soul Master Instructor Academy. But now, the students of their Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Instructor Academy have completely overwhelmed Shrek Academy, which is known for its physical prowess. Moreover, Nana is even younger than most of them. What could make them more proud than this? Soon, amidst the excitement of the teachers at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the physical fitness tests of all Shrek Academy students were completed, and then the students were assigned dormitories. Upon arriving at his dormitory, Huo Yuhao immediately locked the door. He then quickly retrieved paper and pen from his soul tool. After working for 2.5 hours, Huo Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally finished. It should look like this, with no mistakes. But just to be safe, I'll compare it with my older brother later. Because this time Huo Yuhao's soul skill was no longer the incredibly accurate mental detection, relying solely on his second soul skill's perspective, Huo Yuhao couldn't guarantee that the drawings he produced would be 100% accurate. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao's first soul skill is visual sharing. He can make Hikeitu see the same thing as him, and then the two of them can start memorizing it as quickly as possible. They can also draw blueprints together. Afterwards, as long as they compare the blueprints before the memories have completely faded, they can obtain the correct soul guide design blueprints as much as possible. This plan wasn't as perfect as the original story, but it was at least theoretically feasible. HMPH, you fools from the Sun Moon Empire, do you really think Brother Bebe came here to learn? Once I transport all the technology from Mingde Hall back to Shrek Academy, I wonder if you'll still be laughing when you see your soul tools appearing at Shrek Academy. When he was alone in his dormitory, Huo Yuhao said defiantly that as the first dog appointed by Tang Shenhuang, he would reveal his unruly nature to people outside of Shrek Academy and Tang sect. Although it's unclear where Huo Yuhao learned that sudden arrogance. In the original story he simply mastered it without a teacher in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Or rather, his inherent arrogance is more in line with Huo Yuhao's true nature. It's just that because the Tang sect and Shrek Academy are his dog owners, Huo Yuhao can't reveal his true self. Xiao Chang, who had been using mental detection to observe Huo Yuhao while he was being scolded, was speechless. Xiao Chang examined Huo Yuhao's blueprints for a moment, then remained silent. Should we have him arrested now? Tianmeng asked in Xiao Chang's mental sea. Xiao Chang shook his head. These were just 3 basic pieces of equipment for testing physical fitness, and they had several flaws. If Huo Yuhao were arrested now, not only could Huo Yuhao still try to argue that the blueprints were rudimentary, but the 3 physical fitness testing machines themselves weren't anything important. Arresting Huo Yuhao now would be like alerting the enemy. Never mind. They're just 3 soul-guided testing devices that aren't very important. Let's wait a bit. But since he's here, the body sect shouldn't be too late. In the original novel, Huo Guo took advantage of the chaos and made a fortune when the body sect arrived. For Xiao Chang, who had a godlike perspective, the arrival of the body sect was also the best opportunity for him to plunder luck without being discovered. The body sect. What does this have to do with the body sect? Tianmeng was even more confused by what Xiao Chang said. You'll find out later, brother Tianmeng. In short, as long as we keep an eye on Mingde Tang's losses and don't let it really cripple them, this is a good thing for us. Chapter 162 Ling Luokan in Xiao Chang's room. Huo Yuhao and the others quickly moved into the dormitory of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and then Xiao Chang prepared to assign them their respective instructors. Because Xiao Chang knew the situation of Zhan Ziwen and Huo Yuhao, and Jing Hongchen had entrusted Xiao Chang with the exchange student matter, Xiao Chang took the initiative to replace Zhan Ziwen, who was originally supposed to be Huo Yuhao's mentor, with a native of the Sun Moon Empire. A level 7 soul tool. This prevents Huo Yuhao from poaching your employees, and also ensures that even if something unexpected happens and you are poached, Huo Yuhao won't get anything substantial. Moreover, Xiao Chang had considered the remaining luck on Huo Yuhao's side, so he planned to assign him only an ordinary level 7 soul master. In fact, among the many level 7 soul masters, he was relatively inferior. Even if Huo Yuhao had a method to enable this level 7 soul master to achieve enlightenment, at most a level 7 soul master could only achieve enlightenment to level 8. And that level 8 soul master would not have come into contact with the core technology of Mingde Hall. The main goal was to maximize the margin for error. Alright, that's enough for us. Their teaching is sufficient for these students. In Xiao Chang's room at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Xiao Chang selected several level 7 soul masters as mentors for this exchange student. Unlike the situation in the original work, Shrek Academy, which lost the all-continent advanced soul master competition, now relies only on its so-called honors. However, his honors have become somewhat rootless and adrift after the failure of the all-continent advanced soul master competition. Therefore, the decision now rests with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. If Shrek Academy really disagrees with the teaching resources, the exchange student program can be stopped, since stopping it won't cause any loss to the Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, Xiao Chang knew what Shrek Academy's purpose was. And this exchange program would definitely not be stopped just because the Sun Moon Empire only sent a level 7 soul master. Just after Xiao Chang had finished assigning teachers to all the students, there was a knock on his door. Enter. The door opened, and Ling Luokan walked in. Xiao Chang didn't understand why Ling Luokan had come to his room, considering the difference in strength between them, he didn't pay much attention. He casually pointed to a seat, indicating for Ling Luokan to sit down, and then got straight to the point. What is it? Ling Luokan was a little uncomfortable being alone in a boy's room with him for the first time, but remembering her purpose, she quickly adjusted her mindset. I heard you're in charge of all the exchange students this time. Right. Could you arrange for me to have a teacher who is skilled at creating invincible shields and soul-guided shields? Huh. You really want to learn how to make soul tools? Xiao Chang didn't quite understand what Ling Luokan meant. Although Ling Luokan made it very clear, it seemed that Ling Luokan in the original work never even thought about making soul tools. In Xiao Chang's understanding, Ling Luokan was a pure martial soul system student. Although she wouldn't say that she hated soul tools, it seemed that she didn't want to learn them at all. Of course, I want to learn how to make an invincible shield. In the original story, Ling Luokan had no interest in soul tools, but the butterfly effect caused by the evil soul master made Ling Luokan clearly aware of the power of an invincible shield. Of the 7 people in the group, 4 died instantly, their bodies torn to pieces. She was less injured because she had a soul guide shield, while Dai Yuang, who had an invincible shield and a soul guide shield, survived the corpse explosion unscathed. At that critical moment of life and death, Ling Luokan clearly saw the benefits of the invincible shield and the soul guidance shield. Especially when she heard the name Elder Zan, she wished she could grow 2 more invincible shields to protect herself. Heaven knows how frightened she was when she learned that Elder Zan was originally going to lead the team on her way to the Sun Moon Empire. Zhang Lexuan from the competition before that, Feng Yao from the previous competition, and this year's Shrek 7 Devils. All these experiences tell Ling Luokan to quickly create an invincible shield to increase safety. You want to learn how to make an invincible shield? Forget about that. Just go wash up and go to bed. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiao Chang's words, Ling Luokan immediately stood up. I'm telling you, you should forget about learning the invincible shield skill and just go to bed early. Quote. Ling Luokan glared at Xiao Chang with gritted teeth, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice, which left Xiao Chang completely bewildered. Does it have to be this way? I can pay money or give something else. Ling Luokan covered her chest with both hands and looked at Xiao Chang with a terrified expression, as if she had been bullied. Wait a minute, explain yourself clearly. I feel like you've misunderstood something. What misunderstanding could there be? You told me to wash up and go to bed. What else could it be but that kind of thing? It's also my fault. Because the pressure from Elder Zan was too great and I actually forgot that we were in the enemy camp. Let's put aside the pressure Elder Zan was putting on us. Is it possible that when I said, go wash up and go to sleep, I meant you shouldn't even think about making the invincible shield? The most important material for that thing is gold crystal, which can only be produced by the Sun Moon Empire. Not to mention how long it would take you to learn how to make an invincible shield from scratch, or even if you could learn it at all. Even if you did learn how to make an invincible shield, you simply couldn't make it without the raw materials. That's what I meant. As for you, what exactly are you thinking? I thought when you said, go wash up and go to bed, you meant for me too. Xiao Chang responded to Ling Luokan with a look that seemed to say, you're dumbfounded. I'm sorry, but it's mainly because it's my first time in a boy's room, and it's a boy I can't beat up. So what? What were you thinking when you first came to my room alone? And do I really look like someone who would be dominated by those below? Wasn't it because Elder Zan put too much pressure on me? It's my fault for overthinking it, Ling Luokan said apologetically. God knows how devastated she was when she found out that Elder Zan was coming to escort her. As Omion, who had been betrayed by Elder Zan several times, she was now really afraid that Elder Zan would be the one to meet her when she returned. If my studies aren't going well, then I'll buy. Even knowing he wasn't doing well academically, Ling Luokan didn't give up. After all, his family was quite wealthy, but strategic materials are subject to purchase restrictions for our own citizens and will not be sold to anyone who is not a citizen of the Sun Moon Empire. Isn't there any way to make an exception? I don't have any here. They occasionally come out on the black market. But whether you can buy them depends on luck. If you really need them, you might be able to contact my teacher. If you officially join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, your teacher should be able to give you a lot of invincible shields. You want me to betray Shrek Academy? No, it's just that you've encountered a problem. I'm providing you with a solution. Whether you use it or not, it's up to you and has nothing to do with me. Besides, even if you join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, there won't be much of a relationship between us. After all, your talent is only considered good and not worthy of being accepted as a disciple by a teacher. If you don't want to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, then go to the black market. However, the invincible shields that occasionally appear on the black market are not something that people without a background can snatch. After all, once that thing flows back to the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, its price will more than double or triple. Many merchants who are connected with the great nobles are willing to take the risk for it. If you buy it from our area, then I've come all this way for nothing. Pretty much. That's why I told you about the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. But whether you choose to take it or not is up to you, and it's none of my business. Ling Luokan was deep in thought. Just as she was about to tell Xiao Cheng that she would consider it, there was a knock on Xiao Cheng's door. Immediately afterward, Xiao Cheng saw Ling Luokan panic for a moment, and then she quickly scurried under Xiao Cheng's bed. Xiao Cheng. Chapter 163. Three people under one bed. You guys did this on purpose, didn't you? Seeing Ling Luokan hide under the bed in that instant, Xiao Cheng remained silent. It was just an ordinary meeting. Why hide just because someone came? There was no shady deal involved. The fact that they were hiding under the bed made it seem like they were having some kind of secret. Xiao Cheng didn't care what Ling Luokan was up to. He had a clear conscience, so he opened the door without much concern. The moment the door opened, Ling Luokan's breathing became much shallower. For Xiao Cheng, there was nothing shameful about their meeting, but for Ling Luokan, it was a different story. She was one of the previous generation of Shrek Seven Devils. Theoretically her position was not problematic, but that was before. She had already been betrayed by Elder Zan, including her companions, herself, and several senior friends. In addition, she was now obsessed with the invincible shield, and she couldn't even convince herself that she was 100% loyal to Shrek Academy. Ling Luokan understood his situation. With so many things going on, it was impossible for him to have no grievances against the academy. If someone saw him with Xiao Cheng, the top genius of the Sun Moon Empire, under these circumstances, even if nothing actually happened between them, some things wouldn't be so easy to clear up. For Ling Luokan, the best thing was to avoid being seen by others and to avoid arousing suspicion, which is why she chose to come late at night when everyone was asleep. Unexpectedly, he wasn't the only one who came to see Xiao Cheng late at night. You are Ning Tian from the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. What do you want with me? Ning Tian smiled slightly. Not in a hurry. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Come in. Xiao Cheng led Ning Tian in and had her sit in the seat that Ling Luokan had previously occupied. There's a faint woman's fragrance. Was Mr. Xiao meeting with distinguished guests earlier? No, it's just someone I know. What do you want? That's right. My Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School wants to cooperate with Mr. Xiao on some things. Xiao Cheng looked at Ning Tian. The Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Tian nodded. Yes. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Xiao Cheng bluntly exposed the current state of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. First, you should go to my teacher about this. Second, it wouldn't matter if it were the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School 10,000 years ago. But the current Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School seems to no longer have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with our Minged Hall. 10,000 years ago, the Seven Trees. Your Glazed Tile School was a top-tier sect. In an era when there were fewer than 100,000 soul masters, it had over 4,000 disciples. Two Super Douluo possessed the power to hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts for soul masters. Because of this, even in an era when soul Douluo were extremely rare, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had more than just 3 or 5 soul Douluo elders. But since Shrek Academy officially rose to prominence, the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School probably can't even produce 5 soul Douluo anymore. Furthermore, without strength, there is no ability to safeguard sufficient wealth. I don't know what value the 9-treasure glazed tile school holds for Minghal now. Ning Tian gave a wry smile. He knew Xiao Chang was telling the truth, but there were still some things she had to say. Perhaps it doesn't matter for Minghal, but what about for Mr. Xiao personally? In terms of cultivation resources, if our 9-treasure glazed tile school were to give Mr. Xiao all of its resources, it would surely be a great help to him. No, I've long since passed the period of resource scarcity. I don't lack resources now, and even if I did, there are some things that the 9-treasure glazed tile school can't afford to give me. After all, you don't even have the ability to hunt for 100,000-year soul rings anymore. Ning Tian maintained her smile, but cold wheat was already beating on her forehead. When she came to face Xiao Chang, she had thought that she didn't have many cards in her hand, but she didn't expect that she would have even fewer cards than she had anticipated. Now that Wu Feng is dead, the 9-treasure glazed tile school, which was already gradually declining, is about to decline even further. She originally thought of trying to win over Xiao Chang at all costs. She didn't expect them to win over too many people, but as long as they could win over Xiao Chang, they could let Nana come to their 9-treasure glazed tile school as an honored guest. Although Nana is Xiao Chang's servant, her talent is such that even the sect leader of the 9-treasure glazed tile school would have to show her respect. Alright, I'll give you 10 minutes. You can think about what valuable things the 9-treasure glazed tile school still has. If you really have something that can impress me, I might help you out once if needed. However, if your 9-treasure glazed tile school is really as simple as it seems on the surface, then I'm sorry, but cooperation requires strength. The 9-treasure glazed tile school is not worthy of discussing cooperation with me at the moment. Considering that they were the richest sect 10,000 years ago, Xiao Chang gave them a chance to see if they were truly ruined or if they had some foundation. The degree of cooperation would be determined by the amount of foundation they had. If they had no foundation at all, Xiao Chang had only wasted a dozen minutes of his time. After 8 minutes of silence, Ning Tian still didn't speak. Instead, Xiao Chang's door was knocked on again. In an instant, Ning Tian, because his situation was similar to Ling Luokan's, did the same thing as Ling Luokan. However, when Ning Tian crawled under Xiao Chang's bed and saw Ling Luokan, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Then, the two of them turned their heads away as if they didn't recognize each other. Their movements perfectly synchronized. Senior Sister Meng. Xiao Chang opened the door, and what he saw was Meng Hongqian with white hair and blue eyes. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Please come in. Xiao Chang made way for Meng Hongqian, who then sat down in the spot where Ling Luokan and Ning Tian had just been sitting. Why do you smell like a woman? You don't have a girlfriend right now, do you? No, they're just two people who know each other. Meng Hongqian breathed a sigh of relief, and then Xiao Chang asked her a question. Senior Meng, it shouldn't be a problem for you to come here. Right. What problem could I possibly have? Meng Hongqian took off her high heels, her white stockings draped over the coffee table. Compared to Ling Luokan and Ning Tian, Meng Hongqian seemed much more at ease. However, the two had only been chatting for a short while when Jing Hongqian's voice came from outside the door. In an instant, Meng Hongqian's face turned red. She didn't have the same concerns as Ling Luokan and Ning Tian, but if her grandfather saw her coming to a boy's room in the middle of the night, the consequences would be dire. Then, Meng Hongqian's gaze fell on the area under Xiao Chang's bed. Xiao Chang, are you all doing this on purpose? Chapter 164. Is this something a human can do? Without waiting for Xiao Chang to stop her, Meng Hongqian instantly appeared under Xiao Chang's bed, and then, Meng Hongqian, Ling Luokan, Ning Tian. Because the bed was only so big, the three of them were practically pressed together, which made the situation extremely awkward. Xiao Chang shook his head helplessly, put away Meng Hongqian's high heels, and, without understanding why Meng Hongqian did this, chose to accept it for now. Teacher. After Xiao Chang opened the door, Jing Hongqian walked in directly. As Xiao Chang's teacher, he was just as at ease as Meng Hongqian. Soon, Jing Hongqian sat down where Ling Luokan, Ning Tian, and Meng Hongqian had been sitting. Sensing a trace of Meng Hongqian's aura, Jing Hongqian frowned. You haven't been causing trouble here, have you? Huh. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Chang scratched his head, not understanding what Jing Hongshan was talking about. Never mind. Judging from your condition, it seems you don't have any problems. I've heard about what happened today, and you did a good job. But what's with that Nana? I heard she called you master. I saved her for some reason, so she worshipped me as her master. Jing Hongshan nodded. I can understand that, but what about her talent? According to previous records, she doesn't seem to have that level of talent. Her martial soul is a physical martial soul based on her own soul. After eating a certain amount of good food, she can awaken her physical martial soul through a special method. After awakening, her soul power directly reached level 50. The rest is that I luckily obtained a soul bone, and then I used the technology to make her soul power and the degree of soul power solidification increase dramatically. That technology. I understand. Xiao Chang had already mastered the technology of spirits, but neither Xiao Hongshan nor Meng Hongshan had spirits yet. On the one hand, it was to prevent the matter of the soul spirit from being exposed too early. And on the other hand, after discussing with Xiao Chang, the two planned to let Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan obtain a soul spirit of 100,000 years when they reached level 60. I know about Nana's situation. How are you doing now? In the past year, what level of soul power have you reached? If your soul power is increasing slowly, don't worry. I've been researching some things about ultimate martial souls. Ultimate martial souls require compressing soul power between levels 30 and 70, so the cultivation speed is much slower than that of normal soul masters. However, because the soul power of ultimate attributes is highly concentrated, there is no bottleneck in cultivation for soul masters with ultimate martial souls. Teacher, you don't need to worry about cultivation. I recently made another breakthrough, and my soul power cultivation speed is not as slow as I imagined. Jing Hongshan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you really do surprise me. As Jing Hongshan spoke, he took out the soul conductor detector he had previously used. Let's test it out, and let this old man see the results of your cultivation over this period of time. Xiao Chang walked up to the soul conductor detector. As a beam of light swept over Xiao Chang, the soul conductor detector revealed Xiao Chang's current condition. Physical strength. Level 91. Physical resilience. Level 89. Soul power fluctuation. Level 68. Soul power solidification. Level 92. Bone age. 16. Soul bones. Left palm, left arm, right palm, right arm. When Xiao Chang's condition was measured by the soul conductor detector, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was Jing Hongshan, Meng Hongshan, Ling Luokan, or Ning Tian, they were all speechless with shock at Xiao Chang's data. Especially Ling Luokan and Ning Tian, as top students of Shrek Academy, were well aware of the horror of this data. Coupled with Jing Hongshan's mention of the ultimate martial soul, their eyes were filled with disbelief. How did you do that? Didn't you just break through to level 50 a year ago? At your level of cultivation speed, even Xiao and Meng, who rely on drugs, can't match your speed. I was just lucky that I fused with 100,000-year-old spirit rings when I got my 5th and 6th spirit rings. Can the 5th spirit ring be fused with 100,000 years worth? Normally it wouldn't work. But as you know, my situation is a bit special, so it can't be calculated according to normal circumstances. That's true, but I still can't quite accept it. Even back then, neither I nor your Grandmaster had this level of increase in soul power while taking medicine. I didn't expect that you, who don't take medicine much, would be so far ahead in cultivation speed, leaving no one with any chance to catch up. Xiao Chang smiled but did not speak. After a pause, Jing Hongshan continued, based on your current soul power level of 68, it seems that you should be able to break through to level 70 in another year. Ultimate martial souls can actually cultivate faster than normal soul masters after level 70. So it seems that your cultivation level should reach the soul Douluo level in the next competition. Ultimate martial soul, twin martial souls, 100,000-year soul rings. I'm afraid that when you reach the soul Douluo level, even I won't be your match. You can become one of the world's top experts at the age of 20. Even the sea god Tang San back then couldn't achieve this. Since there are no games in this world, there is naturally no such thing as cheating. Otherwise, Jing Hongshan would definitely suspect that Xiao Chang's cultivation was cheated. Alright, since you have your own path, I won't say anything more. I originally thought you chose to have Nana tested because your soul power level hadn't increased much during this period, but it seems I was overthinking it. As Jing Hongshan spoke, she got up and left. After Xiao Chang saw Jing Hongshan off, he used his mental detection to check the surroundings. After confirming that no one should come over in a short time, he knocked on his bed. Come out. One more person and we'll have enough for a mahjong table. You guys are really something. Why do you all like to run under the bed so much? As Xiao Chang finished speaking, Meng Hongshan, Ling Luokan, and Ning Tian emerge. One after another from under Xiao Chang's bed. You all heard what happened just now. The three nodded, but apart from Meng Hongshan, the other two did not look too good. Suddenly finding out things they shouldn't know is not a good thing for anyone, especially since they can't beat Xiao Chang. What do you want to do? Ning Tian asked, mustering his courage. Actually, you don't need to be too afraid. After all, I'm not some kind of demon. It's just that there are some things I don't want outsiders to know, so. Xiao Chang pulled a brick from his soul extraction device. Relax, it's just a very ordinary memory erasing technique. Don't worry, I'll control my strength very well. Chapter 165. If you don't want to die, get out of the way when the Hoshan sect is handling business. Wait. Before Ling Luokan and Ning Tian could say anything, Xiao Chang had already used his memory erasure technique on them. The two fell asleep instantly, their sleep as peaceful as that of babies. Which was the envy of many. You acted very quickly, but can simply knocking someone unconscious really erase their memory? Meng Hongshan, whose memory had not been erased by Xiao Chang's memory erasure method, physical, said, don't worry, I'm confident in my abilities. The physical version of the memory erasure method is just a facade. Xiao Chang can't accurately erase a certain memory with a brick. But mental interference combined with psychological suggestion can make them forget what happened during that time. After Ling Luokan and Ning Tian woke up, Xiao Chang said a few simple words to appease them. And the farce ended after he sent them all away. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. A secret room in the basement of Ming Hall. After asking about Xiao Chang's current situation, Jing Hongshan went to this secret room. In the center of the secret room, there is a rectangular metal pillar standing upright, about 1.5 meters high, with something placed on top of it. It was a wooden tray, inlaid with at least one of various gemstones, and a wisp of white air flowed gently across the small wooden tray. The current of air, though flowing, remained condensed and did not disperse. It seemed to be struggling to break through the encirclement, while the wooden support beneath it continuously emitted a layer of pale golden light that enveloped it during its impact, preventing it from breaking through. Jing Hongshan watched the mass of energy struggle for a long time before finally speaking. Stop struggling. What's the use of wasting your energy? Even if you scream your lungs out, no soul beast will come to call you. Looking at the embryonic soul beast, Jing Hongshan's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction and gain. The tray in front of him was the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Embryo that Jing Hongshan had spent a fortune to buy for Xiao Hongshan. After this period of examination and exploration, Jing Hongshan had gained a basic understanding of this soul beast embryo. He planned to have Xiao Hongshan fuse with this soul beast embryo when Xiao Hongshan broke through to level 90, so that it would become Xiao Hongshan's soul ring, soul bone, and even second martial soul, allowing his strength to undergo a transformation. Sensing the soul beast's resentment, Jing Hongshan said with a smile, I know very well the background of the Starlight Auction House in the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo royal family put you up for auction simply to create trouble for me, to make me think about whose work this conferred god platform is, and at the same time, to use the principle of possessing a treasure as a crime, to lure powerful figures from all sides of the continent to attack my Ming Hall. But so what? Let them come. This is actually a test of Ming Hall's defensive capabilities. The disciples of Ming Hall shouldn't live too comfortably, should they? Jing Hongshan's smile was full of confidence. The massive Ming Hall, located 100 meters underground, was the foundation of his confidence. Not to mention, Ming Hall was equipped with more than a dozen level 9 defensive soul tools. Even a typical super Douluo would feel his scalp tingle upon coming here. And might even be detained by Ming Hall. Unless more than 3 of the 5 guardians arrive, Jing Hongshan believes that no force in the world could possibly breach the defenses of Ming Hall head-on. Furthermore, given that Ming Hall cannot be destroyed, providing some pressure for the students and teachers to hone their skills is, in Jing Hongshan's view, even a good thing. The Star Luo Empire's idea was good. But unfortunately, they miscalculated one thing. You are not a 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo, but a soul beast embryo with an age of over 199,999 years. Because, say you were unable to survive the upcoming heavenly tribulation, you chose to become an embryo, right? Those fools in the Star Luo Empire think they've outsmarted me, but little do they know that I'm the one who's gained the most. A spirit ring and spirit bone that are 100,000 years old are enough to make an ordinary person reach the level of a super Douluo of level 95. I really can't imagine what kind of realm my grandson will reach with a spirit ring and spirit bone that are more than 199,999 years old. In addition to the second martial soul you might develop, and the existence of talents like Xiao Chang in the future. My Hongshan family will have 2 of them at the same time. We have to thank those fools from the Star Luo Empire and you for this. As Jing Hongshan finished speaking, the soul beast embryo began to rampage even more violently, but the faint halo steadily suppressed its rampage. Don't worry, you don't need to be too anxious. My grandson still needs more than 10 years to grow up. You can slowly enjoy these last moments. The airflow on the tray trembled, as if it had made some kind of decision, and gradually returned to calm. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Teacher, isn't the defense of Ming Hall a bit too lax? I've been observing it for a long time now, and I have a feeling that if a real battle breaks out, things could easily go wrong at Ming Hall. Half a year after Huo Yuhao arrived at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Xiao Chang estimated that the body sect should be arriving soon, so he planned to remind Jing Hongshan in advance. Something will happen to Ming Hall. Jing Hongshan laughed. You, in the end, haven't reached that level and don't have a concrete concept of level 9 soul tools. With the no less than 20 defensive level 9 soul tools in my Ming Hall. Neither Shrek Academy nor Body Sect has the ability to break into my Ming Hall. My Ming Hall can easily produce 20 level 9 soul tools comparable to a defensive titled Douluo. But can they produce 20 titled Douluos capable of breaking through level 9 defensive soul tools? 20 titled Douluo who can break through a level 9 defensive soul tool are probably impossible to find even if you search the entire Douluo continent. We have an absolute advantage in terms of both the quantity and quality of our defenses, so there's nothing to worry about. Xiao Chang nodded. It's good that you know what's going on. Xiao Chang was just there to offer a reminder. He didn't have much confidence in persuading Jing Hongshan to strengthen the defenses. With Xiao Chang in control, the losses from the body sect's attack wouldn't be too great. If the losses weren't too great, he could teach Jing Hongshan a lesson, which would make it easier for Xiao Chang to discuss the pile of bombs under the academy with Jing Hongshan later. Ultimately, it was the pile of bombs beneath the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy that led to the complete downfall of the Red Dust family. Just as Jing Hongshan was brimming with confidence that his Ming Hall was completely safe, an explosion suddenly came from the underground Ming Hall research room. Those who don't want to die. Get out of the way of Hooshan sect. Chapter 166 My Body Sect is the guardian sect of the Sun Moon Empire. As the body sect stormed into Ming Hall, Xiao Chang immediately activated his mental detection and instantly located Huo Yuhao's whereabouts. Similar to the original story, Huo Yuhao immediately began digging a tunnel to escape after sensing the attack from the body sect. He also happened to dig the tunnel to the place where the prototype mecha was stored in Ming Hall. After saying sorry to his teacher, Huo Yuhao used the Starlight Sapphire near the prototype mecha to capture the Ming Hall mecha without hesitation. Xiao Chang watched this scene silently, intending to catch them red-handed, but at this moment, a title Douluo appeared in front of Xiao Chang. Boy, come back to our sect. As the owner of the body martial soul, you should also be a member of our body. Xiao Chang. While Xiao Chang was fighting against the title Douluo, Huo Yuhao had already put away his prototype mecha. Then, as he was about to leave, he encountered a soul Douluo from the body sect. Because he had been using X-ray vision to see everything around him. Huo Yuhao had previously seen the appearance of the body sect master, Dubusi. With the help of his third soul skill, he successfully tricked the body sect soul Douluo into giving him the embryo. However, as Jing Hongqian and Dubusi clashed, the soul Douluo of the body sect sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, the soul Douluo of the body sect tried to snatch the embryo from Huo Yuhao's hands. Huo Yuhao did not hesitate either. He knew that he could not handle a soul Douluo. So, just like in the original story, Huo Yuhao hurled the soul beast's embryo at the soul Douluo. The soul Douluo quickly withdrew his power. But it was too late. Although his power was not great, the conferred God platform had strong internal defenses but weak external defenses. The conferred God platform was destroyed in an instant, revealing the soul beast embryo inside. Immediately afterward, a terrifying meaning erupted, and the soul Douluo of the body sect was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Huo Yuhao, who had lost his Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial soul, should have also been frozen into an ice sculpture, but just when Huo Yuhao was in danger, his soul bone's invincible golden body skill was activated again by Ilex, saving his life. Immediately afterwards, an ape rushed out from where Huo Yuhao was and smashed the soul Douluo of the body sect. The giant ape charged out instantly, but unfortunately, it accidentally ran into the battlefield between Dubusi and Jing Hongqian. Suddenly, the giant ape became the object of their struggle. Titan Snow Demon Ape. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's a top-tier beast spirit suitable for Aocean. How dare you? This is the property of my Minged Hall. Your body sect should not even think about touching it. What body sect? I am Tang Chen, the sect master of the Clear Sky sect. Don't slander me. Jing Hongqian and Dubusi fought desperately, and seeing that they could no longer escape, Titan Snow Demon Ape made the same decision as the Snow Empress in the original story. Damn humans, you will pay the price for hunting a soul beast sooner or later. With a furious curse, the Titan Snow Demon Ape detonated its own essence without hesitation, preparing to perish together with poison undying and mirror red dust. A violent explosion then blew Jing Hongqian and Dubusi into injury, while a wisp of Titan Snow Demon Ape's remaining essence drifted slowly to Huo Yuhao's vicinity and was captured by Electrolux. There are still humans. Damn it. Calm down. We shouldn't be enemies. At least I'm not here to kill you. On the contrary, I have a way to preserve your consciousness and even give you the possibility of rebuilding your health. What do you mean? The auctioneer mentioned at the Starlight auction house that your existence might create a second martial soul. I'm not entirely sure what a second martial soul in this world would normally be like, but that second martial soul created based on your hatred reminds me of some past events. It's possible that a second martial soul created based on your hatred could be realized, but I have another solution, a solution that satisfies both sides. What solution? I can preserve your consciousness and make you Yuhao's second martial soul. If Yuhao becomes a god in the future, you can live forever like the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape from 10,000 years ago. Titan Snow Demon Ape's heart trembled. If it could, it didn't want to die. However, in the previous situation, it had no way out. At this time, taking a few people down with it became its best option. But if it could live, who would want to die? Thinking this, the Titan Snow Demon Ape was about to agree to become Huo Yuhao's second spirit and create spirit rings and spirit bones for him. However, at this moment, a familiar aura made its originally firm belief waver. Upon sensing the aura of the Titan Snow Demon Ape, a ferocious beast from the far north, He Snow Empress acted without hesitation, instantly killing the title Douluo who was fighting Xiao Chang. She then immediately focused all her efforts on sensing the specific aura of the Titan Snow Demon Ape and, sure enough, sensed the residual aura of the Titan Snow Demon Ape in a certain corner. So the Snow Empress arrived, and the Titan Snow Demon Ape sensed her familiar aura. Because of the Snow Empress's appearance, it had other options besides what it was originally going to agree to. As a power to plunder fortune swept over Huo Yuhao, the Snow Empress, a quasi-god with 700,000 years of experience and possessing a spiritual head soul bone, easily took away a trace of the Titan Snow Demon Ape's remaining essence from Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea the moment she approached it. Sensing the Snow Empress's immense power, Electrox knew with his divine sense that things were no longer under his control. If it were the Alex in his prime, he would naturally not be worried about the Snow Empress, but unfortunately, the current Alex is just a fragment of divine consciousness. He doesn't even have a complete divine consciousness. His weakness even makes him think that even at his peak, he is only slightly stronger than Muan. Under these circumstances, he can be said to be powerless against the Snow Empress. However, thinking of his disciple Huo Yuhao, Electrolux decided to make an effort for him. Yuhao, thanks to your external soul bone, I have recovered some of my strength. I originally intended to pass on my necromancy to you later, but it seems that I can't do it now. As Electrolux spoke, he used his limited energy to transfer Huo Yuhao away, and then looked at Shui Di and Xiao Chang, who was hiding his appearance behind Shui Di, in spirit form. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Damn it. Those belonging to the Haoshan sect, retreat. Quote. After being hit by an explosion and with the embryo gone, Poisonous Undying cursed and swore as they tried to escape. Damn it. How dare you cause trouble at Mingde Hall? Don't you know that my body sect has become the guardian sect of the Sun Moon Empire? Chapter 167 Poison Never Dies. Do you understand the body sect better, or do I? As Poison Undying led his men away, a figure dressed in a black robe, whose face was obscured, rushed towards them. A single figure wouldn't normally attract the attention of people like Debussy, but what that figure said drew everyone's gaze. The body sect has become the guardian sect of the Sun Moon Empire. How come I didn't know about this? Nonsense. How could you, a member of the Haoshan sect, know the secrets of my true form? Do you understand the true form sect, or do I understand it? Poison Undying. While Debussy remained speechless, the black-robed figure continued, how dare the lit TLE Haoshan sect run wild in my main body's territory. I, Long Aoshan, as the young sect master of my main body, will never allow it. Behold my main body's secret technique, the Hammer of Slaughter. As the figure in black robes spoke, an ancient and mysterious hammer appeared in his palm. The terrifying pressure contained within that hammer clearly indicated that it was one of the world's top martial spirits. The moment the hammer appeared, Poisonous Immortal, the sect master of the body sect, recognized the martial spirit. The Clear Sky Hammer. Bullshit. This is the body sect's special secret technique. The body divine hammer. Your Haoshan sect's broken hammer is not worthy of being compared with my body sect's body divine hammer. With a loud shout, 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, appeared around the black-robed man. Then, the red spirit ring, ranked 8th, lit up. Behold my 8th spirit skill. I, Long Aoshan, will protect Lu Bo to the death. As the black-robed man finished speaking, the Clear Sky Hammer suddenly became enormous and blood red. When the Clear Sky Hammer struck a soul Douluo of the body sect, the soul Douluo was smashed into human dust without any power to resist. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the soul of the soul Douluo who had been killed by the Clear Sky Hammer float out, then be bound by a black chain and pulled to the side of the black-robed man who called himself Long Aoshan, the young sect master of the Clear Sky sect. Hey. The soul of an 8-ring soul Douluo is accepted by Long Aoshan, the young sect master of my body sect. Seeing one of his men not only killed in public but also having his soul torn away, Poisonous Undying was enraged and slapped the black-robed figure. You scoundrel. How dare you? Hey. What wouldn't I dare to do? There's nothing in this world that I, Long Aoshan, the young sect master of the body sect, wouldn't dare to do. Body Bone Dragon, Undead Knight. Cover my retreat. With a command from the black-robed figure, a gate to the dead suddenly opened, and several undead knights and a huge bone dragon emerged, rushing towards the group that claimed to be from the Haoshan sect. It was another chase by Jing Hongshan and his men, another sudden appearance of undead creatures, and to make matters worse, the soul beast embryo was destroyed. This time, he had used so much of his combat power and gained nothing, not to mention losing so many powerful individuals. Debussy felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. And he was so angry that he was going to get sick. I never expected the body sect to be a bunch of evil soul masters. HMPH, such a force can only dream of becoming a national protector sect in my Sun Moon Empire. My Sun Moon Empire doesn't want this kind of trash. Jing Hongqian, who was chasing after Dubusi and the others, said sarcastically. He didn't know what was going on with the suddenly appearing evil soul master. But he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to curse the body sect. You're talking nonsense. My body sect isn't some kind of evil soul master. What? You're from the body sect. You bunch of remnants of the Clear Sky sect dared to launch a sneak attack but don't dare to admit it. Poison Undying. The last time I was this speechless was the last time. Members of Mingde Hall. Turn these bastards from Haoshan sect into civs. At the same time, inform the continent that my Sun Moon Empire does not accept the body sect, this evil soul master sect. Upon hearing Jing Hongqian's words, the sect master of the body sect, Poison Undying, flew into a rage. You're the damn evil soul master. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. The land of the dead. Puff. Xiao Chang spat OU. A mouthful of blood into the undead space that originally belonged to Electrolux. When Electrolux left Huo Yuhao's body and materialized to face Shui Di, it's unclear whether to say that Huo Yuhao's original luck was causing Electrolux to transform into Huo Yuhao's martial soul, or whether Xiao Chang, who had plundered Huo Yuhao's luck, became the new chosen one and his luck exploded. Based on the Mirror Beast Soul Ring that had evolved to 100,000 years, Xiao Chang fused his third, fourth, fifth, and sixth soul rings, raising the Mirror Beast's replica martial soul skill to a level exceeding the normal million-year level. With the added boost of luck, Xiao Chang successfully permanently replicated the ability of Electrolux, which was beginning to transform into a martial soul. With Cetralux's abilities completely replicated and his remnant soul destroyed by Shui Di, Xiao Chang successfully gained control of Electrolux's undead space and the special little tower he originally intended to give to Huo Yuhao. With Electrolux's undead space as a safety net, Xiao Chang could do some things with peace of mind. So Xiao Chang immediately changed into a black robe similar to the one worn by the Soul Palace, and, in his capacity as a member of the body sect, used the Clear Sky Hammer to test the power of a 100,000-year soul ring explosion. As it turns out, the power of the exploding rings is indeed very strong. A soul Douluo with a soul power of no less than level 85 in the body sect couldn't even withstand the exploding rings of the Clear Sky Hammer for a second, which is a new GH to prove the power of the Clear Sky Hammer's exploding rings. Xiao Chang took a sip of the Life Lake water, which had been filtered more than 8 times, before his body finally recovered from the power of the exploding ring. Phew. The power of the exploding rings is indeed quite great, but it takes a lot out on the body, however. Xiao Chang looked at the previous life carving knife. Before, because he didn't have Ilex, he couldn't turn the life carving knife into the life guardian blade. However, now that he had replicated Ilex in his martial soul state, he could turn the life RVing knife into the life guardian blade as long as he had some time, which would greatly improve his own vitality. At that time, the impact of the exploding ring on him would not be so great. After testing the power of the exploding ring, Xiao Chang took out the silver dragon staff and teleported himself to the previously designated space. He then immediately activated his mental detection and located Huo Yuhao. At this moment, Huo Yuhao already knew that Electrolux was likely doomed, and he was hiding to the side crying, looking extremely pitiful. Teacher, I will definitely find a way to revive you. Xiao Chang. Having confirmed what Huo Yuhao was saying using mental detection, Xiao Chang could only chuckle. If Huo Yuhao had made even the slightest effort to revive Electrolux, or if he had thought about reviving Electrolux when he chose to die, Xiao Chang wouldn't have given up on trying to win him over like this. Chapter 168. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Shrek felt he was back to his old self. After Xiao Chang gained control of Huo Yuhao's area of operation, he expanded the range of his mental detection. He then used mental detection sharing to share the location information of the body sect with Jing Hongqian, giving him a precise target to launch a targeted attack on the body sect members. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang himself was preparing to deal with Huo Yuhao and the others, to catch them in the act and to seize the stolen goods. Now was the best time to arrest Huo Yuhao and Hiketu. Regardless of the large number of soul-guided technology blueprints in their storage soul-guided devices, or the mecha prototype that Huo Yuhao had just obtained. Now was the best time to catch them red-handed. Xiao Chang quickly found Ma Rulong's father. Because of the victory in the last Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, Ma Lao was not kicked out of the core layer of Ming Hall as in the original story. On the contrary, because he was the team leader of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy that time, his status in both the Sun Moon Empire and Ming Hall was promoted. Now, apart from the high-end combat forces that Jing Hongshan took away to hunt down the body sect, the rest of the armed forces in Ming Hall are under his jurisdiction. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Chang chose to go to see Old Ma at this time. Lord Xiao. The moment he saw Xiao Chang, Elder Ma immediately addressed him respectfully. Although Xiao Chang should theoretically be a junior friend realm cultivator, he was still considered a Juni, or friend of his direct superior's family. In addition, given the combat power Xiao Chang displayed during the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition, Elder Ma could sense that Xiao Chang will likely advance from junior friend realm to senior realm in just a few years. Therefore, he was extremely respectful towards Xiao Chang. Old Ma, immediately gather all available personnel and seal off the entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to leave the academy at this time. Once everyone has gathered, search each of them, regardless of their social status. We must not allow any of the academy's property to be stolen by anyone who tries to take advantage of the situation, so that it may become a hidden arrow aimed at my Ming Hall in the future. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. But Lord Xiao, we can handle the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, but what about Shrek Academy? Feeling the oppressive aura from Xiao Chang, as if his own possessions had been stolen, Old Ma hurriedly agreed. However, remembering the rather special group at Shrek Academy, he felt somewhat uncertain. Those exchange students from Shrek Academy need to be thoroughly checked. They're the most likely to take advantage of the situation right now. Go ahead and do it. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Those people are just exchange students, not masters. They don't have any extra law enforcement powers, nor are they superior beings. Since they've come to my Sun Moon Empire, they should behave according to the rules of my Sun Moon Empire. If they're not satisfied, then just kick them out. At worst, this exchange student thing ends here. Lord Xiao, about the exchange student program. Old Ma seemed a little uncertain when he talked about the exchange student program. After all, this matter was personally decided by the Hall Master, and as a member of the older generation of the Sun Moon Empire, he was aware of the prestige of Shrek Academy in the hearts of the older generation of the Sun Moon Empire. The faith in Shrek Academy for thousands of years has not completely collapsed because of Shrek Academy's defeat. Otherwise, Jing Hongshan would not have sent his own grandson to be this exchange student. Seeing that Elder Ma was hesitant about the exchange student issue, Xiao Chang immediately took out the token that Kong Deming had given him, representing Kong Deming. Now, immediately, right now, seal off the entire area. Don't give them even the slightest time to hide anything. Yes. As the token representing Kong Deming's identity appeared, Elder Ma did not know how Xiao Chang obtained it, but he was certain that Xiao Chang could shoulder the responsibility for this matter. Therefore, he immediately mobilized the remaining armed forces of the entire academy to deploy the Soul Guidance Defense Array, completely surrounding the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. On the Shrek Academy exchange student side, Fan Yu, who was in charge of leading the team, was already ashen-faced. Because Huo Yuhao's soul skill is not the mental detection of the original work but X-ray vision. Obtaining the blueprints this time is much more difficult than in the original work. After more than half a year of effort, Fan Yu's blueprints have barely reached a quantity worth shipping out. Just as they were planning how to transport it out, the body sect, which called itself the Haoshan sect, came to attack Ming Hall. Originally, the attack by the body sect was a good thing for Shrek Academy, as it was the best opportunity for them to transport the blueprints out. However, they were unprepared, and Huo Yuhao and Hiketu were extremely far from the gates of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. At this moment, using the soul-guided propulsion device could quickly get them away from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, but the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is a no-fly zone. If they were to fly at such a sensitive time, even if they were killed on the spot by someone claiming to be from the body sect, no one would think anything was wrong. Unable to fly, the most they could do was run. And because they couldn't attract too much attention, they couldn't keep running for their lives out of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. In addition, the Sun Mu N Royal Soul Master Academy was too big and its reaction speed was too fast. Just as Hikaido was about to reach the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the Academy had already sealed the gate and opened the Soul Guide shield. If they continued to try to leave, it would be a forced entry, at which point the Sun Moon Royal Soul Masters would have a reason to kill them. Left with no other choice, they could only gather together as required by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and wait for the Academy to investigate them. But Fan Yu knew exactly why they had come. The blueprint NTS for the Soul Tool hadn't been shipped out yet, so this investigation couldn't be called an investigation anymore. It was a case of catching them red-handed. Especially as the number of people waiting in the long line for inspection dwindled and the time until their turn became shorter, Fan Yu knew they would be discovered by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy sooner or later, and his heart was in his throat. However, just as Fan Yuxin was on the verge of tears, Huo Yuhao, who had been forced to quickly recover from his grief, came to his side and whispered something that only he could hear. "Teacher, don't worry. Just let my brother and I stand closer to each other. My third soul skill, simulation, can not only be driven by soul power, but even if my soul power is sealed, I can still use the simulation soul skill with my mental power to ensure that they can't see anything." Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's voice, Fan Yu's eyes lit up. In an instant, he felt the sky clear up, the rain stop. And Shrek Academy was back to normal. Chapter 169 The Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Hand. Because of his confidence in his third soul skill simulation, Huo Yuhao quickly displayed high arrogance towards the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. However, Huo Yuhao's arrogance did not last long. When it was his turn to be checked, he discovered that the soul tool used by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to prevent others from cheating with soul skills could not only restrict soul power, but also mental power. Huo Yuhao's plan failed the moment his mental power was restricted. The moment Huo Yuhao sensed that the soul tool was restricting both his soul power and his mental power, his arrogant expression vanished, replaced by fear and unease. He wasn't afraid of his soul power being sealed. Because even if he didn't have soul power, he could still use his mental power to activate his soul skills. But now even his mental power was sealed, so he was just an ordinary person. The thought that he was just an ordinary person facing scrutiny from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and that he not only possessed the blueprints but also the prototype mecha he had secretly stolen, made Huo Yuhao visibly panic. As Huo Yuhao panicked, Fan Yu also sensed something was wrong. It was precisely in situations like this that one should remain calm, especially someone like Huo Yuhao who had undergone professional training at Shrek Academy. He shouldn't show any panic at this time, unless. Suddenly, not only Huo Yuhao panicked, but Fan Yu also panicked. Fan Yu realized why Huo Yuhao was like this. If his simulation could work at this moment, Huo Yuhao would not be so afraid. There is only one possible reason for Huo Yuhao's fear. His simulation soul skill is unusable and he will be discovered. Based on Fan Yu's understanding of soul tools, he didn't know that the soul tool that restricted Huo Yuhao could not only restrict soul power but also mental power. However, he could guess some things from Huo Yuhao's expression. "Don't move. Cooperate with the examination." Seeing Huo Yuhao's expression change from arrogance that looked down on everyone to fear. Not only Fan Yu noticed that something was wrong with Huo Yuhao, but anyone who looked at Huo Yuhao could sense that there was something wrong with him. Immediately, several security personnel fro the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy pointed their soul-guided ray guns at Huo Yuhao. Seeing the numerous soul-guided ray guns, Fan Yu's heart sank. The users of those soul-guided ray guns were at most 5 ring soul kings. Unable to harm him, and 8 ring soul Douluo. But now they were aimed at Huo Yuhao, and the inspection line was about to reach Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's simulated soul skill couldn't be used at this time. So Hikaido would also be exposed. The soul-guided blueprints drawn by the two of them would definitely be detected, and then Shrek's plan would completely fail. The plan, personally ordered by the Sea God Pavilion Master, failed, and he was caught by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Under these circumstances, there is no doubt that Fan Yu will become a sinner of Shrek Academy. Become a sinner of Shrek. This was something he, who was utterly loyal to Shrek, could never accept, yet there was nothing he could do about it. What happened here? Xiao Chang, who had just been forcibly inspected by Meng Hongqian, arrived late. As soon as he arrived, he saw a group of guards from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy holding soul guide ray guns and aiming them at Huo Yuhao, Fan Yu, and He Keidu from Shrek Academy. Lord Xiao, these three people are clearly suspicious, so we are preparing to take them into custody in advance, a guard from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy reported to Xiao Chang. As the guard reported to Xiao Chang, Fan Yu roared, "Premature control. Ha! You're probably planning to torture me into confessing. Shrek Academy will never tolerate such an insult." Seeing that he was about to be caught red-handed, Fan Yu knew he had to do something. He certainly couldn't lead his students out of the encirclement, after all. He wasn't Mu'en and didn't have that ability. But when he saw Xiao Chang, a plan took shape in his mind. At this moment, it seemed that because it was the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Xiao Chang did not have any powerful guards around him. Moreover, Xiao Chang was very close to him. He did not expect to capture Xiao Chang so that the Shrek Academy members could return safely. After all, he was only an 8-ring soul Douluo. And he knew that he did not have that ability. However, if we simply use Xiao Chang to buy them some time and give them a chance to breathe, allowing them to destroy the blueprints, this might not be impossible. As for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's subsequent pursuit of accountability, as long as Xiao Chang wasn't actually injured, and the blue prints were completely destroyed to ensure no one was caught red-handed, they would at least have room to argue. However, if the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy forced him to prove his innocence by dying, an 8-ring soul Douluo, who might even become a title Douluo in the future, would be forced to his death by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy for something without evidence. In that case, the Sun Moon Empire, which hadn't actually lost anything, would go from being in the right to being in the wrong. After all, on the surface, the Sun Moon Empire suffered no losses. No one knew about the blueprints unless they mentioned them, and no one even thought about it. On Xiao Chang's side, Fan Yu, an 8-ring soul Douluo, was also confident in controlling his strength. Rather than continuing to sit idly by and allow Shrek Academy to fall completely at a disadvantage in the subsequent public opinion situation, using Xiao Chang to buy a brief respite, and then sacrificing his own life to create an advantage for Shrek Academy, was the only method Fan Yu could think of in the short term. With this idea in mind, Fan Yu began to put it into practice. Thanks to the fact that Mingid Yihal's high-end combat power was chasing down the body sect, and that Elder Ma and Xiao Chang were far away, his 8-ring soul Douluo combat power was virtually invincible in the vicinity. That's how Fan Yu planned it. And that's how it should have been. However, the moment his 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, appeared and released a powerful pressure on the surroundings, 6 red 100. 000 soul rings suddenly appeared on Xiao Chang's body, and a pressure no less than his forcefully pushed back Fan Yu's pressure. Seeing that things were getting out of his control, Fan Yu lit up his 5th-ranked 10,000-year soul ring, and almost instantly, he appeared in front of Xiao Chang. Lord Xiao, be careful. Seeing the outburst of an 8-ring soul Douluo, EV. Everyone from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy held their breath. The strongest person around was only a level 7 soul master, who was no match for an 8-ring soul Douluo, let alone be able to save Xiao Chang at this moment. Everyone was worried about Xiao Chang's current state, but Xiao Chang was not worried about his own situation. In response to Fan Yu's offensive, Xiao Chang simply uttered 5 words. Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Hand. Chapter 170. Suzanu's first display of power. As Xiao Chang uttered the words, Desolate Imprisoning Heaven Hand, terrifying fluctuations of soul power and spiritual power surged from his body. Then, a huge blue palm appeared, and Xiao Chang met Fan Yu's rapid charge at him head-on without showing any weakness. With the Suzanu's hand, which was complete in terms of bone, flesh, and even skin, Fan Yu's attack was withstood by Xiao Chang, who even gained a slight advantage. Because Xiao Chang was in the Mangekyu Sharingan state of his second awakening of his original martial soul, his soul power was greatly amplified by the rules of his original martial soul in this world. At this time, Xiao Chang's soul power level was comparable to that of a soul saint. Although there was still a qualitative difference between the soul power of a soul saint and that of a soul Douluo, Xiao Chang was using Susanoo. In the world of Naruto, Susanoo requires 2 Mangekyu Sharingan to be fully activated. If you only have a single Mangekyu Sharingan and have never activated Susanoo before, then you will never be able to activate Susanoo. The rules of the Naruto world are like this, but the Susanoo that is transferred to the Douluo world, whether it is the rules of this world or something else, has undergone certain changes compared to the Susanoo in Naruto. In Naruto, Susanoo is direct divine power, but under the rules of this Douluo continent world, Xiao Chang consents that Susanoo should be considered a self-fusion martial soul technique. Xiao Chang knew that the innate soul power of a 1-tomo Sharingan was only level 5, and he didn't know the situation of a 2-tomo Sharingan, but he was almost certain that a 3-tomo Sharingan was a martial soul with innate full soul power. As for the Mangekyu Sharingan, based on its unique innate soul skill, Xiao Chang could conclude that even a single Mangekyu Sharingan had reached the level of innate full soul power. A Sharingan with 1 tomo can only exist as a martial soul in the form of 2 eyes. 2 tomo and 3 tomo represent some evolution, only the Mangekyu Sharingan represents a qualitative change. It even reached the point where Xiao Chang's 2 eyes could become 2 separate martial souls, similar to Xieji's early situation in Douluo Continent 3. Xiao Chang's 2 Mangekyu Sharingan used the same spirit ring. However, even though Xiao Chang's eyes used the same spirit ring, after they awakened into the kaleidoscope, they became 2 independent spirits. And 2 independent spirits can have something unique to the Douluo world, spirit fusion skills. Or rather, a self-fusion martial soul technique. Thanks to this self-fusion martial soul skill, although Xiao Chang was in a weakened state after his soul rings had just exploded, the degree of weakness was limited because only 1 soul ring had been exploded. Facing an 8-ring soul Douluo level expert, Xiao Chang was able to fight against him at a leisurely pace. The spirit rings are a bit lacking. Feeling the weakness brought on by the shattering of his first spirit ring, Xiao Chang silently cursed inwardly. Xiao Chang originally planned to use Susanoo to slap Fan Yu down, but because he had just destroyed his soul ring, he had not yet fully recovered from his weakened state. Neither Xiao Chang nor Susanoo were in their best condition. In addition, Xiao Chang's soul power was less than level 70, so in the end, he only gained a slight advantage in this head-on collision. Xiao Chang was quite dissatisfied with this collision, but despite his dissatisfaction, the others who witnessed it were wide-eyed with astonishment. Fan Yu, the dean of the S.O.L. Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, a member of the Sea God Pavilion, and an 8-ring soul Douluo level powerhouse with the strongest soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, attacked a boy who was not even 17 years old. Not only did he fail to defeat him instantly, but he also fell into a disadvantageous position. If no one had seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Impossible. Even though teacher Fan Yu didn't use a soul tool, his soul power is said to have reached level 86. That's almost the level of a title Douluo. Hikaru said in disbelief. As Fan Yu's personal disciple, he knew Fan Yu's soul power level. The moment he saw Fan Yu attack Xiao Chang, he felt that Xiao Chang was doomed. But the next second, Fan Yu was forced back by Xiao Chang. Being forced back by someone who was not even 17 years old was something that no one would have dared to imagine before. Hearing Hikaru's words, Ling Luokan, Ning Tian, and the students from Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and Shrek Academy felt even more incredulous. It was already beyond comprehension that an 8-ring soul Douluo could be defeated by someone who was not even 17 years old. Who knew that this soul Douluo was actually a level 86 existence? Fan Yu was slapped back by Xiao Chang's Susanoo. After a brief shock, his 7th spirit ring lit up, and his martial soul true body was activated, bringing him to his peak condition. He knew that he had to defeat Xiao Chang in a short time, Otherwise, when the reinforcements from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy arrived, even if he wanted to die rather than be humiliated, he would be in the wrong the moment the blueprints were discovered. There's no turning back now. Capturing Xiao Chang is his, and Shrek's only chance to turn the tide. Oh no. Protect Lord Xiao. The 7th level Soul Masters present roared, then no longer cared whether they could defeat Fan Yu in his martial soul true form state. At less than 17 years old, being able to briefly fight against a Soul Douluo without being at a disadvantage was, in everyone's eyes, the limit of a genius. Everyone knew that a genius of this level could not afford to suffer any losses, and naturally did not want Xiao Chang to continue facing an 8-ring Soul Douluo in his martial soul true form. After all, the state of a martial soul true body and the state of not having a martial soul true body are two different concepts. In everyone's eyes, Xiao Chang was already at his limit to withstand Fan Yu's attack. How could someone under 17 years old possibly defeat someone at the level of level 86 from Shrek Academy? Protect Lord Xiao. Protect Lord Xiao. The guards of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy rushed over quickly. But Fan Yu didn't care about them. Even if several 7-ring soul saints released their 6th soul skills on him at the same time, it would not be easy to kill him. His level 86 Soul Douluo's martial soul true body. Moreover, there were only 2 soul saints present at the moment. He could simply withstand a few attacks and then forcibly capture Xiao Chang. Once he had Xiao Chang, everything would be over. That was Fan Yu's original thought, until Xiao Chang unleashed the armored half-body Susanoo. Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Hand. Compared to the palm strike that was several times stronger than before, Fan Yu could only rely on his martial soul true body state to withstand it. Originally, Xiao Chang had increased his strength, but Fan Yu, relying on the equally enhanced strength of his martial soul true body, was not too badly defeated. But this time, Fan Yu was not facing just a palm strike. After Susanoo's right hand pressed down on Fan Yu, Susanoo's left hand slammed directly into Susanoo's right hand. Fan Yu, who was barely able to hold on, was immediately slammed into the metal floor of Ming Hall by the enormous force of Susanoo. He was pulled out of the martial soul true body state and then lost consciousness. Silence. A deathly silence. Seeing Fan Yu lying on the ground, unconscious, no one could utter a word. After nearly 2 minutes of silence, a soul master from the Sun Moon Empire pointed at Fan Yu, who was lying on the ground. Is he really Contra? Chapter 171 Huo Yuhao caught red-handed. Everyone present was incredulous at the fact that Fan Yu had been repeatedly suppressed and even knocked unconscious by Xiao Chang. If they had no idea about Fan Yu's strength at first, when he came to Rev. Aled that Fan Yu was an 86th level Soul Douluo and that he had a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, everyone understood what kind of existence Fan Yu was. An 86th level L Soul Douluo with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings. This level of strength would rank him among the top 10 even in the Ming Hall, yet Xiao Chang subdued him in such a short time. Could it be that Lord Xiao's spirit rings are real? A 6th spirit emperor at less than 17 years old, and with 600,000-year spirit rings. How is that possible? Who can absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring when they're only getting their first spirit ring? Besides, does my Sun Moon Empire even have that many 100,000-year spirit beasts? But if those 100,000-year spirit rings aren't real, how come a 6-ring spirit emperor who's not even 17 years old is possible? A 6-ring spirit emperor defeating an 86th level spirit Douluo, is that even possible? After a long silence, everyone finally recovered from their surprise. However, after the initial shock, questions arose one after another. Defeating an 86th level Soul Douluo at the age of less than 17 was unprecedented on the entire continent. Alright, notify the teachers to strengthen their defenses, then have him detained, and Xiao Chang looked at Huo Yuhao, who had just been next to Fan Yu, as well as Hikatu and several Shrek Academy students. This Contra was so agitated just now, something's definitely fishy. There's something wrong with those guys. Hold off on checking the others for now. And give these guys a thorough check first. Use the soul guidance recorder to keep track of them, and make sure they're completely clean from head to toe. Yes. As soon as Xiao Chang finished speaking, people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy immediately began to carry out his orders. This time, they were much faster than before. Whether it's the Soul Master world or the Soul Instructor world, they are both worlds where the strong are respected. Previously, they obeyed Xiao Chang because of his status. It's normal to obey someone much younger than oneself because of one's status. They knew their own position, so they would act according to orders. However, they were also excellent soul instructors, and this kind of obedience based on their background made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. But as Xiao Chang restrained the level 86 Fan Yu, at this moment, they no longer obeyed orders just because of Xiao Chang's status. In a world where the strong are respected, Xiao Chang had already demonstrated a power that was worthy of their admiration. The Shrek Academy members who were previously with Fan Yu were immediately subdued. Among them, He Keitu, who resisted the most fiercely, was held down by several members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. To prevent him from continuing to resist, some of the Soul Masters even knelt on his neck to forcibly suppress him. You can't do this. We are from Shrek Academy. Not from your Sun Moon Empire. You have no right to. Huo Yuhao wanted to put pressure on him by claiming to be from Shrek Academy. But before he could finish speaking, Nana kicked him in the face. Because Nana was wearing high heels, the heel knocked out two of Huo Yuhao's teeth. Shut up. Nana stepped on Huo Yuhao. At level 57, she could completely suppress Huo Yuhao, who was only level 34. Huo Yuhao had no power to resist Nana at all. Without Electrox, he can no longer even control the timing of using his invincible golden body. As evidenced by the two teeth knocked out of his mouth. When you're checking their belongings, have the rest of Shrek Academy members come and watch. Then send the photos to Shrek Academy. Let's see how they try to deny it then, Xiao Chang said, sitting on the chair that Nana's clone had brought over. Thanks to the 100-year soul ring, it became a 1000-year soul ring. And Nana's original second soul skill, the afterimage clone, also became a real clone. You are not qualified. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll knock out all your remaining teeth. Nan. A's high heels stomped on Huo Yuhao's face, making full contact with the ground. Some of the heels even sank into Huo Yuhao's face, breaking through his skin and digging into his flesh. Huo Yuhao's already less than handsome face was on the verge of disfigurement. After everything was prepared, Fan Yu, who had been captured and handcuffed to restrict her soul power, barely regained S. own consciousness and let out a series of sobs. Susano had inflicted too many injuries on him. The fact that he could barely regain some consciousness was already a testament to the strong foundation he had built at Shrek Academy. As for standing up and stopping anything, he was completely incapable of doing so at this point. At this point, Fan Yu had gradually calmed down after realizing that he couldn't do anything. And once he calmed down, he wasn't so panicked anymore. On the one hand, panicking was useless, and on the other hand, as he calmed down, he remembered some things. Huo Yuhao and He Keitu have not yet come into contact with the core technology of the Sun Moon Empire. In addition, due to their limited talent as soul masters, they do not have any blueprints for soul tools of level 6 or above. If they had truly stolen the Sun Moon Empire's cutting-edge technology, the matter might have become irreversible. However, if it was just a bunch of ordinary soul tool blueprints, especially since they were drawn by Huo Yuhao and He Keitu, while it was impossible to simply downplay the incident, Shrek Academy should be able to manage to resolve it. After all, it's just a regular blueprint. Shrek Academy can still salvage the situation even with its massive losses. However, this will ruin Shrek Academy's reputation within the Sun Moon Empire. This is their first exchange program. But it's likely to be their last. Moreover, Elder Mu's plan has completely fallen through. Coupled with his failed ambush on Xiao Chang, Shrek Academy will probably suffer a bloodbath this time. But at least Shrek Academy should still be able to control the situation, right? Fan Yu originally thought so, and he thought so too when the blueprints on Kaitu's body were found, until a starlight sapphire was found on Huo Yuhao's body. Fan Yu was certain that Huo Yuhao hadn't had that star sapphire on him before today. Considering the time Huo Yuhao hadn't been around, Fan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the moment the Starlight Sapphire was opened, Jing Hongqian, who had already arrived, angrily cursed. Damn it! You Shrek people dared to steal my armor. Chapter 172. You covet my blueprint. I covet your dragon core. When the prototype of the Soul Guidance mech was found on Huo Yuhao, if it weren't for the fact that his grandson was still an exchange student at Shrek Academy, he would have tortured all of them to death and then handed their souls over to the Holy Spirit cult for further torment. The prototype of the Soul Guidance mech was created by several level 9 soul masters. If it were stolen, he would be lucky to lose his dukedom. If it were really lost, he would not only lose his dukedom, but his prestige in the Minged Hall would also decline. At that time, it would be difficult for Xiao Hongqian to become the next head of the Minged Hall. How could Jing Hongqian tolerate this? I'm an exchange student from Shrek Academy, you can't. Ah. Huo Yuhao still wanted to rely on Shrek Academy to avoid punishment, but no one wanted to listen to him at this moment. Nana kicked him, knocking out 3 more teeth. Huo Yuhao's mouth was full of blood, and his condition was terrible. But Huo Yuhao's misery had only just begun. The moment the Soul Guidance prototype appeared, those who knew what it meant were enraged. The Soul Douluos and Title Douluos did not step forward. But Meng Hongqian had already stepped forward, kicked Huo Yuhao's calf and broke it, and injected a certain amount of Zhu Qing Ice Silkworm poison into Huo Yuhao's leg. At this time, Huo Yuhao was not an ultimate Ice Soul Master. He had no resistance to Zhu Qing's Ice Silkworm poison. In addition, Meng Hongqian intentionally left her own soul power ice crystals on Huo Yuhao's legs. Even if Huo Yuhao had a chance to survive the events that followed, he was destined to be a cripple for the rest of his life. Xiao Chang raised an eyebrow as he watched Meng Hongqian's movements. In the original story, during the second All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Shrek Academy relied on Huo Yuhao and Wang Qiu's cheating. When Meng Hongqian reappeared, her leg had already suffered severe injuries, leaving her with a lifelong disability. It seems that Huo Yuhao has no chance to cheat now, because he was crippled by Meng Hongqian first. The hidden foe. RCE left by the 5-ring Soul King on the 3-ring Soul Venerable is something that a person whose luck has been exhausted cannot recover from. Suppress them all first, then contact Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy must provide a proper explanation and compensation for this incident. After Nana and Meng Hongqian tormented Huo Yuhao so much that he didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy, Jing Hongqian's anger finally subsided a little. After secretly instructing a Soul Douluo to inflict severe torture on Huo Yuhao, Hiketu, and Fan Yu were taken away and imprisoned separately. The remaining people continued to interrogate the rest of the Shrek members. Even the team leader Fan Yu was suppressed. This time, Shrek Academy showed an extremely cooperative attitude. On the one hand, there was Jing Hongqian and others present, and on the other hand, the others did not bring anything. Seeing that Jing Hongqian had returned and that he was now in a dispensable position, Xiao Chang took Nana and bid farewell to Jing Hongqian. After all, with the explosion of the ring and the Susano, even though the battles on both sides were short, Xiao Chang himself had suffered considerable losses. Especially the exploding rings. Xiao Chang could feel that if it weren't for the weakness caused by the previous exploding rings, when Xiao Chang mentioned the great wilderness imprisoning heaven hand, Fan Yu, who hadn't entered the martial soul true body state, should have been slapped down by Xiao Chang. There would have been no chance for him to continue opening the half-body Susano. Sensing Xiao Chang's somewhat pale face, Jing Hongqian agreed to Xiao Chang's request and had an 8-ring Soul Douluo escort Xiao Chang down to rest. But just as Xiao Chang was about to leave, Tianmeng's voice rang in his mind. Wait, what is that thing? What's wrong, brother Tianmeng? I'm not entirely sure, but the golden gem that the guy named Bebe took out gave me a feeling that was somewhat familiar but not quite familiar. Xiao Chang secretly used his mental detection to examine the golden gemstone that Bebe had taken out of her soul tool. He discovered that the golden gemstone appeared to be just an ordinary luminous stone on the surface, but it contained an extremely powerful energy of light within. Is this a dragon pill? Upon detecting the intense light energy and recalling the original novel, Douluo Continent 2, The Peerless Tang Sect, Xiao Chang immediately recognized the contents of the luminous stone. Xiao Chang just didn't expect Mu En to be so bold as to let Bei Bei bring that dragon pill to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Isn't he afraid that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy might have some special testing methods? Okay. I'm not afraid at all. The mental detection system quickly detected that the dragon pill passed the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's detection machine normally, showing that it was just an ordinary luminous stone. At this moment, Xiao Chang also thought of Mu En's invincible strength in the early stages. If he wanted to create some kind of restriction with all his might, the coup Rent soul guidance technology might not be able to detect it completely. Tianmeng's experience stemmed from spending too much time with Dishan and developing a deep impression of the golden-eyed Blah CK dragon that plundered his life energy. This impression made him sensitive to other powerful dragons as well. Otherwise, even he wouldn't have been able to easily see through the dragon core disguised as a luminous stone. I really didn't expect that dragon core to appear here now. Perfect. Shrek Academy wants to steal the soul tools from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and I want Shrek Academy's dragon core. It's quite fair. Sensing that Bei Bei's cultivation had reached level 55, and confirming that the one in Bei Bei's hand was a real dragon core, Xiao Chang thought to himself, and then silently left Mingde Hall. Xiao Hongshan is still at Shrek Academy, and given Xiao Chang's current weakened state, it's not time to make a move yet. Therefore, confirming that it is indeed the dragon pill is enough for now. Xiao Chang still has time, the rest can be dealt with slowly. Reaching the temporary rest area, Xiao Chang cupped his hands in greeting to the soul Douluo who was escorting him. Thank you for escorting me all the way, Elder Qin. Young friend Xiao, there's no need for that. That soul-guided mecha also represents a lot of my hard work, and I have to thank you for saving it. After a brief farewell to the soul Douluo who had escorted him, Xiao Chang went to a temporary rest room. After confirming that only he and Nana were in the room, Xiao Chang relaxed a little. But as soon as he relaxed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, and then he lost consciousness. First the ring was destroyed, then the Susano, and what's more, it was a 100,000 year level spirit ring that was destroyed. This kind of consumption completely exceeded Xiao Chang's initial expectations. If it weren't for the concern that the ordinary spirit masters at the Su En Moon Royal Spirit Master Academy were unreliable, Xiao Chang shouldn't have even gone to supervise. Owner. Chapter 173 Shrek's Headache. Before his consciousness completely faded, Xiao Chang clung to his last shred of awareness. Telling Nana not to make a sound, and then slept until noon the next day. Master, you're awake. How are you feeling now? It's nothing serious. I'll recover after a while. If a day passes, some things should be resolved by then. What's the situation outside right now? Currently, no soul tool blueprints or advanced soul tools have been found on anyone other than Huo Yuhao and Hiketu. However, given the situation with Hiketu and Huo Yuhao, everyone from Shrek Academy is now under our surveillance. The Hall Master and many of the Mingde Hall's Hig Her-ups are furious about this and are already demanding an explanation from Shrek Academy. It seems that the exchange student program will end ahead of schedule. Xiao Chang nodded. Now that Huo Yuao's luck has been stripped away and Electrolux is gone, the soul spirit system can be used directly without worrying about being copied. All that's left is to wait for Xiao Hongshan to return, and the force based on the soul spirit can officially appear in everyone's sight. That's good news. What about the teacher? What's the Emperor's attitude towards this attack? In the original story, because of this attack, Huo Yuhao took advantage of the chaos to steal the prototype of the mecha, and Jing Hongshan lost his position as Duke. Although the position of Duke was not fundamental to Jing Hongshan, it was not a good thing for Xiao Chang, whose interests were highly tied to Jing Hongshan's. The Emperor said that this time, the Hall Master saved the Sun Moon Empire's property from He Haoshan sect and made a contribution to the Sun Moon Empire. Therefore, he has been given a certain reward. By the way, Master, the eunuch who came to deliver the message said that there are also things for you this time. They will be officially delivered by the royal family later. Instead of punishment, a reward was given. Was it because of himself, or because of? Suddenly, Xiao Chang thought of the difference between the old emperor in the original novel and the current old emperor. In the original novel, The old emperor was already in a state of near death when he was attacked at the Ming Hall of the Sun Moon Empire. At this time, he demoted some truly capable officials, and after the crown prince ascended the throne, he would find a reason to reinstate them to their original positions. The new emperor's favor would ensure that the new emperor could consolidate his throne more quickly. General Tian Zhi in his previous life did just that before he died. However, because of his cheerful mood, and because Xiao Chang secretly sent some water from the Lake of Life to the old emperor's health was improving day by day, and he was fully prepared to let Shu Tianren be the crown prince for 50 years. At this time, he naturally would not think of belittling Jing Hongqian to pave the way for the crown prince. Great. All good news. Use your fourth soul skill on me, and I'll try out the new abilities of just grasped. Yes, master. As Nana spoke, she released 4 purple and 1 black spirit rings. The 4th purple spirit ring lit up, which was Nana's 4th spirit skill, Wraith. Function. Releases a portion of one's soul to attack enemies. However, due to his and Xiao Chang's situation, they definitely couldn't attack, but the vengeful spirit did appear around Xiao Chang. Sensing the vengeful spirit, Xiao Chang's other spirit rings merged. Under Xiao Chang's control, his only spirit ring turned gray, just like Huo Yuhao's in the original story. Feeling the numerous strange runes in his mind, Xiao Chang was certain that they were Electrolux's necromancy. After casually searching for magic to control vengeful spirits, Xiao Chang took Nana's vengeful spirit in his hand and easily placed it into his spiritual sea. Master. Nana couldn't help but kneel down as part of her soul suddenly lost control. I'll use it first, and I'll give it to you later. Go outside and protect me. Yes. After Nana left, Xiao Chang took out the life-carving knife. Previously, because he didn't have Ilex, he couldn't complete the Life Guardian Blade and the Life Eye. However, by replicating the martial soul formed by Ilex, Xiao Chang is now almost the same as if he had obtained Ilex. After researching Electrolux's magic for a while, Tianmeng and Xiao Chang together controlled the life-carving knife to open the Life Eye for Xiao Chang. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Shrek Academy Inner Courtyard, Sea God Pavilion. Huo Yuhao was caught red-handed, and the successful replication of the Ilex martial soul can be considered as stealing the Ilex legacy. Jing Hongqian, the master of Ming Hall, was not held accountable because the old emperor did not want to pass the throne to the crown prince for the time being. Whether it is the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy or Xiao Chang personally, these results are all good. But as we all know, happiness on one side is often built on the pain on the other. The happier Xiao Chang is right now, the more miserable Shrek Academy is right now. They were caught stealing the blueprints, and their theft of the Sun Moon Empire's mechs was also discovered. Not only that, Fan Yu's plan, which was arguably the best option under the circumstances, became an unbearable consequence for Shrek Academy after its failure. Unfortunately, all of that was recorded by the advanced soul guidance technology system of the Sun Moon Empire, and it happened in public, so there was witness testimony and physical evidence. Even though Hiketu had his neck pressed down, and Huo Yuhao had several teeth knocked out and one of his legs broken, and was humiliated and trampled underfoot, Shrek Academy had no way to demand an explanation. After all, Shrek Academy is only the second-generation Shrek Academy, and it hasn't reached the level of the third-generation Shrek Academy where it dominates the world and is talked about all over the Federation. Shrek Academy cannot currently stage a scenario where students steal from the army retaliates by killing the students, and then Shrek sends a high-ranking official to massacre the army that killed Shrek Academy members. This is especially impossible within the Sun Moon Empire. Just like Flander, who said, "Don't mess with mediocre people," as his school motto, but didn't dare to provoke Poison Douluo. And even left without saying a word when Poison Douluo told him to get lost. Shrek Academy is not yet at the level of having absolute power. When facing the Sun Moon Empire, Shrek Academy still has to reason with them openly. That's why, even though all the members of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion had been sitting there for half a day, not a single person had spoken. Tell me, what should we do? Continuing to drag this out won't solve anything. When Mu En spoke, there shouldn't have been an awkward silence, but everyone remained silent. Seeing that continuing to be silent was not going to work, Mu En called out to Yan Xiaojie. Xiaojie, you speak. Teacher, I just don't understand one thing. How did Xiao Chang, a child who is not even 17 years old, manage to defeat Fan Yu? Chapter 174. The Fate of Hikaidu and Huo Yuhao. When the news came from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Shrek Academy was shocked. Even an elder from THEC God Pavilion surnamed Cao jumped out and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fan Yu is an 8-ring soul Douluo from Shrek Academy, an 8-ring soul Douluo. Even an ordinary A-T-ring soul Douluo is not someone a genius under 17 years old could defeat." After saying this, the sea god and the old man surnamed Cao were so angry that they fainted. There was no other way. This news came from Yi Shaosheng of Shrek Academy. His family wasn't in the Sun Moon Empire, and he himself had been checked by Shrek's people and hadn't been subjected to any restrictions. Under these circumstances, Yi Shaosheng had no reason to lie. Coupled with the clear soul guidance video, everything proves that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was not lying. If the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy isn't lying, then this news is truly terrifying. At less than 17 years old, his combat power surpassed that of a Soul Douluo, and he even had the best soul ring combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings like Fan Yu, and his soul power was as high as level 86 Soul Douluo. Yan Xiaojie admitted that he could not do what Xiao Chang did at that age. Even with the gluttonous divine ox, one of the top-tier martial souls, Zan Lao couldn't overpower a Soul Douluo at that age. In fact, even someone a little higher up, like Yan Xiaojie's teacher and Zan Lao's uncle, Mu Lao, who now leads Shrek Academy, was only a 6-ring Soul Emperor when he was under 17. Although he was strong, Mu En knew that he had absolutely no chance of winning against A.S. Old Douluo with the combat power of Fan Yu at that time. Even Mu En failed to do it, but Xiao Chang of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy did it. How could everyone remain calm? As long as Xiao Chang is there, Shrek Academy is doomed to lose the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Xiao Chang is already able to defeat Soul Douluo at his current age, and in 3 years, even Ordinary title Douluo might not be his match. But how can Shrek Academy cultivate a title Douluo who is no more than 20 years old? After much deliberation, the elders concluded that Shrek Academy couldn't cultivate such talent. They had always relied on the genius scroll. If Shrek Academy had more geniuses like Xiao Chang, they might be able to try, but the problem was that Shrek Academy simply didn't have a genius like Xiao Chang. The bigger problem is that Shrek Academy has already lost once. If it were just a one-time loss due to special circumstances, that would be one thing, but losing 2 matches in a row raises the question, can Shrek Academy still be the number 1 academy on the continent? And if it's not the number 1 academy on the continent, can Shrek Academy continue to attract geniuses from all over the continent? Without a constant stream of geniuses coming to Shrek Academy's training in running alone would likely lead to a break in its academic lineage. And Shrek Academy, like the 9 treasure glazed tile school, relies on a large number of geniuses for its success. If this continues for 3 to 5 generations, Shrek Academy will be finished. Not to mention that once a genius like Xiao Chang grows up, he will definitely become a pillar of the Sun Moon Empire and target Shrek Academy. Yi Shaosheng witnessed Xiao Chang's situation firsthand. And given that it was likely Fan Yu's temporary uprising, there's no doubt that Xiao Chang defeated Fan Yu head-on. The second awakening of his main martial soul, coupled with that sudden burst of power, suggests a self-fusion martial soul technique. Twin martial souls, a main martial soul, and a self-fusion martial soul technique. He truly is a genius I've never seen before. When Yan Xiaojie asked Mu En whether Xiao Chang's displayed strength was genuine, Mu En analyzed and said this. How could this be? Yan Xiaojie seemed to have all his strength drained away, his spirits utterly dejected. Why doesn't such a genius come to our Shrek Academy? He should be a genius in martial soul cultivation. This is such a waste. We'll talk about Xiao Chang's matter later. I don't have any solutions for him right now. I can only try to win him over when we have the chance to meet. The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss another matter. Fan Yu, Hikaidu, and Huo Yuhao. The 3 of them were caught red-handed by the Sun Moon Empire. Now the Sun Moon Empire wants to execute them according to their laws. If we want to save them, we need to provide 3 100,000-year-old soul bones. Upon hearing the mention of soul bones, Yan Xiaojie immediately stood up anxiously. A 100,000-year soul bone. Why don't they just go and steal it? It's blatant robbery. There's nothing we can do. This time we got caught red-handed, and we're in the wrong. No, teacher. 3 100,000-year soul bones are too precious. As for Fan Yu, he will become a title Douluo sooner or later. As for Huo Yuhao and Hiketu, their lives are definitely not worth a 100,000-year soul bone. Dean Xian Liner of the Soul Guidance Department slammed her hand on the table. Yan Xiaojie, what do you mean? Huo Yuhao and Kai Tu worked for Shrek Academy. They may not have made any great contributions, but they certainly put in a lot of effort. Are you just going to abandon them like this? Are you even human? I didn't say I wouldn't save them, but compared to a 100,000-year soul bone, they really can't compare. Even you don't have a 100,000-year soul bone, let alone 3 at once. No one in the martial soul system can do that. You. Xian Liner glared at Yan Xiaojie, but at this moment, Elder Song spoke up. Alright, Liner, I know you're worried about your 2 disciples. They're both good kids. But Xiaojie is right this time. They're indeed not worth 100,000-year soul bones, and even Fan Yu isn't worth much. I inherited one of those from your grandfather and was planning to pass it on to you. Using 3 100,000-year soul bones to save people, even if Shrek Academy has a lot of soul bones, we can't be such suckers. 2 elite soldiers who failed their first mission for Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy should spend some resources to save their lives, which is already doing them a favor. Using a 100,000-year soul bone to save 2 people with average talent, or even one with very poor talent, is something I would disagree with first. Mom. That's settled then. If you don't agree, don't call me mom. Regarding the matter of exchanging 3 100,000-year-old soul bones for 3 members of Shrek Academy, many elders of the Sea God Pavilion spoke freely, and their opinions were relatively unified. Apart from Xian Liner, who initially had the idea of exchanging soul bones for people in order to confront Yan Xiaojie, the other elders all said that at most, they could exchange for Fan Yu. Hiketu and Huo Yuhao were only fit to be 2 expendable pawns. Since their first mission failed, Shrek Academy could offer some resources to try to save their lives. If they had enough resources, Shrek Academy would not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of these 2. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Jing Hongchen was furious upon seeing the news from Shrek Academy. Another individual act, and to exchange a 100,000-year soul bone for 3 people's survival. Fan Yu still has to send it back to them. Seeing Jing Hongchen's anger, a retainer of the Hongchen family, fearing he might make a wrong decision, quickly reminded him, Master, please calm down. After all, the young master is still at Shrek Academy. Besides, a 100,000-year-old soul bone can at least make up for our losses. Alright, you're right, but this matter absolutely cannot be left like this. Huo Yuhao and Hiketu's lives can be spared, but only their lives. Go get some medicine that damages their foundation, force them to drink until they need spirit rings, and then give each of them a 10-year spirit ring to help them hunt down. Yes, Master. Furthermore, once they've finished hunting down their spirit rings, send them to the cotton plantation immediately. Since Rek doesn't intend to take care of them anymore, let them live there as serfs for the rest of their lives, eating scraps. Especially that Huo Yuhao. Give him extra attention, double the whippings on him. Yes, Master. Chapter 175 Huo Yuhao's tragic experience. Since Shrek Academy could no longer afford to spend a lot of money to save Huo Yuhao and Hiketu, who were of little value, and given that the 2 of them claimed to have been caught for personal reasons, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's operation against them was now legitimate. Furthermore, Shrek Academy intended to abandon them. And the 2 quickly destroyed their talents with drugs under Jing Hongchen's orders. Huo Yuhao then obtained a white 4th spirit ring, and his spirit power reached level 41, while he Ketu obtained a white 5th spirit ring, but his spirit power was only level 50. The 2 of them hunted spirit beasts that were barely 10 years old. It was already a miracle that Huo Yuhao could reach level 41. Hiketu's white fifth spirit ring didn't even give him a level of spirit power boost. It just occupied a spirit ring slot and gave him a pitifully weak fifth spirit skill. The two were thus taken to the cotton plantation. Upon arrival, before they could say anything, Hiketu received a free 100 draw bonus for stepping into the plantation with his left foot first, while Huo Yuhao received a free 300 draw bonus for stepping into the plantation with his right foot first. Then the plantation foreman, disregarding the fact that they had just been beaten and hadn't eaten yet, immediately ordered them to work without saying a word. If they perform below average, they'll get a beating at night and won't get any food. After the two men had been serfs on the plantation for half a month, things began to change. After Jing Hongchen calmed down a bit, the person in charge accepted some money from Shrek Academy. Although the whipping continued as usual, watermelon and fried chicken were provided to Hiketu to supplement his nutrition and vitamins, so that his life wouldn't be all hardship. But Huo Yuhao wasn't so lucky. Even if the steward had a million times the courage, he wouldn't dare accept the money to improve Huo Yuhao's treatment, since Jing Hongchen specifically requested special care from him. Despite Shrek Academy raising their offer, Huo Yuhao, not wanting to be treated like a serf, refused to accept the money. If that were all, it would be understandable, but the manager was tempted by the money Shrek Academy wanted to offer. He wanted it in his heart, but couldn't have it in his hands. He had to vent his anger on someone. So, during one of the few times he could rest, Huo Yuhao was forcibly dragged off the ground and forced to sleep next to the toilet. Seeing Huo Yuhao's miserable treatment, Hiketu, who was originally dissatisfied with having to pick cotton for the clothes of the Red Dust clan's retainers despite being the former crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire, suddenly felt a sense of happiness. Although his life was far worse than when he was at Shrek Academy, compared to Huo Yuhao, who was limping and sleeping next to the toilet and could only eat leftovers, Hiketu felt that his life was still pretty good. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. With Huo Yuhao and Hiketu's arrangements finalized, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy Hen continued to discuss the exchange student program with Shrek Academy. While the two sides were discussing the exchange student program, a prince from the Heavenly Soul Empire secretly came to K Academy and approached Shrek's Sea God Pavilion. Prince Shuiyan, is there something you need? Yan Xiaojie, the dean of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, asked. Normally, when a prince from the Heavenly Soul Empire comes to Shrek Academy, the dean of studies, Du Weilan, would be able to simply give him a casual reception. Shrek Academy in Douluo Continent 2 already has the air of an emperor. Who was originally part of the three kingdoms of Douluo Continent. Although it has not yet reached the level of an emperor who can defecate in the Federation's mouth like in Douluo Continent 3, it is independent of the three kingdoms and is completely unrestrained by the legal authority of the three kingdoms of Douluo Continent. However, it has the law enforcement power that is above the three kingdoms of Douluo Continent. It is clear that it has begun to rise above the three kingdoms of Douluo Continent. Furthermore, the original work clearly states that even the emperor of the empire must bow respectfully to the dean of Shrek Academy. Under such circumstances, how could a mere prince of the Heavenly Soul Empire be worthy of a personal audience with the dean of Shrek Academy's outer court? If it weren't for the fact that they lost the previous All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, and would have lost this one as well, and that the geniuses needed for the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament would still require help from Tianyun Dueling and Xingluo countries, Yan Xiaojie would never have easily gone to see this prince of the small Tianyun Empire. Dean Yan, it's like this. I've heard rumors that the body sect has become the guardian sect of the Sun Moon Empire and even helped the Sun Moon Empire's Minged Hall repel the Hooshan sect's sneak attack. I wonder if any of your students who went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy for exchange witnessed this. Prince Shuiyan asked. Right now is the honeymoon period between the Heavenly Soul Empire and the body sect. They are just waiting for Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire and the young sect master Long Aoshan of the body sect to get married in a few years. Then the body sect will officially announce that it will become the guardian sect of the Heavenly Soul Empire. However, just when both sides were discussing the betrothal gifts and dowry, the body sect, which had originally remised to give the Heavenly Soul Empire something that would satisfy them, failed to deliver. Instead, it was rumored that the body sect had become the guardian sect of the Sun Moon Empire and had helped the Sun Moon Empire repel the Clear Sky sect, which had previously tried to steal the Soul Beast embryos from the Sun Moon Empire. Prince Shuiyan had met Long Aotian and witnessed his deep affection for Vina. However, after investigation, he discovered that the Sun Moon Empire also had a princess, who was the only daughter of the current emperor and had a good relationship with her brothers. His intuition told him he should trust the body sect and Long Aotian, but when it came to the life and death of the Heavenly Soul Empire, he couldn't act solely based on his intuition. I came here to seek verification not only to put my mind at ease, but also to put the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire and the entire high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Soul Empire at ease. The body sect helped the Sun Moon Empire repel the Clear Sky sect. We did have some students witness this, but it's probably fake. That's good. That's good. Hearing Yan Xiaojie say that the matter was false, Prince Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief, but then Yan Xiaojie's next words made him gasp for breath. Although we are not on good terms with the body sect, I know that this incident is just a mudslinging smear by the Sun Moon Empire. Taking advantage of the body sect's mystery, which makes no one know their specific situation, they just made up a name and then threw mud at the body sect. They even said that the body sect's young sect master is named Long Aotian. Ha! The body sect is a top secret, and the name of the body sect's young sect master is also a top secret. Even I, Shrek Academy, don't know the name of their young sect master. They are just talking nonsense because everyone else doesn't know. And what did he say? He said he would protect Lu Bo with his life. Does he real? Why think we'd believe a name he just made up? As Yan Xiaojie was speaking, he noticed that Prince Shuiyan's expression was gradually becoming strange. What's wrong with you? No, it's nothing. Chapter 176. The New Force. The Soul Palace. Yan Xiaojie didn't know the specifics of the body sect, only that they had a title Douluo and that the current sect leader should be called Du-Buc. As F. Or the name of the body sect's young sect leader, even Mu En didn't know it. Therefore, he didn't believe that the body sect's young sect leader was called Long Aotian. He thought that the name was Ju. Saint something said casually to deceive those who didn't know the true situation of the body sect. Yan Xiaojie didn't know the name of the young master of the body sect and thought the name was made up. However, Prince Shuiyan, who came over, knew the name of the young master of the body sect. As someone who was going to discuss marriage with Princess Vina of their Heavenly Soul Empire, how could he, as a high-ranking official of the Heavenly Soul Empire, not know the name of the young master of the body sect who was about to become the consort of the Heavenly Soul Empire? The young sect leader of the body sect is named Long Aotian. The thought that the body sect had actually become the guardian sect of the Sun Moon Empire while negotiating cooperation with the Heavenly Soul Empire made Prince Shuiyan break out in a cold sweat. They even said that Long Aotian would protect Lu Bo with his life. What about Princess Vina of their Heavenly Soul Empire? Are you really alright? You don't seem to be alright right now. How about I find a soul master to take a look at you? Yan Xiaojie asked, seeing that Prince Shuiyan's condition was getting worse. No need, it's an old ailment, it'll be fine after a while. I'll take my leave now, so as not to disturb Dean Yan any longer. Prince Shuiyan hurriedly left, as he needed to remind the emperor to be wary of the body sect to prevent them from secretly becoming the Sun Moon Empire's guardian sect. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. After a long period of wrangling with Shrek Academy, Xiao Hongqian successfully returned to the Sun Moon Empire within the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. While Bei Bei of Shrek Academy, whose dragon core was secretly stolen by Xiao Chang, also returned to Shrek Academy. As for the other geniuses on both sides, they stayed in others' academies and continued their exchange studies as usual. After completing their studies in more than 2 years, they could choose to return to their own academy or stay in their current academy to continue their studies. This was an idea proposed by Jing Hongqian, and Mu En agreed to it. Jing Hongqian is an exception because, compared to Shrek Academy, the Sun Moon Empire has very few geniuses. Xiao Hongqian, Meng Hongqian, and Nana are already extremely special cases, while Xiao Chang's situation can no longer be considered a special case. His situation is unprecedented in the entire history of the Sun Moon Empire and cannot be considered normal. Aside from the four special cases of Xiao Chang, Xiao Hongqian, Meng Hongqian, and Nana, none of the geniuses in the Sun Moon Empire over the past decade can compare to Ling Luokan. Although Ma Rulong reached the 6th ring Soul Emperor level before he was over 20, only the people of the Sun Moon Empire knew that if they hadn't used some high-level drugs to slightly catalyze Ma Rulong's progress in the previous all-continent Advanced Soul Master competition, Ma Rulong would not have been able to reach the Soul Emperor level in the previous competition. As for future development, it shouldn't be a problem for Ma Rulong to reach the Soul Douluo level, but it's not entirely without issues. After all, with his big-headed spirit ape martial soul, it's clear that even entering the inner academy at Shrek Academy is unlikely. As for the title Douluo level, he'll need even better medicine. Super Douluo is out of the question. Level 92 is the upper limit for title Douluos in the Sun Moon Empire, which is over 95% of the time. The biggest benefit of the drug is to those soul masters at the bottom level who cannot then reach the level of great soul masters and soul lords. However, for soul masters with certain talents, it is a double-edged sword. It will accelerate the speed of early improvement, allowing you to go further, but at the same time, it will limit your upper limit in the later stage, causing even someone like Shu Tianren, who is like the Purple Emperor Annihilation Dragon, to be stuck at level 92. And never have the hope of becoming a Super Douluo. The other Soul Kings of the Sun Moon Empire, all under 20 years old, seemed to have good talent, but in terms of actual talent, they were equivalent to Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo without their martial soul fusion skills, or even worse. Yet, they were still the top-tier geniuses that the Sun Moon Empire could boast about. The Sun Moon Empire needs geniuses, or rather, it desperately needs top-notch geniuses. However, the Sun Moon Empire doesn't produce many geniuses. Just then, Shrek Academy arrived, and the quality of Shrek Academy's geniu C's is generally considered top-notch within the Sun Moon Empire. Therefore, when Shrek Academy was in the wrong, Jing Hongqian proposed to switch Beibei and Xiao Hongqian back, while the rest could continue their studies. And then each person could compete for others based on their own abilities. Shrek Academy didn't refuse too much. Although when Xiao Hongqian was replaced, it was Beibei, Ling Luokan, and Xiao Xiao who were replaced together. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had the ability to make them reason, and they were in the wrong. So after agreeing that they would each recruit people based on their own abilities, the two sides continued their exchanges and learning. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is after Shrek Academy's geniuses in soul mastery, while Shrek Academy's goal is that, after their original plan failed, they hope that the students at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy can actually learn something about soul tools, as well as this group of students who are knowledgeable about soul tools and their supervising teachers. That's right, the students are a bit lacking, but their need for the Sun Moon Empire as their team leader is genuine. He teacher leading the team to Shrek Academy to protect the students, comparable to Fan Yu, is a true level 8 soul master from the Sun Moon Empire. Unlike Fan Yu, who is a mediocre level 8 Su L master in terms of soul guidance technology, this teacher is someone from the Sun Moon Empire who can independently create level 8 soul tools. Although he is much weaker than a level 8 soul master like Zhan Ziwen. In terms of soul guidance technology, even a small part of what he shows is a devastating blow to Shrek Academy, provided that he really wants to do something for Shrek. Both sides had what the other wanted. And both sides had confidence in the students and teachers they sent. So when Jing Hongqian made his request, Shrek Academy made a token refusal, and the two sides eventually reached a new agreement. Senior Sister Meng, how is junior nephew doing? After Xiao Hongqian returned, Xiao Chang, who hadn't seen him for a while, asked Meng Hongqian about his situation. Sigh. My brother. Ever since he came back and found out that his soul beast embryo was gone, he locked himself in his room, running around, pacing, rolling around, saying that he was fine, but tears were streaming down his face. In the end, he cried until he had no tears left and his voice was hoarse. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he looked up to the sky and roared, saying that no matter what the cost, he would kill all those people from the Haoshan sect. Xiao Chang. Let him calm down first. Let's not talk about this anymore. What else did you come to see us about? Till need to go back and comfort my old buddy. Oh, I'm planning to establish a faction and would like to ask you guys for help. Create your own faction. What will you name it? Soul Palace. Chapter 177 Shrek. What a joke. Could the Sun Moon Empire possibly offer a better spirit ring than ours? At the entrance of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy, Yan Xiaojie, the dean of the Shrek Academy's martial soul department, had been pacing back and forth in front of the Sea God Pavilion for 2.5 hours, unable to make up his mind to enter. It wasn't until Mu En couldn't stand it anymore that he sent a telepathic message outside the Sea God Pavilion. Come in, Xiaojie. You can't solve anything by just staying outside. Upon hearing his teacher's voice, Yan Xiaojie looked somewhat embarrassed and at a loss. He wasn't ready to enter the Sea God Pavilion, but since his teacher had already spoken, he had no choice but to go in. With no other option, Yan Xiaojie could only bite the bullet and walk in. Teacher, you wanted to see me. Yan Xiaojie bowed to Mu En as he entered the Sea God Pavilion, only then did he realize that Xian Linner had also come to Mu En's side. Her expression similar to his own awkwardness. Moon smiled. Am I looking for you, or are you looking for me? Teacher. No need to say more, I've already guessed why you came to see me. Besides, Linner came here before you and said that you both have the same purpose and want to ask me the same thing, right? So, Linner, you're also. Before Xian Linner could answer Yan Xiaojie, she turned her head away. Clearly not wanting to talk to him. Yan Xiaojie could only smile helplessly. He and Xian Linner were originally a couple, but because of Feng Ling, they ultimately did not end up together. Afterwards, he married Kai Meyer, who is now the vice dean of the Martial Soul Department, while Xian Linner had Qian Duoduo take over her. Unfortunately, the relationship Kia and Duoduo took over was the kind where they were not allowed to sleep together for decades or even centuries. It wasn't until they were both over 100 years old and were about to die in the face of the beast tide that Xian Linner reluctantly accepted Qian Duoduo. They didn't meet when they were in their 20s or 30s, and they were only allowed to sleep together when they were 120 or 30 years old. Qian Duoduo, the sycophant of an honest man, was truly pitiful. Mu En glanced at Yan Xiaojie and then at Xian Linner, and couldn't help but think of himself, the relationship between Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao. However, compared to Qian Duoduo, Long Xiaoyao was still better off. At least he had been with Yi Qishui when she was young, and Yi Qishui even gave birth to a son for him. As for Qian Duoduo, it was a bit of a tragic situation. With that thought in mind, Moon pulled himself out of his thoughts and began to talk about the current situation. Both of you came to me to ask why I agreed to Jing Hongshan's request to allow both sides to poach each other's talent at will. Since you two have asked, I will answer your questions. As Mu En spoke, 2p. Rare mats flew to Xian Linner and Yan Xiaojie's side, gesturing for them to sit down and listen. First, let's talk about the benefits we can gain this time. The soul guidance technology of the Sun Moon Empire is already too powerful. If we continue to be complacent, Shrek Academy will be eliminated by soul guidance technology sooner or later. This was already confirmed when I went to the Sun Moon Empire. Although they can't kill me easily right now, if it's within a fixed range, like when I went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy before, with the special fixed soul tool and no regard for the cost, I would still be doomed. The path of soul tool technology is inevitable, but unfortunately, the exchange students who went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy this time did not complete the extreme individual soldier plan. Shrek failed, and lost completely. The path of obtaining soul tool blueprints from the Sun Moon Empire is now completely blocked. Therefore, what those students can learn in the Sun Moon Empire, and whether those soul masters in the Sun Moon Empire are willing to become members of Shrek Academy, is our only way to pursue the soul tool technology of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Quote. As for those genius students in the martial soul system that you're worried about. At this point, Mu En paused, then looked at Yan Xiaojie. Xiaojie, as a level 95 Super Douluo and the Dean of the Spirit Department of Shrek Academy's Outer Court, tell me, what does a Spirit Master need to cultivate to a higher realm? After Mu En asked the question, Yan Xiaojie immediately answered respectfully. For a soul master to cultivate, the first thing is the innate martial soul and soul power. The innate martial soul and soul power determine the soul master's innate upper limit. Unless there are special opportunities on the path of cultivation, the level of the innate martial soul and soul power determines a person's ultimate upper limit. Even Master Yu Shaogang, who said 10,000 years ago that there are no useless martial souls, only useless people, was stuck at level 29 with his half-level innate soul power. He could not break through. For many years until Tang San's ancestor gave him the 9th grade Ganoderma lucidum. Only then did the master finally purify the impurities in his martial soul and was finally able to cultivate to a higher realm. Mu En's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Although some things were already quite clear to him, no matter how many times he heard it, Yu Shaogang's statement that there were no useless martial souls, only useless people, still sounded awkward. If it weren't for the fact that Moon is a descendant of Yu Shaogang, and that Yu Shaogang's situation made his words absolutely political. Why correct and not open to questioning by anyone in Shrek Academy, Moon would have wanted to curse him for misleading the younger generation. Yan Xiaojie did not notice the strange expression on Mu En's face, and continued to answer Mu En's questions. The innate martial spirit and soul power, along with the opportunities that come with it, determine the upper limit of a soul master. However, few soul masters can encounter such opportunities, so they are almost never considered. In this case, the innate martial spirit and soul power often determine the upper limit of a soul master. In addition, the upper limit of a soul master is determined by soul rings and soul bones. Soul bones can give soul masters special soul skills in addition to the normal 9 soul rings. If the soul bone has a high compatibility, it can even improve the quality of the martial soul to a certain extent. A soul master at the 7th level of the innate realm can even raise his upper limit to the 7th and a half level of the innate realm or even the 8th level of the innate realm because of a high-quality soul bone. As for spirit rings, they have similar functions to spirit bones, but they are more important. A spirit ring that is highly compatible with a spirit master will enhance the spirit master's bloodline and increase the upper limit of the spirit master's spirit. The age of the spirit ring also determines the upper limit of a spirit master. It's almost impossible for someone with a white first spirit ring to reach the level of a soul Douluo. Someone with 3 yellow spirit rings is almost not qualified to become a title Douluo. A spirit master with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black spirit rings can be said to have a level 92 limit. A spirit master with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings has a level 97 limit. A spirit master with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit ring has a level 98 limit. Only when the spirit rings have an age of 300,000 years can one be qualified to challenge for the limit Douluo level. Of course, these are all results after excluding special circumstances. If there is a very strong opportunity, this limit is not so absolute. In general, the innate martial soul and the acquired soul rings determine the ultimate upper limit of a soul master. A good soul bone is a good bonus, but it is only a bonus. The most important thing that determines the speed of soul power absorption is the soul ring. What determines whether you can reach a higher level is the sum of the talents brought by the martial soul and the soul ring. Hearing Yan Xiaojie say this, Mu En nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Martial soul and soul ring. Martial soul cannot be changed after birth, but soul ring is purely the accumulation of resources after birth. The foundation of Shrek Academy is its ability to hunt for sufficiently powerful soul rings. So, Xiaojie, Liner, do you think the Sun Moon Empire has enough powerful spirit rings for those exchange students? Chapter 178. This time it's the Sun Moon Empire's turn to poach talent. Upon hearing Mu En's words, Yan Xiaojie and Xian Liner were shocked. Yes. The fundamental reason why Shrek Academy was able to attract so many powerful soul masters was precisely because their powerful Sea God Pavilion could help high-level soul masters hunt for powerful soul rings. To obtain a high-grade soul ring, one either needs the backing of a terrifyingly powerful force like the Body Sect, or the assistance of Shrek Academy. Apart from these options, there are almost no other ways. Although the Minged Hull of the Sun Moon Empire is capable of hunting high-level spirit rings for spirit masters, the quality of spirit beasts and spirit rings in the Sun Moon Empire is far inferior to that of the Star-Do Great Forest in Shrek Academy. It's not that top-tier soul beasts are completely absent, but compared to Shrek Academy, the Sun Moon Empire's already limited soul beast resources mean they dare not kill indiscriminately like Shrek Academy. For soul masters, besides their innate martial soul and soul power level, the most important thing is their soul rings. The reason why the Sun Moon Empire has always been inferior to Shrek Academy in terms of soul masters is not only because there are not many geniuses, but also because of the quality of their soul rings. Hearing Mu En mention spirit rings, Yan Xiaojie's eyes lit up. He understood Mu En's idea somewhat. Teacher, do you mean we should use the quality of the spirit rings as bait to ensure those students will return to Shrek Academy in the future? Mu En chuckled. Hee. It can't really be called bait. I've already secretly promised those students that Ling Luokan can find a title Douluo from Shrek Academy to help her hunt for her 7th and 8th spirit rings. And if she reaches level 90, then a super Douluo will help her hunt for her 9th spirit ring. And I've also promised that this super Douluo won't be Xuanzi. With a title Douluo overseeing her, Ling Luokan can choose a decent 50,000-year-old soul beast as her 7th soul ring. Her 8th soul ring could even reach around 70,000 years. As for the 9th soul ring, with a super Douluo overseeing her, although Shrek Academy and the Star-Do Great Forest have an agreement not to hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts at will, soul beasts between 80,000 and 90,000 years old can be hunted as her 9th soul ring. Moreover, with a super Douluo overseeing her, Ling Luokan will also be qualified to obtain soul beasts of that level. Shrek Academy is the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent. In addition to its reputation as the #1 academy all along, the Sea God Pavilion's many title Douluos who can help people hunt for the 9th soul ring are also the foundation of Shrek Academy. As long as a soul master wants to obtain a high-level soul ring and go further on the path of a soul master, then they cannot do without Shrek Academy. To hunt soul beasts with the 7th soul ring precisely at the absorption limit of 50,000 years, and to hunt soul beasts with the 8th soul ring precisely at the absorption limit of over 70,000 years, is something only we, who possess the Star-Do Great Forest, can do. Although the Sun Moon Empire also has a soul beast forest, it is limited by the scarcity of high-level soul beasts there. Therefore, even the direct descendants of the royal family may not have as good a ratio of soul rings as the inner academies of Shrek Academy. Yan Xiaojie and Xian Liner nodded. Even if it was a 50,000-year-old soul beast that blocked Shrek Academy's path when no one needed to make a soul ring, they would kill it without hesitation. If this were to spread to the Sun Moon Empire, they would be scolded even if the Crown Prince did it, except for the Emperor. The 7th and 8th spirit rings, which are so close to the upper limit, are something only Shrek Academy can do. Even the body sect is a bit lacking in comparison. After all, after killing 3 100,000-year spirit beasts at once and causing a beast tide, the body sect has become much more restrained in terms of spirit beasts. As for Xiao Xiao, that child, Shrek Academy can no longer win this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Since that's the case, there's no need to let Xiao Xiao acquire the soul ring for her 2nd martial soul early on. Therefore, I have promised to help her equip a complete set of soul bones after her soul power reaches level 83. So that she doesn't have to worry about the numerous soul rings of her twin martial souls being too much for her body to handle. I have also promised that as long as she reaches level 83, Shrek Academy will send 2 Super Douluo to complete the soul ring acquisition for her. With level 83 and a full set of soul bones, Xiao Xiao can absorb even a 100,000-year soul ring normally. At this point, if we help her hunt for 7 soul rings of 70,000 years or more, her soul power will directly reach level 90, and she can continue to hunt for the remaining 2 soul rings. It would be best if she had another 100,000-year soul ring at this time. Even without a 100,000-year soul ring, with 8 soul rings of 70,000 years or more, Xiao Xiao can slowly grow to level 98 and then break through the level 99 barrier of the limit Douluo. Including Xiao Xiao's first martial soul, giving one person a total of 9 soul rings over 70,000 years old, plus that high-quality soul bone, is something the Sun Moon Empire absolutely cannot do. What we can give Xiao Xiao are truly valuable things, but what can the Sun Moon Empire offer? A bunch of soul tools. If a soul master can cultivate to level 99, who would have the idea of developing mixed-purpose tools? As for geniuses like Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo whose talent is relatively average, I have promised them that as long as they cultivate to level 70, at least a soul Douluo will help them obtain their 7th soul ring, and if they cultivate to level 80, at least a title Douluo will help them hunt for their 8th soul ring. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy can indeed afford to provide this, but are those people important? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo are quite good with their spirit fusion skills, but spirit fusion skills are only a trump card for spirit masters. If they really become spirit instructors, it will lead to them being neither good enough for either side. Therefore, it will also benefit others, but how much benefit they can get depends on what they can do for Shrek Academy. The teacher is wise. Yan Xiaojie bowed down to Mu En. His admiration for Mu En at this moment was absolute. While cultivating geniuses for Shrek Academy, they also took advantage of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Although it seems that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy made the request this time, Shrek Academy was situally already in an invincible position. The price Shrek paid was only to increase the price of cultivating geniuses for Shrek. Shrek made a huge profit. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Meanwhile, as Yan Xiaojie approached Mu En, several letters appeared in the hands of Xiao Xiao, Ling Luokan, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and others at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. This time, it's the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's turn to poach talent. Chapter 179 The Choice of the Crowd. At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Xiao Xiao, Ling Luokan, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo gathered together. They had all received invitations from Xiao Chang because of their good talents, and they were discussing whether to accept the invitation from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and see what they would receive. It's only a few of us. The fact that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy didn't invite Ning Tian is both unexpected and reasonable. However, Ling Luokan spoke first in Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's room. As a 6th soul emperor who has reached the age of 20, she has a certain understanding of this world. The others may not be very clear about the relationship between the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Shrek Academy. But she has a certain concept of it. Ning Rongrong, the ancestor of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, was one of the original Shrek 7 Devils. The initial Shrek Academy was built with the help of the Heaven Do royal family, which was persuaded by the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School also contributed a lot to this. As RLY students and contributors to the school, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which was practically Shrek Academy's second father, meant that even though the school was now weakened, they were considered Shrek Academy's second son. Even today, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Shrek Academy remain closely intertwined. Almost every direct disciple of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School is sent to Shrek Academy. This situation makes it virtually impossible for the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School to stand against Shrek Academy unless there is an immense benefit for them. And if Xiao Chang could offer such immense benefits, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School wouldn't be worth that price now. 10,000 years ago, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School was the richest in the continent and was protected by 2 powerful beings who were considered strong even among Super Douluo. It was one of the top 5 or even top 3 forces on the continent. But now, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not as wealthy as Ming Hall, and in terms of strength, it only has a Soul Douluo in charge. It is completely a second-rate sect. To offer them such immense benefits to entice them to join his side would be pure stupidity. Therefore, Xiao Chang gave up on the alliance with Ning Tian from the beginning. In contrast, their situation was quite different. Of the 4 people present, only she had stayed at Shrek Academy for a slightly longer period. The other 3 had only been at Shrek Academy for 2 years. Moreover, this 2 years was not an approximate time. As Saint Udents who enrolled the year before the previous All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, they came here as exchange students a year after the tournament ended. They had indeed only stayed for 2 years, not even 2.5 years. It was just a mere 2 years. After 2 years of study, they arrived at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Naturally, they couldn't claim much loyalty to Shrek Academy, and as for themselves, Ling Luokan originally believed that she was loyal to Shrek Academy, but after the explosion that killed 4 of the Shrek 7 devils, her desire for an invincible shield made her unsure whether she still held the same loyalty to Shrek Academy. After all, during that operation to hunt down evil spirit masters, she was almost killed by Elder Zahn of Shrek Academy, and he couldn't say anything. The situation of her senior sister was still fresh in his mind. It was already good enough that he didn't make her, Dai Yuang, and Ma Xiaotao kneel down and apologize to Elder Zahn that time. When she returns to Shrek Academy in the future, once Shrek Academy becomes a place where Elder Zahn reigns supreme, Ling Luokan doesn't know what she will do if he doesn't have enough invincible shields. That's why, when someone from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy handed her the invitation, Ling Luokan didn't refuse outright, but instead thought about it for a moment and accepted it. Mu En's promise was indeed very good, but after learning about her senior sister's experience of being tricked by Zhan Lao's teammates and seniors, she was quite cautious about Shrek Academy's promise. What if Zhan Lao insisted on interfering when she reached level 80? Zhan Lao would most likely be the master of the Sea God Pavilion, and who could really stop him? Therefore, Ling Luokan wanted to find a way out for herself, but the invitation to discuss the matter in detail was too straightforward. Without a reason, she really couldn't follow the instructions in the invitation. Senior Sister Ling, what do you think we should do about this? Why don't you take us to see it? Maybe this invitation is just to let us visit the soul tools of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Or maybe we can do some business together. Lan Susu said. Shrek Academy made a promise to the sisters, but it was a promise that was neither worth keeping nor worth discarding. A soul Douluo leading a team to hunt for the 7th soul ring, and a title Douluo leading a team to hunt for the 8th soul ring, sounded good, but it was only a good promise. This promise wasn't enough to make them loyal to Shrek Academy, and they weren't even particularly willing to take the bait. It's just that Shrek Academy had calculated that the Sun Moon Empire couldn't offer them any greater benefits. So they didn't have many options. Their talent doesn't lie in soul tools. With the unique advantage of martial soul fusion skills, their path is almost entirely limited to martial souls. Shrek Academy recognized this, which is why they provided such limited resources. When Ling Luokan heard Lan Susu say that this trip to Xiao Chang's place might just be to visit the soul tool, his eyes lit up. She was in dire need of an invincible shield, and accepting Xiao Chang's invitation to go to the place he specified was just to see if there was a chance to buy one. That was somewhat plausible. Thinking this, Ling Luokan said, let's do some business. If we could buy an invincible shield. In that case, let's go. Although we are all students of Shrek Academy, we might as well take some of the benefits from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Besides, I really need to buy some invincible shields. Ling Luokan stood up, and then Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo followed her to leave. However, as they were about to leave, Xiao Xiao was still sitting on the stool to the side, showing no intention of leaving. Xiao Xiao, why don't you go and see if there are any soul tools you need? Although we are all martial soul type, we can still use some soul tools for a while. Xiao Xiao shook her head. No, Senior Ling, you can go ahead. I have absolutely no interest in soul tools. Compared to Ling Luokan, who had been persecuted by the academy, Xiao Xiao, who didn't know what was going on with Elder Zahn, still chose to believe in Shrek Academy. Furthermore, Shrek promised her something even better. So Xiao Xiao chose to continue to firmly support Shrek Academy. In fact, if the invitation hadn't been sent to 4 people at the same time, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have even participated in this discussion. She's destined to become a high-ranking member of Shrek Academy in the future. Chapter 180 Lan Sisters. Do we need to call you Master? Xiao Xiao, since you don't have any soul tools you want to buy, then forget it. But if the invincible shield is available, I'd still like to buy it. What about Su Su and Luo Luo? Before leaving, Ling Luokan reiterated that she was only going to see if there was a chance to buy the invincible shield. Let's go together. Unlike Xiao Xiao, who genuinely painted a huge picture of success, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo hadn't actually benefited much from Shrek Academy. Given this situation, with Xiao Chang, backed by a powerful force, inviting them, they naturally wouldn't be loyal to Shrek Academy to the death. Waiting for the best offer was their best option at the moment. In the end, the three assured that they were loyal to Shrek Academy and that they were just looking to see if there were any powerful soul tools they wanted to buy just in case. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. In a high-level conference room of Ming Hall, Xiao Chang waited for Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Ling Luokan. Xiao Xiao didn't come. Oh well. Please have a seat, all three of you. Xiao Chang wasn't too surprised that Xiao Xiao didn't come. In the original story, Shrek Academy had many geniuses. Putting aside Hiketu's specific situation, there were Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao who clearly possessed twin martial souls. Huo Yuhao, needless to say, has lost his opportunity and his luck. Now, let alone having twin martial souls, he probably won't even reach the level of a six-ring soul emperor in this lifetime. In the original novel, Wang Dong's twin martial souls were revealed during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. However, due to certain butterfly effects, Wang Dong did not become a candidate for the tournament. Without that demonstration, people might not know that Wang Dong possesses twin martial souls. Of the three publicly known twin martial souls, one is gone and the other has not been displayed. As Shrek Academy was beginning to lack talent, Xiao Xiao became extremely important at this time. Xiao Chang even suspected that Shrek Academy had promised Xiao Xiao a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, which made Xiao Xiao's choice understandable. After all, Shrek Academy is still officially the #1 academy on the continent. No one thinks they are just making empty promises to the students. In the original novel, when Yan Xiaojie approached Huo Yuhao and promised to hunt a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone for him, even Xiao Chang in his previous life believed it from the reader's perspective. If you hadn't watched the entire story unfold, you wouldn't have known that the top academy on the continent was just making empty promises to its students. Without a god's eye view of the whole situation, many people would have actually believed what Shrek Academy said. After the three of them slowly sat down, Ling Luokan spoke first. What did you call us here for? Although Ling Luokan was asking a question she already knew the answer to, there were some things she couldn't say first. Xiao Chang, on the other hand, wouldn't dare to be a brainless fool like her who would jump to the side of the Sun Moon Empire without any benefit. No rush, Miss Ling, hold this first. Xiao Chang sat down facing the three of them. And then Xiao Chang casually created an ice pop more than half a meter long and handed it to Ling Luokan. Ling Luokan raised her eyebrows slightly, but still grabbed the popsicle that was handed to her as Xiao Chang asked. The next second, Ling Luokan stood up. You are the ultimate ice. Ling Luokan looked on in disbelief. If it weren't for the extreme ice soul power transmitted through the popsicle that Xiao Chang had just handed her, which allowed her to achieve attribute sublimation, she would never have believed that the person sitting opposite her was actually an extreme ice soul master. Extreme ice. This is simply. Wait a minute, why does my head feel a little dizzy? I feel like I've forgotten something. Sensing Ling Luokan's condition was somewhat off, and remembering the memory erasure technique, physical, Xiao Chang's expression became slightly awkward. Ahem. I just happened to awaken a somewhat special martial soul. Miss Ling, would you like to continue? Xiao Chang continued to hand over the popsicle, and Ling Luokan, who had sat down, grasped it without hesitation, feeling Xiao Chang's soul power flowing through her body, allowing her to undergo attribute sublimation. Since the three of you are here, I'll get straight to the point. I'm setting up a faction and I'm short-handed right now, so I hope the three of you can come. Of course, I'll also offer you plenty of benefits. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo watched as Ling Luokan was now wholeheartedly enjoying the benefits brought to her by the attribute sublimation, and knew that it was no longer convenient for Ling Luokan to represent the three of them in negotiating the price as a whole. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo exchanged a glance, and Lan Susu, as the older sister, spoke up. What are the benefits of joining this force? I mean tangible benefits that will directly benefit us personally. Furthermore, what price will we have to pay to gain these benefits? That's right. I like business with clear prices. So I'll be frank. I can give you a total of 3 soul bones, all of which are over 10,000 years old, and one of them is over 50,000 years old. Also, you are all 3 ring soul masters now, right? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo nodded. I have a special method that can double the absorption period of a spirit ring. In other words, I have a way to make you have a 10,000-year spirit ring when you get your 4th spirit ring. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo stood up. This is impossible. Even Shrek Academy couldn't stab Li absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring with their 4th spirit ring. Just because Shrek Academy can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Besides, I'm inviting you to join with sincerity. I can give each of you a 10,000-year soul bone first, and you can also declare your allegiance to me after you fuse your 4th soul ring with a 10,000-year soul ring. How about it? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. If they could obtain a 10,000-year soul ring as their 4th soul ring, they would no longer be ordinary geniuses. Powerful soul skills would make up for the deficiencies of their martial souls. 10,000-year soul skills at level 40 or above could become their capital to challenge soul masters with top-tier martial souls. In addition, since the 4th soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring that amplifies their martial souls, their cultivation speed would not be much slower than that of soul masters with top-tier martial souls. Furthermore, Xiao Chang promised that he would only ask them to pledge allegiance after they fused with their 4th soul ring, which meant they wouldn't have to bear any risk whatsoever. This far exceeded their initial expectations. After all, they were clear about their own strength and therefore knew their worth. The price Xiao Chang offered was higher than what they could normally ask for. However, the two suppressed their excitement and asked about what would happen next. Our 4th spirit ring can be absorbed for 10,000 years, what about the subsequent spirit rings? If your mental strength is strong enough, you will be able to fuse a 70,000-year level spirit ring when you get your 6th spirit ring. After that, your spirit rings will not be lower than this level. But they will not be higher than this level either. One last question, shall we call you master from now on? Xiao Chang. Chapter 181 Disciplining Ling Luokan. Why would you think that way? Xiao Chang was a little confused by what Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo said. He didn't know why the two of them would suddenly think of that kind of thing. We all heard Nana call you master. Those 2 soul bones on her must be related to you, right? And her strength. You were right to use the secret technique on her before, right? Xiao Chang nodded. Although some things were not difficult to guess. It was not easy for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo to analyze Nana's situation, considering their ages. After all, they are not even 14 years old, and we cannot judge them by adult standards. I did use some things on Nana, but his calling me master has nothing to do with what I used on him. That's another matter. I see. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief. Hat Xiao Chang gave them was already more than they were worth. If Xiao Chang really asked them to call him master, they really didn't know whether they should agree or not. The price Xiao Chang offered was indeed worth selling themselves. But the idea of selling oneself was really hard for the 2 girls to accept. They might not refuse at the last minute, but it would be good to at least save some of their dignity. After Xiao Chang finished speaking with Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, he casually released the popsicle that had been transmitting soul power to Ling Luokan to enhance her attributes. The sudden end of the attribute enhancement left Ling Luokan feeling a sense of loss, which was exactly the effect Xiao Chang wanted. In the original novel, Huo Yuhao and Ling Luokan's relationship didn't develop much. So when reading Douluo Continent 2, the Peerless Tang sect, it was unclear how important this attribute enhancement was to Ling Luokan. However, the Legend of the Dragon K. In Douluo 3 provides a good explanation of what this attribute sublimation means. Even if Huo Yuhao's soul power is weak, as long as he comes into contact with Ling Luokan's martial soul quality will increase significantly. And if Ling Luokan and Huo Yuhao are enemies, even if Huo Yuhao's soul power is weak, the extreme ice of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion will make Ling Luokan unable to breathe. Furthermore, Ling Luokan's expectation to cultivate with Huo Yuhao in order to improve the quality of their martial souls is very similar to the relationship between Wang Jin, Shi and Tang Wulin in the Legend of the Dragon King. In fact, It can be said that these two situations are completely the same. Ling Luoqin's lower-level ice attribute and Wang Jingxi's lower-level drive. Agon race are facing Xiao Chang's upper-level ice attribute and Tang Wulin's upper-level dragon race. As long as they are enemies, they will develop an innate fear. However, as long as they choose to follow, Tang Wulin can improve the quality of Wang Jingxi's martial soul by transmitting the aura of the Golden Dragon King through the blue-silver grass, and Xiao Zhang's Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion can also improve the quality of Ling Luoqin's martial soul. Although he still lacked Wang Jingxi's absolute obedience to Tang Wulin, Wang Jingxi's absolute obedience to Tang Wulin only appeared after the Y had cultivated together for a period of time. Now that Ling Luoqin had not followed Xiao Chang for long, he naturally did not develop many of the same emotions that Wang Jingxi had for Tang Wulin. However, given that she is in a state almost identical to Wang Jingxi and Tang Wulin, even with the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's ability to restrain and amplify Ling Luoqin, Xiao Chang is confident that he can transform her into someone with the same absolute loyalty that Wang Jingxi showed to Tang Wulin. Not to mention that Xiao Chang also had psychological suggestion, which allowed him to secretal Y strengthen his control over Ling Luoqin. After Xiao Chang released the popsicle that transmitted soul power, Ling Luoqin's sense of loss was amplified slightly by Xiao Chang's psychological suggestion. That sense of loss filled her whole body, making Ling Luoqin look at Xiao Chang with a feeling of resentment. However, Xiao Chang seemed not to notice and ignored Ling Luoqin's current state, taking whatever she wanted at will. Only when there is a strong sense of disparity in their feelings can they be gradually controlled. If he simply gave her what she wanted without saying a word, then he wouldn't be training Ling Luoqin, but rather becoming her lapdog. Ignoring Ling Luoqin's somewhat resentful gaze, Xiao Chang took out 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old soul bones from the head. The reason why a level 40 soul master cannot fuse with a 10,000-year soul ring is largely because 10,000-year soul beasts will experience soul tremors. When a soul beast becomes a soul spirit rather than a soul ring, this soul tremor will not subside significantly, and it can be fatal to a level 40 soul master. However, this problem is easy to solve. A 10,000-year-old spiritual head bone is enough to allow an ordinary soul master to reach the spiritual abyss realm level of spiritual power. Here's 1 piece for each of you. You can absorb it first. Once your soul power reaches level 37, I'll guide you through the second awakening of your original martial soul. By then, your soul power should be around level 40. My method can double the maximum age limit for absorbing soul rings. With the added bonus of a 10,000-year soul bone, you should be able to absorb soul rings of around 15,000 years. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's eyes lit up. A spirit ring of about 15,000 years is already enough for a regular spirit master to have their 6th spirit ring. The upper limit for a regular spirit master's 5th spirit ring is less than 15,000 years. The two didn't wait for the promised 10,000-year soul rings. After thinking it over, they directly joined Xiao Chang's forces to show their sincerity. Xiao Chang has already begun to fulfill the promise he made to them. Although it is only a 10,000-year soul bone from the head, and although 10,000-year soul bones are not particularly precious in the Douluo series except for those in Douluo 2. Their lack of preciousness is only for top-tier soul masters. They are not like Xiao Xiao. Their talents are already quite good, with each of them possessing a 10,000-year soul bone. Moreover, they were given 10,000-year soul bones before even choosing to join, which proves that Xiao Chang was not just making empty promises. He really gave them good things after agreeing to the offer. Xiao Chang was also very satisfied with the two joining early. After giving each of them a piece of 10,000-year whale glue, he let them begin to absorb the whale glue and soul bone. Following Xiao Chang's orders, the two absorbed the whale glue and soul bone on the spot, and then Xiao Chang turned his attention back to Ling Luoqin. Xiao Chang glanced at Ling Luoqin, who seemed somewhat uneasy. Miss Ling, how did you feel just now? Well, it's just so, it's not very useful. Oh, I thought that thing would enhance your attributes and improve the quality of your martial soul. Since it's useless, let's just forget about it from now on. It's not that it's completely useless, it's actually quite effective, and I quite like that feeling. Realizing that she might have said something wrong, Ling Luokan quickly explained. Yeah. Ling Luokan nodded. Yes. Since it's so useful to you, come over and give me a shoulder massage. The transfer of soul power just now was quite tiring. I am not your servant. But you can be my subordinate, and what kind of treatment you get afterward will depend on your performance. Ling Luokan. Chapter 182 The Benefits of 182 Souls. Is this okay? When Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo were fusing their soul bones, Ling Luokan was reluctant at first, but eventually came up behind Xiao Chang and massaged his shoulders. Be gentle. Don't use too much force. Also, when you rub my head again later, remember to be gentle as well. I'm one of the former Shrek 7 devils, a genius who reached the XTH Ring Soul Emperor realm at only 20 years old. The number of people chasing me could circle Shrek City. You really think I'm a maid? Believe me or not, I'll knock you out with one ice staff. Thinking this, Ling Luokan uttered 2 words. Okay. After all, attribute enhancement is indeed good for her martial soul. As the owner of an ice martial soul with innate soul power level 9, Ling Luokan can feel that powerful attribute enhancement, which will bring her innate soul power to level 10. Thinking that his martial soul could be upgraded to the level of innate full soul power, Ling Luokan was furious for a moment. Then loosened his grip on Xiao Chang's shoulder, adjusting the pressure to just right. Ling Luokan massaged Xiao Chang for a long time, but he didn't say a word. So she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo have already given benefits and promised enough, but when it comes to his side, Xiao Chang hasn't even confirmed the continuous attribute enhancement. Instead, he used him ahead of time. How could Ling Luokan not be anxious? They've already started fusing their soul bones. Shouldn't you tell me what price I can offer? And Susu and Lan Luoluo have already started absorbing the soul bones. Normally, it would be time to negotiate the price with Ling Luokan, but Xiao Chang is determined not to let Ling Luokan take the initiative. You continue for now. Want to continue? Do you really think I'm your servant? Do you even know who I am? Ling Luokan screamed inwardly, but outwardly. Okay. Thinking of the benefits of attribute enhancement. Wei Junji, the strategist, swallowed her anger silently. When Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo opened their eyes after fusing their soul bones, they saw Ling Luokan behind Xiao Chang, massaging his shoulders. In an instant, Ling Luokan was visibly flustered. However, as Xiao Chang grabbed her wrist and transferred the soul power of the extreme ice to her, Ling Luokan had little time to panic. Xiao Chang looked at Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo with a serious expression and instructed them. The pills I'm giving you are guaranteed to help you improve quickly without affecting your future development. Those pills will allow you to reach level 37 as soon as possible. At that time, I will help you with the second awakening of your original martial soul. During this period, you must be careful not to take any other pills. All medicines have some toxicity. The pills I'm giving you will not affect the upper limit of your future development. After you finish those pills, you must not take any other pills for at least a year, otherwise it will affect your future. Do you understand? Clear. The Lan sisters expressed their understanding, and then Xiao Chang asked Ling Luokan to sit down and began to talk about Ling Luokan. I've already arranged what to give Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Now it's your turn, Miss Luo Chen. On the surface, Ling Luokan remained calm, but inside, a storm was raging. The resources Xiao Chang provided to Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo were undeniably good, but that was based on the premise that the two of them possessed a martial soul fusion skill and had unawakened original martial souls. If their original martial souls were to truly awaken, Ling Luokan was unsure how much more valuable he would be than them. In this world, apart from a few love-struck fools, there were no easy targets to squander resources. The Soul Palace I established has a special secret technique called Soul Spirit. Unlike the normal hunting of soul beasts, this Soul Spirit technique does not require hunting soul beasts to obtain the limited energy released after the soul beast is killed. This secret technique has the following advantages. Xiao Chang held up one finger. First, the soul beasts are not hunted, their consciousness remains. Furthermore, when a soul master who fuses with a soul spirit embarks on the path to godhood, the soul beast also ascends. Therefore, the soul rings produced by the soul spirit do not want to perish together with the hunter, so the soul rings are not as violent. Instead, the soul spirit helps the soul master absorb the soul ring. As a result, the maximum number of soul rings a soul master can absorb has more than doubled. Secondly, because the interests of soul beasts and soul masters are the same. This kind of soul spirit version of soul beast will definitely produce soul bones. This is why I promised you that there would be soul bones over 50,000 years old. I can give you all the soul bones produced by the soul spirits you fuse with. Third, if the soul spirit is produced by a 100-year-old soul beast, then the soul beast and the soul master only have the ability to share vision. If it is a 1,000-year-old soul beast, it can be fused with your own soul tool, giving you an additional soul tool with self-awareness that can protect its master. As for 10,000-year-old soul beasts, they can be independent of you and can be directly summoned by you to become your combat force. Fourth, because a soul spirit is not just a tiny bit of energy emitted before death after being hunted down, besides a soul bone. A 10-year soul beast can produce 1 soul ring, a 100-year soul beast can produce 2 soul rings, a 1,000-year soul beast can produce 3 soul rings, and a N,000-year soul beast can produce 4 soul rings. When you fuse a soul spirit that is more than 70,000 years old in your 6th soul ring, you will no longer need to venture into the Stardow Great Forest. It will add soul rings of the same 70,000 years or more to your remaining 3 soul ring slots. Fifth, if a 10,000-year-old soul spirit does not produce 4 soul rings, but only 3 or fewer, I can guide the power of the 10,000-year-old soul spirit to your other soul rings, so that your other soul rings can reach 1/10 of the cultivation level of that 10,000-year-old soul spirit. Simply put, as long as you fuse with a 10,000-year level soul spirit, you will no longer have a 100-year-old soul ring. The 3 were shocked. A soul ring with a grade of at least 1,000 years was something even the young masters of major powers hadn't achieved. Especially Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, who knew their talents lay mainly in their martial soul fusion skills. Therefore, they had never even considered reaching level 95. Their own martial soul grade was already at its limit, allowing them to reach the soul Douluo level. But with a soul ring ratio of 3 purple and 6 black, and the 4th soul ring reaching 10,000 years and the 6th soul ring reaching 70,000 years, becoming a title Douluo would no longer be difficult. Even becoming a super Douluo might not be their limit. What about me? What level of soul beast spirit can I obtain? Ling Luokan asked the question she had always wanted to ask. Sha. O Cheng took a sip of tea and then slowly spoke. In the far north, there is a wounded ice jade scorpion. It is willing to become a soul spirit, and its lifespan is 76,000 years. Chapter 183 Miss Ling, come to my room tonight. What did you say? Upon hearing the name of the 76,000-year-old ice jade scorpion, Ling Luokan immediately stood up. The ice jade scorpion, which is 76,000 years old, is enough to shock Ling Luokan. Regardless of how much talent it can enhance for her, a soul master whose martial soul is ice, or what level it can raise her martial soul's grade. As the 7th soul ring, a 76,000-year soul ring is incredibly valuable, even disregarding the ice jade scorpion's grade. Excluding some geniuses who fused with soul bones early on, the normal absorption limit for a soul master's 7th soul ring is only about 50,000 years. A soul ring of 76,000 years already exceeds the normal absorption range in terms of age alone. It should be noted that even most title Douluos have an 8th spirit ring that is just over 70,000 years old, and it is often within 75,000 years. A spirit ring that is 76,000 years old even exceeds the absorption limit of a normal spirit master's 8th spirit ring. While a 76,000-year spirit ring might seem a bit low in terms of age for a 9th spirit ring, it's only a bit low. Not all title Douluos can guarantee that their 9th spirit ring is over 75,000 years old. On the contrary, because too many spirit masters only aim to become title Douluos, and because it's extremely difficult to acquire a powerful spirit ring for their 9th spirit ring. Most title Douluos only acquire spirit rings that are over 70,000 years old. Even more extreme are those who know that their talent has reached its limit and that they can no longer advance. Their 9th spirit ring is only over 60,000 years old. Such title Douluo can never advance to super Douluo in their lifetime, but without a doubt, they are also titled Douluo who are Reg. Arded as the pinnacle by many spirit masters. A soul ring with a lifespan of 76,000 years is definitely not short, let alone one that is an ice jade scorpion. For a soul master like her whose martial soul is pure ice. The ice jade scorpion, a soul ring that can improve the martial soul's grade, cannot be defined solely by its age. For a pure ice soul master like herself, the combined bonus of a 76,000-year-old ice jade scorpion soul ring is not much worse than that of a 95,000-year-old soul ring. A 76,000-year-old ice jade scorpion can provide her with her 7th, 8th, and even 9th soul rings. The 7th soul ring can be said to be a huge gain, the 8th soul ring is still a huge gain, and even the 9th soul ring, a 76,000-year-old ice jade scorpion soul ring is still very good. Ling Luokan knew that if she were in Shrek Academy, unless she encountered a situation like her senior sisters, she would not be able to possess a better 9th spirit ring than the 76,000-year-old ice jade scorpion. Can you really make that ice jade scorpion my 7th, 8th, and 9th spirit rings? Ling Luokan asked excitedly. With the ice jade scorpion spirit ring, even if she only had one 76,000-year-old one, she would definitely reach the title Douluo level. 2 76,000-year-old ice jade scorpions would be enough for her to become a super Douluo. As for the 7th spirit ring, which is an ice jade scorpion spirit ring with a 76,000-year-old soul ring, Ling Luokan is confident that she will reach level 97 in the future. Since the 7th spirit ring can be an ice jade scorpion of 76,000 years, which completely exceeds the normal spirit ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, Ling Luokan is even confident that he can break through the level 98 barrier. After all, the biggest problem for titled Douluo with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings who cannot reach level 98 is that they are stuck on the age limit of their spirit rings. However, with his 7th spirit ring already reaching 76,000 years, and with the remaining energy of the ice jade scorpion allowing his first 4 spirit rings to reach 7,600 years, Ling Luokan is no less than a normal titled Douluo with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit rings in terms of the overall age limit of his spirit rings. It's highly unlikely that the age limit of her spirit rings will stop her from reaching level 98. As for the final level 99, Ling Luokan is self-aware enough to know that level is beyond her reach. However, in this era where titled Douluo are still highly respected, as long as Ling Luokan cultivates to level 98, even the emperors of the original Douluo 3 kingdoms will have to call her senior and dare not be presumptuous in front of her. How could Ling Luokan not be excited? That's the ticket to becoming a super Douluo, and the stepping stone to level 97 or even 98. Of course, Miss Luo Chen, you should know that I have no reason to lie. After receiving Xiao Chang's confirmation, Ling Luokan was excited for a long time, and then asked another question that she was very concerned about. What about its soul bone? My grandfather died after failing to absorb the ice jade scorpion's soul bone. Can the ice jade scorpion's soul bone really be absorbed? As long as you are the ultimate ice, that's fine. But I am not the ultimate ice. It's alright. Just be in the state of extreme ice when you absorb the soul bone. I will put you in a state of attribute sublimation. Since I can give it away, I can guarantee that you will have a way to absorb it. With Xiao Chang's assurance, Ling Luokan was finally relieved. If Bingbi Scorpion can guarantee it, then I can join your forces. However, if possible, I don't want to be enemies with Shrek Academy, after all. That's where I've lived for nearly 10 years. Xiao Chang nodded. Okay. If it really comes down to fighting Shrek Academy, I'll try my best to keep you out of the main battlefield. It's only natural not to want to be enemies with one's own academy. After all, ingrates like Ji Juchen and Jing Zian are a minority. Besides, even if the day comes when they really go to war with Shrek Academy, Ling Luokan doesn't necessarily have to risk his life. There will naturally be other things for Ling Luokan to do. Xiao Chang chose Ling Luokan because he could quickly boost her strength. And her future potential would be high after her martial soul was upgraded. In addition, the suppression and amplification of Ling Luokan by the extreme ice would allow him to easily manipulate her and make her completely subservient to him. Given enough time, Ling Luokan's obedience to Xiao Chang would be no less than that of Nana. A powerful and extremely obedient super Douluo, who can be nurtured in a relatively short time. It doesn't really matter whether she fights Shrek Academy or not. After all, it's hard to say what Shrek Academy will be like by the time she grows up. Shrek Academy lost the previous All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, and they won't win this one either. The tournament after that will be led by Xiao Lan, who is exactly 5 years younger than Xiao Chang. There are still more than 8 years left. During this time, Xiao Chang can find a way to collect several 100,000-year soul bones so that Xiao Lan can start fusing a 100,000-year soul ring when she gets her 5th soul ring. The next 2 All-Continent Advanced Soul Master tournaments will be Shrek Academy's nightmare. After losing 3 consecutive continent-wide Advanced Soul Master competitions, can Shrek Academy still be Shrek Academy? Without the allure of fame drawing in geniuses, the 9 treasure-glazed tile schools present is Shrek Academy's future. In fact, given their immense wealth, they might not even be able to maintain the 9 treasure-glazed tile schools' current state, not to mention the serious impact that the soul spirits will have on Shrek Academy later. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, when you reach the 4th ring, I will prepare a 10,000-year level 4th spirit ring for you. You'll know what to do then. Lan Susu took Lan Luoluo's hand. Don't worry, we know. Then, Miss Ling, please come to my room 3 nights from now. Well, Chapter 184. Good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. You mean that I'm coming to your room tonight? Ling Luokan's face instantly turned red. Although Xiao Chang was good looking, there were some things she wasn't ready for. Xiao Chang's sudden suggestion to come to Hai's room that night caught Ling Luokan completely off guard. Seeing Ling Luokan blush, Xiao Chang remained calm. I'll help you with your next attribute enhancement in 3 days. Is there a problem? Oh, you mean this? I thought. What did you think? Xiao Chang continued to press, focusing on a multifaceted emotional struggle. I thought. Ling Luokan felt increasingly ashamed and annoyed as Xiao Chang stared at her calmly. And finally stomped her feet in anger. I thought you wanted me to exchange my body for the ice jade scorpion in bed. Ling Luokan's emotions were completely in turmoil. But Xiao Chang's gaze remained calm. Did you think I wanted to make a deal with you in bed? Xiao Chang casually glanced at Ling Luokan, making Ling Luokan wish she could disappear into the ground. You're overthinking it. Don't think about these things in the future. After sizing up Ling Luokan, Xiao Chang calmly said something, but Ling Luokan objected immediately after he finished speaking. What do you mean? Am I that bad? So bad that I don't even arouse any desire in you? Xiao Chang's almost emotionless gaze made Ling Luokan feel insulted. Xiao Chang stared directly at Ling Luokan. I do have thoughts about extracting desire, but do you think I'm the kind of person who can be easily controlled by those below? Well, alright. That's all for now. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Remember to find me when you reach level 37. Ling Luokan, come to my room in 3 days. I'll help you with your attribute enhancement. If there are no other issues, you can go back now. Oh, and remember to write a letter to your families explaining the situation and write down the names of your relatives. I'll have someone bring your relatives over then. I understand. Also, regarding the invincibility shield. Before Ling Luokan could finish speaking, 5 level 6 invincible shields flew in front of her. Invincible shields are indeed rare and controlled, but their rarity depends on who they are. Xiao Chang, who plundered the protection of the Hongshan family, has never lacked soul tools. Is there anything else? It's gone. The 3 women shook their heads and then left. Shortly after they returned, Xiao Xiao approached Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. So, you just went over to take a look, didn't you? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo exchanged a glance. As girls in the same class, they had a good relationship with Xiao Xiao before they came. Their experience of being strangers in a foreign land for the past 6 months had made their group even more solid. So after thinking for a while, Lan Luoluo slowly spoke. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Chang's side should be quite short of people right now. Since you're from the same clan, why don't you join Xiao Chang's faction with us? After Lan Luoluo finished speaking, Xiao Xiao was startled. Wait, what did you say? Join Xiao Chang's faction. He's from the Sun Moon Empire. He just went there, and you want to join his faction. You haven't been tricked, have you? Where's Senior Ling? Didn't she stop you? Lan Susu looked at Xiao Xiao. Senior sister Ling has also decided to join Xiao Chang's forces. Xiao Xiao, come along. When the four of us are together, we will definitely have a high status in Xiao Chang's forces. After Xiao Chang established his power, they were certain that he was a very powerful force externally. But internally he would inevitably split into many small groups. In such situations, having more friends and greater strength is always beneficial. As they were originally from Shrek Academy but later switched jobs. They were clearly a natural unit. Ling Luokan's talent is already quite good, and with the Ice Jade Scorpion, which clearly enhances her talent, and the spirit rings of a level higher than normal. Ling Luokan is clearly aiming for level 97 or even 98. The two of them are limited by the quality of their spirits, and without 100,000-year spirit rings, their upper limit is estimated to be Super Douluo. However, with their spirit fusion skills, and the spirit fusion skills superimposed after the second awakening of their original spirits, they can be considered as having level 97 or even 98 combat power. If they are paired with Xiao Xiao, who has twin spirits, the three of them will be at level 97 or even 98, and their influence in the future will be considerable. Therefore, recruiting Xiao Xiao into the group to ensure they could get closer to the future inner circle was the best option at this time. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo thought so, but Xiao Xiao didn't have the same tacit understanding as the twins, nor did she know what they had been through. So she said incredulously, "Are you guys crazy? And Sister Ling Shui too, what did she promise you?" Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo exchanged a glance, knowing what they could and couldn't say. So Lan Susu grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and said earnestly, "Xiao Chang promised to give us soul bones, and not just one 10,000-year soul bone. If you come, you should get one too. Besides that, Xiao Chang also has a secret technique that allows us to absorb soul rings beyond our level. Xiao Xiao, come on over. If the four of us are together, we'll definitely be in a very high position." "What are you saying?" Xiao Xiao slapped Lan Susu's hand away, already prepared to distance herself from them. "More than one 10,000-year-old soul bone. You've all been fooled by Xiao Chang's empty promises. Do you even know what he's done? He sent Big Brother and Yuhao to the plantation. Xiao Xiao and Huo Yuhao already had a good relationship. And Huo Yuhao was related to Hikaidu. Over time, Xiao Xiao also became somewhat familiar with Hikaidu. In addition, the promises Shrek Academy made to her made he R firmly choose to stand on Shrek's side. Naturally, she didn't have a good impression of Xiao Chang, let alone join Xiao Chang's forces. Xiao Xiao, we and senior sister Ling can all sense that Xiao Chang's offer is not just empty promises. Come to us. With your talent, you might even be able to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. More than one 10,000-year soul bone. Isn't this just empty promises? Even the senior students in the inner academy rarely possess soul bones, let alone the Sun Moon Empire, where soul bones are even rarer. You have definitely been deceived." Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo remained silent. Since they were not blood relatives, it was impossible for them to reveal that they possessed 10,000-year-old soul bones. Although the soul bones of Douluo too were the East precious in the entire Douluo series, a single 10,000-year-old soul bone was enough to make some powerful soul masters kill to take the bone, not to mention that the sisters had two in total. They genuinely wanted to persuade Xiao Xiao, but in the end, they could only exchange a glance and sigh. It's hard to reason with a damned ghost. Even if they're not blood relatives, all they can do is try their best to persuade him. But it seems to have no effect. Chapter 185 Could the Sun Moon Empire possibly be better at training soul masters than Shrek Academy? Susu. Luoluo, you mustn't be fooled. That's enough. Xiao Xiao. Luoluo and I have already made up our minds about this matter, and we won't change them no matter what. As for you, are you going to stay at Shrek Academy or come to our side? If you come here, with your talent, you will definitely receive good treatment. But if you insist on staying at Shrek Academy, then our fate can only end here. Luo and I why don't want to see you on the battlefield. Lan Susu was issuing an ultimatum to Xiao Xiao. Unlike Ling Luokan, who was recognized as one of the Shrek Seven Devils and was an inner court student, Xiao Xiao who had only studied in the outer court of Shrek Academy for less than 2.5 years, did not have a particularly strong sense of belonging to the academy. Especially after Elder Zahn tricked and killed their classmates. And almost dragged them down with him, and then forced them to kneel down and apologize to Elder Zahn. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo endured their disgust and continued to study at Shrek Academy. The reason they continued to stay at Shrek Academy was because it was the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent, and only at Shrek could they become top Soul Masters. Based on this belief, they did not choose to drop out of school. But as soon as they thought about the Stardew Great Forest, they didn't want to stay at Shrek Academy for even a second longer. That's why they took the initiative to become exchange students this time. Although the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy wasn't particularly strong in terms of Soul Masters, it was still the second best academy on the entire continent. The reason they didn't want to stay at Shrek Academy was simply to see how the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy fared, and then see if they could be accepted by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and sold for a reasonable price. Unlike Ling Luokan, who possessed a second to top-tier martial soul, even though they were almost killed, the academy didn't even offer an apology. Instead, they were forced to kneel down and apologize. Having had this experience, coupled with the tangible benefits offered by Xiao Chang, they felt no psychological burden at all being hostile to Shrek Academy, since Shrek Academy was simply a source of humiliation for them. It's just a third spirit ring. Even if their own family were to hunt for a third spirit ring, it wouldn't cause such a big problem. You guys, you're all so foolish. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo coldly saw the guests off. They are not Xiao Xiao. They do and receive good treatment at Shrek Academy. Afterwards, Xiao Xiao considered it for a long time. After confirming with Ling Luokan, she reported the matter of Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Ling Luokan to Du Weilan, who had replaced Fan Yu. Director Du, you must persuade senior sister Ling and Susu Luo to stop them from being deceived by those people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. I'll try my best. Du Weilan rubbed his head. It was throbbing with pain. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo didn't care. In Shrek Academy's eyes, their talents were just so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to kneel down and apologize after such a big incident, and there would have been no compensation afterward. His only headache was Ling Luokan. As one of the Shrek 7 Devils, Ling Luokan was qualified to challenge for the title Douluo title. The loss of such a genius was something Shrek Academy could not afford. So after Xiao Xiao left, Du Weilan immediately used the communication equipment of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to call Yan Xiaojie through the Soul Guide communicator. What's wrong, Lao Du? Dean, something terrible has happened. Ling Luokan has been bewitched by that brat Xiao Cheng and is about to join his faction. After Du Weilan finished speaking, Yan Xiaojie on the other end of the soul-guided communicator remained silent for a long time. Besides Ling Luokan, are there any other people? There are also the Lan sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, but as you know, Dean, their talents are just so. The quality of their martial souls is what it is. And they will hardly be able to reach the Soul Douluo level in their lifetime. Don't worry about the two Lan sisters. Go and try to persuade Ling Luokan again. Tell him that Shrek Academy can also buy the invincible shield. Besides, if Ling Luokan still wants to pursue the path of a Soul Master, then Shrek Academy is her best choice. She should understand this. The Soul Masters from the Sun Moon Empire are indeed quite good, but Shrek Academy is the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent. Go and talk to them properly. Try your best to get it done, and if that really doesn't work. Yan Xiaojie remained silent for a long time. There were some things he didn't want to say, but he finally spoke them out. Then let her reap what she sows. Dean, what you mean by bitter fruit is? Du Weilan didn't quite understand Yan Xiaojie's specific meaning. Since Ling Luokan had already decided to join the Sun Moon Empire, they couldn't make a move against Ling Luokan. Otherwise, if they broke the rules again, Du Weilan might not be able to return to Shrek alive. HMPH, what else could it be, and what else would it need? Shrek Academy is the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent. It's her loss if she doesn't study at Shrek Academy. When she can't break through to the title Douluo level in the future, she will naturally regret her decision. At that time, Shrek Academy will not need such a genius who would betray Shrek Academy. There's still plenty of time. She'll have plenty of time to regret it later. I understand, Dean. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. In the office of the head of Ming Hall, when Jing Hongchen finished healing, she opened her eyes and saw Xiao Chang waiting beside her. Teacher, how is your recovery going? Jing Hong. Chen stood up from his meditation and stretched his body. Not bad. Thanks to the water of life you gave me, the injuries that would have taken several months to fully heal have now been completely restored. Not only that, the powerful vitality brought by the water of life has given me the confidence to challenge for the Super Douluo title. Thanks to the 100,000-year-old soul bone he had previously possessed. Jing Hongchen had already advanced from level 93 to level 94. Now, he was only one step away from reaching level 95, the Super Douluo level. However, this step is a major hurdle that he people of the Sun Moon Empire have never been able to cross. Over thousands of years, the Sun Moon Empire has had hundreds of level 9 soul masters, but there has never been a single level 10 soul master who has reached level 95. Jing Hongchen is confident in reaching level 95, but for now, he is only confident. The actual success rate is negligible. Teacher, please take this. Xiao Chang took out a jade box from his storage soul tool and handed it to Jing Hongchen. Inside was a rare treasure that Xiao Chang had selected from the yin-yang well of ice and fire that was suitable for him. Previously, Xiao Chang knew that the body sect would definitely attack, and he was worried that something might happen to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy while Jing Hongchen was in seclusion. In addition, Jing Hongchen also needed some time to stabilize his level 94, so this rare treasure was kept until now. What's this? It can turn your confidence into something tangible. Chapter 186 New Million-Year Soul Ring. After handing over the rare treasures obtained from the yin-yang well to Jing Hongchen, Xiao Chang also took out some filtered life lake water to ensure Jing Hongchen could safely break through to level 95 and become a Super Douluo. While Jing Hongchen was in seclusion with the things Xiao Chang had given her, Xiao Chang was also preparing to improve his own strength. The last remaining essence of the Titan Snow Demon King was preserved after Xiao Chang replicated Electrolux's abilities. Subsequently, with no other path available, the Titan SN Ao Demon King was persuaded by Tianmeng and Bingdi to join Xiao Chang's god-making plan. In Xiao Chang's room, to prevent any unexpected situations, Xiao Chang stayed away from everything related to the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. He then sat cross-legged, preparing to absorb the Titan Snow Demon Ape's soul ring and soul bone. You practically got a soul beast that's over 200,000 years old for free. I have to say, Xiao Chang, your luck is truly extraordinary. That's all thanks to your insight, brother Tianmeng. Without your help, my strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. You've got a conscience, kid. But even I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. You're not even 17 years old, yet you're about to reach the Soul Saint level. You also have a bunch of 100,000-year soul rings. Add to that Bingbing's 4 soul bones and the Titan Snow Demon King soul bone you're about to obtain, and I really believe you have a way to get a soul bone of a higher grade than Bingbing's. By the way, speaking of which, where do you plan to have this soul bone produced? Titan Snow Demon King's essence is already insufficient. 1 soul bone and 1 soul ring is already his limit. He can't produce several soul bones like Bingbing. I know that. As for the soul bone, I'll go with the right leg. It'll increase the strength in my legs. Also, Tianmeng, Bingdi, Shuidi, and Titan Snow Demon King. How much do you know about the soul core? Soul core. Why are you asking about this? With your current cultivation level, a soul core is a bit too early for you. Although your improvement speed isn't slow. And the cultivation speed of your ultimate martial soul will also increase after level 70, making it even faster than that of a normal soul master. Soul cores are exclusive to title Douluos in the human world. You should still have 3 to 5 years to go before reaching that level. Shui Di began to speak, but as she spoke, she felt that her words seemed a little off. 3 to 5 years is not a long time, and it is not a problem to know some things in advance. Snow Empress, Soul cores aren't necessarily exclusive to title Douluos. Who says a soul saint can't condense a soul core? After a moment of silence, Shui Di spoke. I don't recommend you do that. If you condense your soul core now, your cultivation speed before reaching the title Douluo level will become very fast. However, when you are about to break through to the title Douluo level, the physical requirements for the second soul core may prevent you from even reaching the title Douluo level. Furthermore, when you reach level 98, level 99 is another major hurdle. You can only reach level 99 if you have 3 soul cores. Currently, only DTN on the entire continent has achieved this. I and Xie Di only have 2 soul cores each. With each additional soul core, the difficulty undergoes a qualitative change. If you condense a soul core when you are a soul saint, when you reach the title Douluo and limit Douluo realms, the path you will walk will be unprecedentedly difficult. Xiao Chang nodded. I know, but that's precisely why I'm going this way. Why? Xiao Chang. You're not the kind of person who would risk gambling on something uncertain, are you? Tianmeng said in Xiao Chang's mental sea. Indeed, I believe that fortune is found in danger, but it is also lost in danger. When I find it, it is 1 in 10, but when I lose it, it is 9 in 10. Therefore, I generally do not take risks, especially when the risk can be avoided. But Brother Tianmeng, this time is not a risk. Brother Tianmeng, do you remember what Tang San was like 10,000 years ago? I remember. That was the inspiration for my God-making plan. You should know that day, Brother Meng. The reason he became a god was because he reached the pinnacle of that era. For hundreds of years, no one had shown more talent than him. He pioneered the absorption of spirit rings beyond his level, reached the high-level spirit emperor at the age of 20, and possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. These were things that people in that era wouldn't even dare to dream of. As precisely because of this that he was valued by the previous sea god. Tianmeng understood Xiao Chang's meaning. You mean that only by reaching an extreme level, far exceeding the imagination of this era, can one have the opportunity to become a god? I'm not entirely sure. This is just speculation under reasonable circumstances. After all, if the gods are looking for a successor, they can just randomly choose one from among many ordinary geniuses. Besides, if you can't reach the pinnacle of an era, is it really possible to take another step forward? A title Douluo with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit rings is considered powerful among title Douluos, but this spirit ring configuration cannot reach the limit Douluo realm. Is it because the so-called strong spirit ring configuration is only the strongest in a universal sense? In the eyes of true powerhouses, that optimal spirit ring configuration is nothing but a joke. Only by going beyond the normal and taking a path that is unimaginable to the world can one truly reach the limit Douluo realm. And those limit Douluos who are seen as the pinnacle by everyone are actually just beings who cannot even see the higher levels. Because in the eyes of those at a higher level, they have not laid a solid foundation either. Tianmeng nodded. You're right. I agree with your plan to condense your soul sea. Or when you reach the 7th ring soul saint level. I have no objection either. Silver Wolf. Agreed. Twins on the other shore. Agreed. Titan Snow Demon King. You guys handle it. I'm just a newcomer. Very good. Since there are no objections, Silver Wolf, Seal, the 7th spirit ring's spirit essence is extremely important for a spirit master. The spirit essence is the foundation that connects everything. And we must make sure this spirit ring is well formed. In the Sea of Spirit, Tianmeng said solemnly, normally, a 100,000-year spirit ring created by the twin souls of the other shore is more than enough to be a true spirit body. But since everyone wants to surpass everything in this era, this spirit ring cannot follow the normal path. Brother Tianmeng, what should we do? Just tell me. I still have some spiritual essence left. Although it can't condense a million-year spirit ring, it can still be used for a final supplement. Therefore, I've decided that after Xiao Chang absorbs the Titan Snow Demon King's spirit ring, your spirit ring will be used as a blueprint, and the remaining power of the Titan Snow Demon King will be used to supplement it. After that, Silver Wolf and Seal, you two will work with me to complete the missing spirit rings. I'm going to create another million-year spirit ring. Chapter 187 The Upgrade of the Million-Year Soul Ring. A million-year spirit ring. Is that really possible? Xiao Chang said subconsciously, but the next second, he remembered Huo Yuhao's ninth soul ring of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion in the original work. That ninth spirit ring was condensed for Huo Yuhao by the combined efforts of the Snow Empress, the Ice Empress, and the eight-cornered mystic Ice Grass, all possessors of ultimate attributes. However, among those soul beasts, the one with the highest cultivation was Shui Di. It's not that they had no research on million-year soul rings at all, but rather that they couldn't understand them at all. They were not million-year soul beasts after all, so it was impossible for them to condense a million-year level soul ring with their limited power. Therefore, Huo Yuhao's ninth soul ring, Ji of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, was at most slightly stronger than the Snow Empress's own soul ring, and there was a qualitative difference between it and a million-year soul ring. But Xiao Chang's side was different. Led by Tianmeng, a true million-year soul beast that had already condensed a million-year soul ring, the three spirit-type soul spirits worked together. What they wanted was not to break through to a higher level that they had never seen before, but simply to recreate a million-year soul ring that Tianmeng had already created. With Tianmeng's experience, the rest is just a matter of establishing a basic framework and making necessary additions. A million-year soul ring shouldn't be a problem. HMPH, don't you know who I am? I've already created a million-year spirit ring. How could a second million-year spirit ring be difficult for me? Get ready to absorb Titan Snow Demon King's spirit bone and spirit ring. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, brother Tianmeng. Without wasting words, Xiao Chang sat cross-legged and began to fuse the remaining primordial energy of the Titan Snow Demon King, first the bones and then the rings. With the Aperon Sea of Titan Snow Demon King's soul bone in his right leg, the first step of soul bone fusion was completed. With the blessing of the life gold and the amplification of the soul bone in his right leg, Xiao Chang's physical attributes are now comparable to those of an ordinary title Douluo. An ordinary title Douluo can only fuse with a 100,000-year-old existence for his ninth soul ring, but thanks to the soul spirit, which doubles the soul ring absorption limit, the Titan Snow Demon King, which is over 200,000 years old, is just right for Xiao Chang at this moment. The spirit ring condensed behind the spirit bone, and the spirit power brought by the 200,000-year spirit ring allowed Xiao Chang to reach level 70 in an instant. At the moment Xiao Chang's spirit power reached level 70, the Spirit-type spirit beasts led by Tianmeng attacked together. Silver Wolf, Seal, whether we can become gods together with Xiao Chang in the future depends on this step. You must hold on for your brother. A million-year spirit-type soul ring, for Zhe Ning. After 2.5 days of seclusion, when Xiao Chang opened his eyes again, a terrifying fluctuation of mental energy appeared. The immense energy even attracted the attention of Long Xiaoyao and Yi Qishui. Limit Douluo. No, apart from Dubusi, no one has possessed a spirit ring longer than 300,000 years in the last 200 years. But Dubusi is clearly not in the Sun Moon Empire. Could it be that that thing is true? Is the body sect really going to become the guardian sect of the Sun Moon Empire? Damn it. Could Shu Tianren be deceiving me? And has actually already made a deal with Dubusi? Yi Qishui suddenly realized she had discovered a blind spot, but she still managed to suppress her anger and prepared to go find Shu Tianren to demand an explanation. After his mental energy leaked out for a moment, Xiao Chang quickly gathered it back, and then felt a headache. Xiao Chang rubbed his head, feeling a sudden discomfort. Hiss. What's wrong? Tianmeng's voice rang in Xiao Chang's mind, providing him with answers. Good news and bad news. The good news is that your seventh spirit ring, which is the true spirit body, has successfully condensed to the million-year level. Your true spirit body has undergone a complete qualitative change. Now your mental strength has reached the level of a limit Douluo. Even ordinary limit Douluos may not have as strong a mental strength as you. I can confirm that as long as you use your mental shock, a title Douluo will definitely die. A mental shock in the true spirit body state will definitely kill an ordinary super Douluo. To withstand your mental shock, unless they are a super Douluo of the mental type above level 95, or a limit Douluo. Xiao Chang thought for a moment. and realized that this mental strength was roughly the same as Huo Yuhao's when he had condensed the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores in the original work, and when he fought 10 opponents at once. His mental strength was so strong that he could directly kill Zhang Peng, the level 96 Scorpion Tiger Douluo. Thanks to the joint efforts of Tianmeng and others, and with the help of His million-year soul ring that far exceeds that of a normal soul master, Xiao Chang achieved this step when he only had one soul core and his soul power was only around level 70. This is indeed good news. That's certainly good news. But what's the bad news? Because I know that your physical condition cannot withstand a normal million-year spirit ring, I can only condense a pure spiritual spirit ring. The effect of the spiritual spirit ring is indeed good, forcibly pulling your spiritual power to the level of a limit Douluo. However, your physical condition cannot withstand the full burst of spiritual power at the limit Douluo level. In the martial soul true form state, your mental impact is enough to instantly kill a level 95 super Douluo, but the combination of martial soul Ru form and mental impact will also cause you to suffer a backlash due to excessive consumption. However, if you don't use your martial soul true body, ordinary mental shocks won't be a big deal. But you should not use it more than twice a day. 3 times will put a huge burden on your body. I understand, but there should be a solution to this, right? A head-type spirit bone of the ferocious beast level. Or when you reach the title Douluo level, oh right, when you reach the soul Douluo level, it will alleviate the problem, at least it won't cause you to be seriously injured by the backlash of the mental impact when you are in the martial soul true body state. Contra. Xiao Chang took out a crystal ball, which was a crystal ball used to measure the soul power of soul masters below the title of Douluo. With the injection of Xiao Chang's soul power, the number 75 appeared on the crystal ball. The spiritual power soul ring created by Tianmeng only increases spiritual power, not soul power. However, as a soul beast over 200,000 years old, Titan Snow Demon King's soul ring energy is enough to allow Xiao Chang to directly reach level 75 from level 69. By Slig, HTLY utilizing his spiritual power and soul core to absorb the energy between heaven and earth, Xiao Chang could feel his soul power increasing at a terrifying rate. Indeed, each version has its own god. As the version that was just released, the power of this soul core is indeed quite good. It will probably only take about a year for the level 75 to level 80 level 5 soul power to be achieved. That's basically the situation. You can handle anything else yourself. This time I've been too exhausted. I'm going to sleep for a while. If you need anything, just talk to Bingbing. Chapter 188 Angelic Martial Soul and Retainers. After spending 2.5 days fusing the spirit rings, Xiao Chang took a quick shower, and it was already the 3rd night. Almost as soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, someone knocked on the bedroom door. Enter. Ling Luokan pushed open the door and entered. Although she had been here once before, she still couldn't help but feel reserved walking into Xiao Chang's room alone. I timed it pretty perfectly. You go to bed first. Okay. Having had the previous conversations, Ling Luokan didn't think too much this time. After taking off her high heels, she walked directly to Xiao Chang's bedside and then sat down on his bed. Speaking of which, my memory of hiding under the bed last time is a bit hazy. After you all hid under the window, the teacher came over. There were some things I couldn't let you know at the time, so I knocked you unconscious. Ling Luokan. But you can know those things now, since they're no longer secrets. You don't need to say anything more. I understand that the less you know about some things, the better. Thank you for knocking me out back then. Ling Luokan quickly analyzed the previous situation and was also glad that she had been knocked unconscious. She wasn't Bei Bei. If she knew certain things that couldn't be known by others, she might be silenced. Although Xiao Hongqian was still at Shrek Academy at that time, she was not someone who could be compared to Xiao Hongqian. In the end, the Sun Moon Empire would be slaughtered, and then she would be gone. It's all right. Don't be shy, let's get started. Okay. Ling Luokan took off her coat, revealing her backless dress with a slightly flushed face. Ling Luokan let out a soft groan the moment Xiao Chang placed his hand on her. However, she quickly adjusted her state to prepare to feel the attribute sublimation. But after waiting for a while, she did not feel Xiao Chang's soul power being injected. What's wrong? Ling Luokan asked Xiao Chang behind him. It's nothing. It feels nice, so I touched it for a while longer. You. Before Ling Luokan could say anything, Xiao Chang poured his level 75 all power directly into Ling Luokan's body. The ultimate martial soul itself has a very high degree of soul power solidification. With the addition of twin martial souls and soul core, Xiao Chang, although only level 75, is no less powerful than an 8-ring soul Douluo. The soul power comparable to that of an 8-ring soul Douluo was injected into the body of a 6-ring soul emperor. With the sublimation of attributes, Ling Luokan's words were abruptly interrupted. After Xiao Chang's extreme attributes and massive soul power were injected into Ling Luokan's body and circulated for a full cycle, Ling Luokan could feel that her meridians had expanded slightly, and her own soul power had made great progress. As this attribute sublimation ended, Ling Luokan immediately took out a crystal ball. As Ling Luokan's soul power was injected, the number 63 appeared on it, proving that her soul power had reached level 63. It's been upgraded. It really has been upgraded. At this moment, Ling Luokan's eyes were full of excitement. After reaching the 6th ring soul emperor, the speed of soul power improvement was not as fast as in the early stage. When she was a 3-ring soul venerable and a 4-ring soul master, she could barely increase 3 or 4 levels a year with hard work. After reaching the 5th ring soul king, it was already very good to increase 3 levels a year. As for the 6th ring soul emperor, Ling Luokan had already reached the 61st level before she came to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. However, more than half a year had passed, and she only broke through to the 62nd level less than 2 weeks ago. But now, after only a few hours of attribute enhancement, she has successfully broken through from level 62 to level 63. How could she not be excited? Level 63. When did you reach level 62? Xiao Chang asked, looking at the number on the crystal ball. Less than 2 weeks ago. Ling Luokan replied subconsciously, and then, after recognizing Xiao Chang's voice, her eyes showed obvious resentment. Xiao Chang seemed oblivious to Ling Luokan's resentful gaze. Not bad. Pretty much what I thought. Xiao Chang was very satisfied with Ling Luokan's improvement. Of all the people Shrek Academy brought this time, Xiao Chang only extended invitations to her, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Xiao Xiao. The reason why only the 4 of them were invited is because they all have one thing in common. As long as the resources are available, they can all become combatants in a short period of time. Xiao Xiao possesses twin martial souls. All she needs is a 10,000-year level spirit-type head soul bone. Once she reaches level 60, she can directly raise her soul power to the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo with a 70,000-year-old soul spirit and a 100,000-year level soul spirit. Moreover, she will be a soul Douluo with 5 100,000-year soul rings. However, since Xiao Xiao didn't come, we can't consider her side of the matter. As for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, after acquiring 10,000-year level spirit-type head spirit bones, coupled with Spiri T-rings far exceeding their absorption years, although their cultivation speed cannot compare with Xiao Xiao's twin spirit souls, with a sufficiently good spirit ring ratio, reaching the spirit saint level in a little over 5 years is not a problem. With the second awakening of their main spirit souls and the spirit soul fusion skill, once they reach the spirit saint level, the 2 of them Toget her can approach the level of a control type title Douluo. As for Ling Luokan, as long as she is someone she can completely control, with the support of the 10,000-year mystic ice bed, the ice jade scorpion soul spirit, and the soul bone, reaching the soul Douluo level in about 5 years shouldn't be a problem. And once she reaches the soul Douluo level, with the ultimate ice and the soul skills of that soul ring and soul bone, her strength will even surpass that of ordinary title Douluos. This is the characteristic of the ultimate ice. If Ling Luokan's martial soul can mutate and become true ultimate ice when she gets her 9th spirit ring, then she will be a truly high-end combatant. After all, the original work stated from the beginning that a titled Douluo with ultimate ice is invincible and unmatched in the world. Although this setting was later torn up, if Ling Luokan's martial soul mutates into the ultimate ice, there is absolutely no problem for a titled Douluo to use it as a super Douluo. This is also the main reason why Xiao Chang wanted to recruit Ling Luokan. Alright, Stop looking at me like that. Haven't you improved your strength quite a bit? HMPH. Ling Luokan turned her head away, looking like she didn't want to talk to Xiao Chang, but Xiao Chang didn't care. As Ling Luokan turned her head away, Xiao Chang's door was knocked on again. Mu Qi. Ng Shui walked in and saw Xiao Chang and Ling Luokan sitting on Xiao Chang's bed. It seems I've come at the wrong time. No, you've come at just the right time. Ling Luokan's attribute enhancement has just ended. And now is the time when Xiao Chang has nothing to do. What brings you here? That's right. The Soul Hall is still short of people, isn't it? The Qian family, or rather, the Soul Masters of the Angelic Martial Soul. And some trustworthy retainers. What? Chapter 189 The Thousand Winds Family. Mu Qingshui's words left Xiao Chang stunned. 10,000 years had passed, and the Angel Soul Master still had retainers. 10,000 years ago, during the era of the Spirit Hall when the Angel Spirit was at its most glorious, there were 4 families who had received the great favor of the Angel Spirit. Therefore, they swore to be loyal to the Angel Spirit forever. They added the character, Qian, to their original surnames, placing Qian first and their surnames last, forming a new surname that represented their eternal loyalty to the Angel Spirit. Mu Qingshui was speaking when Xiao Chang stopped her. Wait a minute, you said to put the character, 1000, first nd their original surnames last to form a new surname. So, wasn't one of these 4 families originally surnamed Gu? How do you know? This is top secret. Even the angelic martial soul doesn't have everyone who knows about it. For some special reasons, but that's not important. What's important is whether you're sure what these 4 families are saying is reliable. The ancient families in Douluo Continent 3 are not vassals of the angelic martial soul. On the contrary, their strength is no weaker than that of the angelic martial soul. Mu Qingshui gently shook her head. That's unreliable. Let alone 10,000 years ago. Even if it were 1,000 years ago, the people who made the oath wouldn't be the same people from back then. Moreover, with the changes of the times over the past 10,000 years, coupled with the weakening of the angelic martial soul, Qinli of the 4 families has already become a thing of the past, disappearing into the river of time. Chenian, as an light of the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago, perished with the Spirit Hall in that great battle. After the situation turned against them, the Qian Jiyu family surrendered to Shrek Academy and the Clear Sky sect, becoming their vassals to help them eradicate the Qian family's angel martial soul in order to survive. After the Clear Sky sect disappeared, the Qian Jiyu family has accumulated over 10,000 years and has become a true member of Shrek Academy. I am almost certain that there is a Sea God Pavilion Elder in Shrek Academy with the surname Qian Jiyu. Xiao Chang nodded, unsurprised. Over 10,000 years. Some have defected, some have disappeared, and 3 of the 4 families are gone. But in this situation, are you sure the last family will still be loyal to the angelic martial soul? Mu Qingshui smiled bitterly. 10,000 years have passed. Even if someone was truly loyal back then and was willing to die for the angelic martial soul, how could they possibly still avenue much loyalty after 10,000 years? Xiao Chang silently looked at Mu Qingshui. If all 4 families were gone or had defected, Mu Qingshui would never have come to him late at night to say such meaningless things. Sure enough, Mu Qingshui continued to explain after a short while. The fall of the angelic martial soul 10,000 years ago did cause many people to kick it while it was down. But the angelic martial soul only lost because it was fighting to the last moment and had no other choice. It wasn't like the Clear Sky sect, which didn't even fight and just threw its people away. In that situation where there was a clear contrast, although the angelic martial soul lost, it did not completely lose everyone's hearts. After the collision between the Sun-Moon continent and the Douluo continent, the then patriarchs of the Qinfeng and Qinli families approached the surviving members of the Angel Martial Soul clan and promised that as long as any member of the Angel Martial Soul clan reached the 8th ring before the age of 30 and possessed 2 100,000-year soul rings, they would still become vassals of the Angel Martial Soul. Reaching the 8th ring under pressure, and possessing 2 100,000-year soul rings, is practically impossible under normal circumstances, Xiao Chang said. This wasn't Douluo Continent 3. Before Xiao Chang, the concept of soul spirits didn't exist on the continent. A seventh soul ring fused with a 100,000-year soul ring isn't something that can be achieved simply by having one or two 100,000-year level soul bones, let alone in Mu Qingshui's situation. It's almost impossible for her to possess high-level soul bones. It's indeed impossible, but they also have to protect themselves. Reaching the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo before the age of 30 and possessing two 100,000-year soul rings is something that was impossible even when the spirit hall was still around. Not to mention that once they reach the level of 7, they will face the pursuit of the Clear Sky Sect and Shrek Academy. Only by growing up under such circumstances and reaching a height that no one dares to even dream of will they dare to face the Read of the Clear Sky Sect and Shrek Academy with the angel spirit. Xiao Chang nodded. Indeed, it's already quite good that they contacted you again given their situation. Even if it's theoretically just a pie in the sky, they could have chosen not to even offer it under those circumstances, and moreover, I have now reached the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo and have two 100,000-year soul rings, which meets the requirements of the Qinfeng and Qinli families. Although the Qinli family no longer exists, the Qinfeng family is indeed a family that can be recruited. Mu Qingshui slowly explained that, after all, it was an agreement made thousands of years ago. Although she had already achieved a soul ring ratio of 6 black and 2 red, and her soul power had reached level 86. Mu Qingshui did not believe that this agreement made thousands of years ago was still valid at this time. But when Xiao Chang told her that the new force was called the Soul Hall, the difference between the two names, Soul Hall and Martial Soul Hall, gave her a strong sense of belonging. Furthermore, after discovering that all the staff of the Soul Palace came from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in Mingde Hall, Mu Qingshui felt that he should also find some people, so he thought of the agreement made thousands of years ago. Although the agreement was probably unreliable, with her level 86, ultimate fire, and two 100,000-year soul rings, she had the ability to turn that unreliable agreement into reality. There's no need for him to do much, he only needs to demonstrate the ratio of 6 black and 2 red soul rings in his own ultimate fire, and the already somewhat weakened Thousand Wind clan will naturally abide by their previous agreement. What is the strength of the Qinfeng family? The head of the Qinfeng family, the first elder, and the second elder are all soul Douluo, and there are 11 soul saints. It is quite a formidable force. Xiao Chang nodded. The soul Douluo in Douluo 2 was not bad. Although it was not as precious as in Douluo I, it was only because the area of the continent had almost doubled. Soul Douluo still had a lot of influence. There seemed to be more title Douluos and soul Douluos in the original novel because Huo Yuhao initially came to Shrek Academy, which had the most title Douluos. If you were born in Wuhun City and Saint, you died at the Wuhun Hall Academy in Wuhun City, and your talent was high enough that the academy's higher-ups would report it to their superiors, you would also find that there are actually quite a few title Douluos and soul Douluos. Judging from the number of limit Douluo, it is clear that there is no huge gap between Douluo I and Douluo II, or even any gap at all. After all, neither of them had more than 3 limit Douluo in the same era. Let's rest for a day, and then we'll leave tomorrow. After deciding what to do, Xiao Chang, Xiao Lan, Mu Qingshui, and Nana set off for the Qinfeng family. The journey was mostly peaceful until Shrek Academy members arrived at the same hotel as Xiao Chang and his group. Chapter 190 I dare not cause trouble because a mediocre person has messed with me. After leaving the territory of the Sun Moon Empire, Xiao Chang and his group traveled for a day. As dusk fell, Xiao Chang, along with Mu Qingshui, Nana, and Xiao Lan, chose the best hotel in Yingmu City to have something to eat and then rest for the night. However, just as everyone had chosen a nice spot in the hotel to enjoy the view while having dinner, a pair of extremely lewd little eyes looked over. Hey, Boss Lu, those two girls are pretty good looking. Their figures, tisk tisk, would be so much fun in bed. And the younger one, although she's a bit younger and doesn't have the same curves as the other two, has a nice face. In a few years, she'll probably be worth dozens of gold soul coins for one night. A chubby boy, not very old, spoke in a lewd manner, his small eyes fixed on Mu Qingshui and Nana, occasionally glancing at Xiao Lan. However, compared to Xiao Lan, who was not yet 12 years old, the already adult Mu Qingshui and almost 17-year-old Nana were obviously more attractive. The man the chubby boy called Boss Lu looked towards Xiao Chang's group. After confirming that none of the older-looking men on Xiao Chang's side could threaten them, he brazenly surveyed Mu Qingshui and Nana with his eyes, then nodded. Indeed, not bad. Just wait. The man called Boss Lu stood up, picked up his drink, and walked towards Xiao Chang's table. You two, have a few drinks with us. If we're happy, we'll reward you. Get lost. Mu Qingshui glanced at the man called Boss Lu, then released a wisp of soul power, pushing him aside and causing him to sit down on the ground. The wine bottle he was holding was spilled all over him by Mu Qingshui's soul power. When the man known as Boss Lu got his drink spilled all over himself, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was somewhat surprised. He, Lu Qi, is the young master of the Lu family in Qingmu City and a student of the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy. At only 18 years old, he has already reached level 45. Although he will not be able to enter the Inner Academy of Shrek in the future, graduating from the Outer Academy of Shrek will be almost no problem. An 18-year-old four-ring soul master may not be anything special in Shrek. But in other places, such cultivation would definitely be outstanding. Before Mu Qingshui could even unleash her martial soul, he had already been repelled by her soul power. This meant that Mu Qingshui's strength far surpassed his. To repel a level 45 man without unleashing her martial soul meant that Mu Qingshui's strength was at least 15 levels higher than his. 45 plus 15 equals 60, and at level 60. She would definitely acquire a soul ring to reach level 61. Level 61, which means that the woman in front of me is a soul emperor. In an instant, Lu Qi sensed something was wrong. Mu Qingshui didn't seem to be much older than him. Even if some special martial souls could make someone look younger than they actually were, Mu Qingshui should be under 30 years old. A six-ring soul emperor under 30 years old was not someone his family couldn't afford to offend, but he himself absolutely couldn't afford to offend her. He himself was only a four-ring soul master. And the group of cronies who called him boss were all below the soul master level, with the strongest being only a level 37 soul venerable. Otherwise, they wouldn't call him boss. A soul master and a group of soul venerables went to provoke a group of people who had at least one six-ring soul emperor. Lu Qi himself believed that Shrek Academy people who dared not cause trouble were mediocre. But he only wanted to provoke a three-ring soul venerable or a four-ring soul master. Originally, judging from the age of Xiao Chang and the others, they should be around that level of cultivation. So he did not stop his subordinates from making a fuss. Who knew that he would kick a hornet's nest so conveniently? Qingmu City is generally not a place where many geniuses come, and it's on the edge of a second-tier city in the Heavenly Soul Empire. This place shouldn't have such a genius, but he just happened to encounter one who had reached the sixth-ring Soul Emperor level at such a young age. Sensing something was wrong, Lu Qi wanted to apologize immediately, saying it was all a misunderstanding and he had been bewitched, but what are you doing? My boss was kindly offering you a drink. Not only did you refuse to drink, but you even pushed my boss over. Is there no justice? Is there no law? The sleazy little fat guy who was next to Lu Qi rushed over as soon as Lu Qi fell down. He pointed at Xiao Chang and spoke righteously, as if Mu Qingshui and the others were the ones who were wrong. Meanwhile, the others who came with Lu Qi cheered behind the little fat guy. Each one louder and more aggressive than the last. That's right. Apologize. And then sleep with our boss, otherwise this won't be resolved. And us too. After you've finished serving Boss Lu, let us brothers have some fun too. If we're not satisfied, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Qi. Sometimes it's really wrong to take these naive people as your underlings. It's fine to bully men and women on ordinary days. It's okay to bully a bunch of people who aren't even soul masters. Or people who don't dare to cause trouble, just incompetent. But these guys can't even tell the difference between strong and weak. They pushed me to the ground without even lifting a finger. Are they the kind of people you can mess with? Is it too late to distance ourselves from them now? Sensi. Ing the killing intent emanating from Mu Qingshui and the others, and knowing that it was clearly aimed at him, Lu Qi knew he was in trouble. He wanted to run, but with that murderous intent watching him, he couldn't even run now. When we make a move, someone will die. When someone dies, someone will cry. When someone cries, someone will want to speak. Speak. Before you die, you have at least 3 things to say. Xiao Chang looked at Lu Qi, who had been pushed to the front by the crowd. Although he could tell that Lu Qi was scared, this was something that he and his men had started. If his strength was weaker than theirs, Xiao Chang didn't even want to think about what would happen to his men. Therefore, Xiao Chang had no intention of letting them off the hook. My father is the lord of Lu City. This is the first sentence. My grandfather was an 8-ring soul Douluo. My sister disappeared 3 years ago. I am now his only grandson. If you kill me, he will kill you. Xiao Chang took a leisurely sip of tea, feeling that this Lord Lu seemed somewhat familiar, but he didn't pay much attention. This is the second sentence. I am still a student of Shrek Academy. No one but Shrek Academy can judge me. If you want to kill me, you are slapping Shrek Academy in the face. If Shrek Academy's reputation is involved, Shrek Academy will definitely remove the title and kill you all. Very good. That's all for now. Nana, make your move and kill them all. Remember to use the 8 spider lances and make sure they suffer a terrible death. Yes, Master. Chapter 191. Any one who dares to kill a member of Shrek Academy has already met their demise. What? Master. TCH, so it's someone else's. The chubby boy next to Lu Qi hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. He glanced at Nana with disdain. Then his lecherous little eyes continued to stare at Mu Qingshui. However, this time he didn't have time to stare for long. When Nana took off her outer garment, revealing her backless top, the 8 spider legs of the human-faced demon spider on Nana's back erupted, and a fierce aura suddenly swept over. Everyone sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The tips of the 8 spider spears contained deadly poison as they pierced their bodies. Penetrating wounds were nothing to them. The deadly poison, which corroded their entire bodies, left them only able to watch their bodies rot away bit by bit. Help. Boss Lu. Quick. Find someone to save me. I'm in so much pain. The lecherous little fat boy was rolling around on the ground, because he was the first to look at Nana with lustful eyes. As a result, Nana gave him special treatment. The poison of the human-faced spider on the other underlings would kill them in no time, but he would know. Die for a while and would have to suffer for several hours before slowly dying. As for Lu Qi, who was known as the boss, Nana used her 8 spider lances to cut open his body and remove his internal organs. You can't kill me. Not daring to cause trouble is Shrek Academy's motto. It's also the assessment task for this period. If you kill me, Shrek will definitely avenge me. No one but Shrek members can judge Shrek. My dad and my grandpa won't let you get away with this either. They're soul saints and soul Douluos. You won't escape Qingmu City. Lu Qi, using up his last bit of strength, shouted, trying to frighten Xiao Chang and the others into begging for mercy so they could find a way to treat him. After he had been shouting for a while, Xiao Chang walked over. Don't worry, whether it's your father, your grandfather, or that Shrek Academy student who's on your side, I'll send them to see you soon. You. Before Lu Qi could say anything more, a piece of duct tape had already sealed his mouth, preventing him from speaking further. After dealing with Lu Qi, not long after, the hotel, where everyone had fled, was visited by a city defense force. The middle-aged man at the head of the group had 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, proving that he was a soul saint. This man was none other than Lu Qi's father, Lu Feng, the city lord of Qingmu City. As soon as he entered the hotel, he saw Xiao Chang and his group. I am Lu Feng, the city lord of Qingmu City. Who are you people, and what is your relationship with my son? Oh, your son. We have a very close relationship with him. Hearing Xiao Chang's words, Lu Feng snorted coldly. HMPH, a bunch of bad friends. My son didn't get into Shrek Academy because he was led astray by you little beasts. Xiao Chang. Bad friends. Who? Me. Hey, do you think it's possible that when I said, open your heart, I meant it in the literal sense? Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something. And in an instant his stunned expression turned into rage. You brats. You dared to kill my son. You're asking for death. Lu Feng's 7th spirit ring lit up, and his Marty Al's soul true body was activated instantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang raised his hand and gathered his soul power, but instead of slapping Lu Feng across the face, he slapped Lu Feng's martial soul true body away. The moment Lu Feng was slapped away by Xiao Chang, he felt no anger. He only had one thought in his mind. This was a soul Douluo disguised as a teenager. He was unlucky enough to run into an old monster who liked to bully children. Run. Tell my dad this is a soul Douluo with a soul power level of at least 85. Tell my dad to go find Shrek Academy. After Lu Feng finished shouting, he forcibly erected his martial soul true body to block Xiao Chang and the others, and then he was easily controlled by Xiao Chang. Nana, drag him in, and then you try your 8 spider lances. 10,000 years ago, Tang San used the 8 spider lances to devour the life energy and talent cultivation of others. See if your 8 spider lances can do the same thing. Yes, master. As instructed by Xiao Chang. Nana stabbed the 8 spider spears into his arms, legs, and dantian respectively. The cultivation and life force belonging to the soul saint were quickly absorbed by Nana through the 8 spider lances. Before long, Lu Feng's face became withered, and he looked like his life force was about to be exhausted. Evil soul master, Lu Feng spoke with his last bit of strength. This time, he truly felt like he had kicked a hornet's nest. Don't slander people. The 8 spider lances were the first soul bone of Tang San, the sea god, 10,000 years ago. Are you trying to say that Tang San, the sea god, was an evil soul master? Lu Feng wanted to say something, but the massive loss of his life force, coupled with the effects of the human-faced spider's venom, caused him to die instantly. Master. Nana wasn't afraid of killing, but this method of killing, which resembled that of an evil spirit master, was hard for her to accept at first. She extremely disliked evil spirit masters. Xiao Chang rubbed Nana's head. There's no need to show mercy to your enemies, that's cruel to yourself. But you must recognize who your real enemies are. There's nothing wrong with this ability to devour, it all depends on who you use it on. His son started it. If it were someone weaker, they might have been beaten up for no reason, or even worse. Can you imagine what would happen if we couldn't beat these people? So, it's not too much to treat this kind of person however you want. Xiao Chang remembered that in some places in his previous life, a group of drunk men would provoke trouble and force women to drink with them. If a woman refused, they would beat her until she was disfigured. Unfortunately, the beaten man had no power or influence, so in the end, he could only let the matter drop. If it weren't for my own strength, in this feudal era, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have had the chance to make a small matter. Heaven knows how many times I've been asked to drink with others. I understand, master. What do we do next? Do we wait here? No. Let's take care of what we need to do first. With so many people around, we probable. Why won't be able to find that 8-ring soul Douluo from his family? Let's check again when we get back. Yes, master. 3 days later, in Qingmu City, the old city lord, Lu Hu, stood respectfully to the side. Not daring to even breathe loudly as he watched the person sitting in the main seat. The suppressed state of the person sitting in the main seat was so great that even an 8-ring soul Douluo dared not breathe. Clearly indicating that the person sitting in the main seat was a title Douluo. You mean someone from Shrek Academy was killed while causing trouble? And the person who killed him was a soul Douluo of level 85 or higher? Yes, Your Majesty, my grandson was originally just enough. My Shrek Academy student is dead. I no longer care about right or wrong. You only need to know one thing. Anyone who dares to kill a Shrek Academy student will die. As the titled Douluo spoke, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, appeared around him, making him appear extremely domineering with the aura of a level 93 titled Douluo. Chapter 192 The Pursuit of the Title Douluo. Feeling the immense pressure of the level 93, Lu Hu, who was only level L81 and at the bottom of the soul Douluo ranks, was sweating profusely, but at the same time, he was also glad that his grandson had gone to Shrek Academy to study. He had long heard that Shrek Academy was protective of its own. But he never expected that Shrek would send a title Douluo to avenge the death of just an outer court student. This was something Lu Hu had never imagined before. Your Majesty, thank you for avenging my son and grandson. As long as I live, Qingmu City will forever obey Shrek Academy and will forever be Shrek Academy's pawn. As he spoke, Lu Hu bowed to the titled Douluo. After Land Rover finished bowing, a surge of soul power lifted him up, and then the titled Douluo spoke. No need for such formalities. It is the duty of us elders of Shrek Academy to avenge the wronged members of the Academy. Go and contact the city lords of the nearby cities and ask them to help find those who dared to kill members of Shrek Academy. Tell them it is an order from the divine power Douluo. I will personally lead the team to kill them. I want the world to know that not just anyone can kill members of Shrek Academy. Thank you very much, Senior Divine Power. I will immediately contact the other city lords to lend my support. Shrek's divine power Douluo waved his hand. Go. Don't keep me waiting too long. Yes. After Land Rover took his leave, only the Shrek Academy's divine power Douluo remained in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Inside the deserted main hall of the city lord's mansion, the divine power Douluo idly tapped the armrest of his chair with his fingers. You dare to provoke Shrek Academy just because you have an 8th ring cultivation level. Normally, I wouldn't bother with someone who hasn't even entered the inner courtyard. It's a pity, though. Now is the time to get everyone to side with Shrek Academy. Blame your bad luck for provoking Shrek Academy at this time. An 85 level soul Douluo, that's a bit of a shame. The divine power Douluo spoke quietly, saying that thanks to the defeat in the last all-continent advanced Soul Master tournament, and with no hope of winning this tournament, Shrek Academy had no choice but to have its Soul Masters cause more trouble. By taking advantage of the trouble caused by Shrek Academy students, they divided the power of Shrek student families into the power of non-Shrek student families, forcing those high-level non-Shrek Soul Masters to join the Shrek team and become the source of Shrek's power and geniuses. Frankly, this behavior is somewhat unethical and hateful, but fortunately, the threat from the Sun Moon Empire is becoming increasingly significant. Between tolerating Shrek's blatant disrespect and being destroyed by the Sun Moon Empire, the three great empires, especially Tianyun and Xingluo, which directly face the threat from the Sun Moon Empire, have to tolerate everything Shrek does. Otherwise, if they were to take action against Shrek, not only would Shrek be too powerful for a single empire to handle, but even if they could, they would also perish after destroying Shrek. As long as the three great empires do not take the lead in annihilating Shrek Academy, individual families will be even less likely to raise their voices and say or do anything to Shrek Academy. Under such circumstances, Shrek Academy can impose certain high-pressure policies on various regions and crack down on non-Shrek forces, forcing them to become one of Shrek Academy's forces or gradually eliminate them. By recruiting a group of nobles and defeating another, and then using the resources of the defeated nobles to grow their own power, Shrek Academy profits alongside the recruited nobles. This is the fundamental reason for Shrek Academy's enduring strength. Relying on the school motto that, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, and with Shrek Academy's ability to support its students, Shrek Academy has always had a large number of noble supporters and has grown stronger over time. Especially today, after their defeat, in order to show the world the advantages and disadvantages of joining Shrek Academy sent a title Douluo to make an example of a 4-ring Soul Master and demonstrate Shrek Academy's power to the world. Speaking of which, what kind of torture method would be best to demonstrate the consequences of being an enemy of Shrek Academy? While the divine power Douluo was pondering, Xiao Chang and the others had already arrived at the entrance of the Qinfeng family and found the family head, Qinfeng Lai, explaining their purpose to him. So, young lady, you are the owner of the angelic martial soul, and you already possess 2 100,000-year soul rings. Yes. Mu Qingxue answered calmly, while Kia En Fengli's face remained expressionless, but his mind was in turmoil. He knew about the agreement his ancestor made with the angelic martial soul possessor, and he also knew the inside story of that agreement. Their Qinfeng family was originally an vassal of the Qian family of the Spirit Hall, but unlike Changgu and Chenian, the Qinfeng and Qinli families did not have as strong a spirit as them. Compared to the powerful Chenggu and Chenian families, their Qinfeng and Qinli families were more like servants of the Qian family. Being weak is not a good thing normally, but precisely because of their weakness, their family located in a remote area, was not forced to go to the battlefield at Jiayuguan during the decisive battle. This is why the Qinfeng and Qinli families were able to survive. In addition, since their strongest members were only soul saints, no one took them seriously if they hid for a while. After all, at that time, no one in their families had ever appeared as a soul Douluo. They were weak, located in a remote area, and had already killed too many people in that war, which Tang San felt was excessive. So he ordered the continent to stop the war, and they successfully survived. What followed was a period of drifting along and getting by. There was nothing wrong with this kind of life. After all, it was a soul master family, and with a soul saint as a high-end combatant. They could be considered a middle-class noble family. But then the Sun and Moon Empire came. The sudden appearance of a continent and an empire made our ancestors uneasy. After all, the strength of a soul saint was nothing special in the eyes of the strong, and they could be destroyed when necessary. That is why their family and the Qinli family chose to seek out a soul master with an angelic martial soul, hoping to once again gain the protection of a powerful soul master. That was their ancestors' original thought, and as it turns out, they did indeed need the protection of powerful soul masters. If they had truly relied on powerful soul masters, the Qinli family would not have disappeared from the annals of history. But that was all in the past. With the emergence of the Sun-Moon Empire's medicine, their Thousand Winds family is now a powerful family with 3 soul Douluos. Although it is not the most top family, it now has almost the status and strength. Therefore, the current head of the Thousand Winds family does not really want to become someone else's vassal. After all, being someone's subordinate and being your own master are two different concepts. Therefore, Qian Fengli, the head of the Qinfeng family, intended to refuse to become someone else's vassal again. However, just as he was about to refuse, Mu Qingshui's 6 black and 2 red soul rings appeared in front of him. And at the same time, a flame with extremely high temperature appeared in her hand. I achieved the 2 100,000-year spirit rings before the age of 30. In addition, the spirit ring I fused with is the 100,000-year spirit ring of the fiery apricot. While granting me spirit skills, it also granted me the ultimate fire. Although I am only level 86 now, ordinary title Ed Douluo are definitely no match for me. Even a level 95 Super Douluo, I am capable of fighting against him. Qian Fengli, head of the Qinfeng family, pays respects to His Majesty. Chapter 19. 3. The Thousand Wind Knights have no mounts. When Mu Qingshui revealed her 6 black and 2 red soul rings and her ultimate fire, Qian Fengli, the patriarch of the Qinfeng family, knelt down before her without any hesitation. As the head of a family with 3 members who are 8-ring soul Douluo level experts, he would not want to be someone else's successor if he could. The previous family chose to submit to the Qian family because their own strength was extremely weak. Their clan's light knight martial soul could generally only be cultivated to the 7th ring soul saint. However, thanks to the medicine, they have become a family with soul Douluo. Although their strength is still limited, they can no longer be called weak. If they choose to be someone else's subordinate when they don't have a soul Douluo, and still want to be someone else's subordinate when they do have a soul Douluo, then their family has had a soul Douluo for nothing. Therefore, when Mu Qingshui arrived, he did not intend to become Mu Qingshui's subordinate as agreed back then. Just as he was about to refuse, the 6 black and 2 red signs meant that Mu Qingshui possessed soul skills at least at the 10,000-year level. And even some at the 100,000-year level. If this still gave him a slight sense of resistance, hoping to compensate her with money or other things to prevent a conflict with Mu Qingshui. Then when Mu Qingshui mentioned her ultimate fire, Qian Fengli instantly became a loyal subject of the angelic martial soul. With a spirit ring ratio of 6 black and 2 red, plus the angelic martial soul, their strength is definitely not weaker than that of an ordinary title Douluo. Their family has 3 soul Douluos, plus many soul saints, which more or less pose a threat to T. He combat power of title Douluo powerhouses. Although they still couldn't defeat them, their title Douluo strength meant that if it really came down to a fight to the death, they wouldn't be lambs to the slaughter. In a world where strength reigns supreme, status is determined by power. They cannot easily antagonize someone with the combat power of a title Douluo, but the oath made by their aunts. Sturs cannot ultimately control them now. In order to continue to rule the local area instead of being subservient to others, Qian Fengli has prepared to pay compensation and is prepared to uncond it. Yonali serve Mu Qingshui 3 times in the future in exchange for a more amicable solution for both sides. But with the appearance of Mu Qingshui's ultimate fire, everything changed. With her 6 black and 2 red angelic martial souls, Mu Qingshui's combat power is no less than that of an ordinary titled Douluo. However, with her 6 black and 2 red ultimate fire angelic martial souls, Mu Qing Shui's strength is no weaker than that of an ordinary super Douluo. Their family has 3 soul Douluos and numerous soul saints, enough to sit down and have a proper talk with a title Douluo. But when faced with a super Douluo, they are just a bunch of lambs to the slaughter, with no right to bargain. If the agreement with the title Douluo is not kept, they can pay a certain price to make the odd. Her party feel that they have not suffered much loss. It would be good for both sides to shake hands and make peace. However, if it makes the super Douluo unhappy, they can kill them all without any risk. Qian Fengli does not dare to gamble on what kind of person the other party is. Looking at Qian Fengli kneeling at her feet, Mu Qingshui had no idea what he was thinking. After all, some things had been agreed upon by their ancestors beforehand, and now Qian Fengli was simply becoming her retainer once again according to the previous agreement. Qian Fengli kept many things to himself, and before he could even speak them, he saw Mu Qingshui's extreme fire choose to submit. Therefore, in Mu Qingshui's eyes, Qian Fengli was a loyal retainer who kept his promises. Get up. Tell me about he current strength of the Qinfeng family, and also tell him. Mu Qingshui raised her hand, her jade-like fingers pointing at Xiao Chang. And this is. The Lord of the Soul Hall is also my direct superior. I am currently the Grand Elder of the Soul Hall's Hall of Worship. Soul Hall. My lord, this is related to the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the name Soul Hall, Qian Fengli almost instinctively thought of the Spirit Hall. It's different, but he promised to hand over the Hall of Worship to me, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the High Priest of the Hall of Worship will always be the angelic spirit. Understood, Lord. My family's martial soul is the Knight of Light. The innate soul power of this martial soul is generally levels 6 to 7, and occasionally there are some level 8 to 9. As for full innate soul power, that is an existence that only appears once every few hundred years. The 2 elders and I are all at the 8th level of the innate realm. Oh, our current cultivation level has reached the soul Douluo level. However, because we do not have the ability to hunt soul rings that are more than 50,000 years old, our 8th soul rings are only 40,000 years old. As for soul power, I am at level 81, the first elder is at level 82, and the second elder is at level 81. In addition, our clan has 11 soul saints, 37 soul emperors, and 93 soul kings. There are a total of 321 soul masters in our clan who have awakened the Light Knight martial soul. In addition, there are more than 500 soul masters among our servants. However, less than 30 of these servants have the cultivation of soul sect. They are generally soul masters at level 10 or 20, and even 3 soul venerables are rare. You have so many retainers. Xiao Chang was not surprised to hear that there were more than 300 light knights with martial spirits, but he was somewhat astonished when he heard that their family had more than 500 servants. However, Mu Qingshui was quite used to this. It's normal. 10,000 years ago, when the Spirit Hall was around, as long as you reached the level of a Spirit Master, you would receive 1 gold spirit coin per month. Therefore, as long as a Spirit Master reached level 10, even if his family was very poor, he could still borrow money at high interest rates to hire Omion to help him hunt for spirit rings. After all, a fixed income of 1 gold spirit coin per month was enough to support someone hunting for spirit rings for 10 years. But with the disappearance of the Spirit Hall, after that money was gone, soul masters who reached level 10, unless they had a soul master elder in their family or were very rich, either had to take the risk of hunting for soul rings alone in the Stardow Great Forest, or they had no choice but to sell themselves into slavery and become servants for some powerful forces. However, now that there are no other options, then if they wanted to become someone's servant, they wouldn't fetch a high price. After all, unless they wanted to risk their lives, no one would choose to go to the Stardo Great Forest alone to hunt for spirit rings. Which is such a dangerous thing. Xiao Chang nodded. The seller's market has suddenly turned into a buyer's market, which is why there are so many servants. But speaking of which, the martial soul of the Light Knight should not be weak. It should be at least level 6 or 7 innate, and it is not impossible for them to have full innate soul power. But I heard that YS used to only be able to reach the level of 7 ring soul saint. You only reached the level of soul Douluo with the help of drugs. Qian Fengli nodded. Reporting to the palace master, R. Marty. Our spirit is indeed not weak in normal circumstances, but our martial spirit also has its flaws. Although our martial spirit is knight, we do not have any soul skills that can generate warhorses. More than 2,000 years ago, our first family head who broke through to the soul Douluo level by relying on medicine gathered the family's high-end combat power to form the Thousand Wind Knights, but even the Thousand Wind Knights did not have a suitable mount. Chapter 194 The Ice and Snow Maiden, Susano. Xiao Chang raised an eyebrow. What kind of knight can you be without a mount? That's why I said that martial spirits have flaws. The martial spirit of a light knight can only grow rapidly on horseback, and the horse's cultivation level cannot be too much lower than our own. When it comes to cultivation speed, since there are still quite a few horse-type soul beasts with 100 or 1,000 years of cultivation, and they can be artificially bred, and horses can enhance the knight's abilities. Our clan's younger generation can cultivate very quickly in the early stages with this kind of simulated cultivation method. Before level 30, our cultivation speed is not inferior to, and may even surpass, top-tier martial souls like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Levels 30 to 40 are still okay. There are horse-type soul beasts that are 2,000 or 3,000 years old. With so many years of accumulation, we can afford to buy and raise them. But after level 40, there are no suitable horse-type soul beasts that match our cultivation level. It's like losing the simulated training ground that we've always been used to. Our cultivation speed is almost halved. Although we can still cultivate, the speed from level 40 to 50 is obviously much slower. But it's still manageable at this point. However, the level range from 50 to 60 is a bit difficult. Without a suitable warhorse, it becomes challenging for knights to understand their martial spirit and cultivate it at a faster pace. Fortunately, a 10-level difference can be overcome with perseverance, but to go from level 60 to 70, one must be at the 7th level of the innate realm with the aid of medicine. The first elder and the second elder were at the 8.5 level of the innate realm, and they barely managed to reach that level with a lot of time and medicine. I am at the 9th level of the innate realm. But I don't think I have a chance of reaching level 83 or higher. Hearing Qian Fengli's words, Xiao Chang raised a question. The ones you raise are at most 2,000 or 3,000 years old. Haven't you thought about going to the Stardo Great Forest to capture some horse-type soul beasts that are 10,000 years old? As far as I know, the heavenly dragon or he can cultivate to the level of 10,000 or even 100,000 years old. Even if you don't capture 100,000 years old, just capturing one 10,000-year-old one would save you from this situation. Palace Master, we have considered this matter and even tried to do it, but the problem is that horse-type soul beasts that are over 10,000 years old are not only difficult to capture in the Stardo Great Forest, but they also have developed strong intelligence. Our ancestors tried several times, but 10,000-year-old horse-type soul beasts would rather die than leave the Stardo Great Forest. Our ancestors failed repeatedly in the past 700 years, and 3 soul Douluo and more than 20 soul saints perished one after another. We really have no other choice. After all, we can't afford to continue. In addition, we also think that taming them after capturing them is a major hurdle. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up the possibility of producing several more soul saints or even soul Douluo for our family. A mount is key to a knight's strength, combat power, and cultivation speed. The cultivation speed before level 30 is comparable to, or even surpasses, top-tier martial souls like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, because of the knight's unity with his horse. When riding a horse-type soul beast that is over 1,000 years old, even a 1-ring soul master's cultivation speed is comparable to that of a 3-ring soul master. A 1-ring soul master is considered a 3-ring soul venerable. I understand. Tell your people to pack up and prepare to leave. After the Sun Moon Empire is established, I might be able to solve your problems and raise the overall strength of your family by 1 level. Is it true, Lord? I have no reason to lie to you. Sell all the land and property you can as soon as possible and convert it into cash or cultivation resources. The relocation of the entire clan will cause quite a stir. But you don't need to worry too much. I brought many soul tools that can hold living people, so I can take even 1,000 people with me. Yes, Lord. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Your Majesty, we have found the trail of those who killed my son and grandson. They are in the territory of the Qinfeng family. I have contacted the city lords of the 5 main cities and 17 county towns nearby as you ordered. We are just waiting for your command to form a coalition of 6 soul Douluos, 37 soul saints, and hundreds of soul emperors to kill them in an instant. Li Hu, the city lord of Qingmu City, bowed and spoke to the titled Douluo of Shrek Academy, whose title was Divine Power. You all lead the team to surround them first and see what the Qinfeng family is up to. If they dare to resist, wipe them out as well. However, those who have offended Shrek Academy must be captured alive. I will personally torture and kill them in front of everyone to appease the spirits of my Shrek Academy students. Don't go down unless you have something to say. I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. The Divine Power Douluo waved his hand, his gaze fixed on a cage, not even glancing at Li Hu. Yes. This old man takes his leave. Li Hu cupped his hands in greeting and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he secretly glanced at the cage. Inside the cage was a beautiful woman with silver hair and blue eyes. At this moment, her hands and feet were restricted by a soul tool, leaving her with no possibility of escape. The woman was stunningly beautiful and possessed an icy aura. However, both Li Hu and the Divine Power Douluo looked at her with greed in their eyes, but there was no lustful intent in them. The reason was simple. The cage contained a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Su Tong, who had taken human form. As the owner of the Ice and Snow Maiden martial soul that appeared in the original work, she originally only stayed in a small town until she became a student of Shrek Academy after reaching the 6th ring soul emperor level. This state of hiding from the title Douluo, coupled with the fact that an ultimate martial soul in the Douluo II era could not remain unknown for a long time, almost clearly indicates that Su Tong is a soul beast transformed into a human. In the original novel, Su Tong was quite lucky. She didn't go to Shrek Academy until he reached the 6th ring soul emperor level. By then, she wouldn't be recognized by the title Douluo anymore. But things are different now. After Su Tong reached the 3rd ring soul master level, he did not go to places full of title Douluos like Xiao Wu did. Instead, she stayed in a small town on the outskirts of Qingmu City that didn't even have any soul Douluos, and tried her best to avoid attracting attention. She has always done well, and after reaching the 3rd ring, even Li Hu of Qingmu City could not tell that she was a soul beast in human form. She is extremely safe in this place where there are no titled Douluo. However, she encountered an unexpected situation. Because of Xiao Chang, a title Douluo appeared in this place that was originally impossible to produce. In addition, the large-scale search ordered by the title Douluo made Su Tong, who had something to hide, panic. In her panic, she was clearly reported to the Divine Power Douluo. Li Hu, a soul Douluo, natural. Li couldn't tell what was going on with Su Tong, but a Divine Power Douluo could. Then she entered the cage. I never expected to find such a treasure in such a small place. After I kill the person who provoked Shrek Academy, I'll bring you back to Shrek Academy. It'll be a win-win situation for me. I'll win twice. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 195 Suppressing Shrek. Su Tong spat in the face of the Divine Power Douluo. But it was blocked by the Divine Power Douluo's protective soul power and fell to the ground. Hey, a mere spirit beast dares to spit on this work. Oh well, I'm in a good mood today. It's just a pity that if I had seen you a few decades earlier, I would have been level 95 by now with a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Now I can only use you to exchange for resources. But it's not a loss. You and those who provoked Shrek Academy will become my driving force. The divine power Douluo placed Su Tong in his storage soul tool and then walked towards the many gathered soul masters. Your Majesty. Divine power. It really is His Majesty the divine power. He's a senior figure at Shrek Academy, a titled Douluo level big shot. For a mere 4-ring soul master student, a titled Douluo is mobilized to avenge him. I will definitely make sure my son gets into Shrek Academy in the future. When the divine power Douluo appeared in the crowd, the soul masters, who already had a strong bias towards Shrek Academy, became excited and flattered the divine power Douluo and Shrek Academy. Your Majesty, all personnel have been assembled, totaling 2,397 soul masters. Ready for your deployment at any time, a soul Douluo reported to the divine power Douluo. Very good. Have the locations of those people who killed my Shrek students changed? Your Majesty. News just came from the agility-type soul masters that the Qinfeng family is rapidly selling off their farmland, seemingly planning to relocate to Chenzhou. The Thousand Winds clan, asked the divine power Douluo. He wasn't really sure what families existed in this relatively remote place. Your Majesty, the Qinfeng family has 3 soul Douluos and 11 soul saints, with a total of over 800 soul masters. They are considered a dominant force here. However, if Your Majesty gives the order, we will certainly capture them alive and bring them before Your Majesty. 800. That certainly makes them a formidable force. Unfortunately, whether it's 2,300 soul masters fighting 800 soul masters, or 6 soul Douluos and 37 soul Saint TS fighting 3 soul Douluos and 11 soul saints, no matter what, the advantage in this battle lies with me. Your Majesty's insight is brilliant. Let's go. Surround those who dare to mess with Shrek Academy and the Thousand Winds family. I will personally lead the operation and show them the consequences of offending Shrek. Yes. Under the command of the divine power Douluo, more th. And 2,000 soul masters quickly went to the Thousand Wind clan and surrounded the Thousand Wind clan members who were leaving. Clan leader, something terrible has happened. The titled Douluo of Shrek Academy has surrounded us with more than 2,000 soul masters. I saw it. Qian Fengli's face was gloomy. He was almost certain that this Shrek Academy's titled Douluo had come to capture Mu Qingshui, a master of extreme fire. An 8-ring soul Douluo, whose soul rings are at least 10,000 years old, and who even has 200,000-year soul rings, the titled Douluo who aim to capture him is definitely not ordinary. Qian Fengli is almost certain that the titled Douluo on the other side is a powerful existence even among the super Douluo. Clan leader, how about we? The second elder of the Qinfeng clan came to Qian Fengli's side and gestured with his eyes for him to turn against them. Before a fight breaks out, he should quickly sever ties with Mu Qingshui's side to avoid the entire clan being wiped out. Shut up. I know you're scared, but don't be scared now, because being scared won't help. Having faced Mu Qingshui's 6 black and 2 red soul rings and knowing that she possessed the ultimate fire, Qian Fengli knew that they couldn't defeat the titled Douluo on the other side, but they also couldn't defeat Mu Qingshui. There's still a sliver of hope. If they fight their way out with Mu Qingshui. If they turn against her now and confront her directly, it will only hasten their demise. Moreover, if they fail to capture Mu Qingshui, Shrek Academy will most likely not let them go either. Now, the only way to survive is to go all the way down this path. If they really want to bet on the other side, they shouldn't forget that their own background is not clean. 10,000 years ago, Shrek Academy had already committed too much killing. Tang San, as the sea god, had decided to stop the killing. In addition, their own strength was indeed weak. The entire family only had 4 soul saints, and 3 of them had a soul power of less than 75. There was not a single soul Douluo. But now their family has 3 soul Douluos, even though they were enhanced by drugs. But who can guarantee that they will never reach the title Douluo level? Knowing that Shrek Academy would definitely not let them go, their only option was to fight to the death. Despite looking at the more than 2,000 people and thinking of the title Douluo, they felt that this was just a death sentence and had almost no confidence in that young man. Seeing that his own life was nearing its end, Qian Fengli called to his son, preparing a final warning. Qian Fengluo. Father. When the time comes, I, the first elder, and the second elder will tear open a gap. And you can take your younger brothers and sisters and those clansmen under the age of 20 and leave. Father. Alright. Stop looking so gloomy. This battle isn't as dangerous as you think. After Qian Fengli finished instructing his son, Xiao Chang's voice came, along with a psychological suggestion field, interrupting their somber atmosphere. Then, Xiao Chang walked up to the H place in front of Qian Fengli and many other soul masters of the Qian Feng family. A 7-ring soul saint cannot stand in the air for long, but with his control over ice and his 100,000-year level simulated soul skill, it is not difficult for Xiao Chang to make it look like he is walking on air. Standing in the void. A soul Douluo or a title Douluo. The newly formed alliance of soul Maste. RS was shocked and somewhat flustered when they saw Xiao Chang stepping into the void. Don't be fooled by him. He's just a soul Douluo at most. The Qinfeng family only has 3 soul Douluos, while we have 6. Even if their family has 1 or 2 more soul Douluos, the advantage is still with us. A Contra player stood on a high place and shouted to encourage everyone, and then everyone roared to dispel the fear in their hearts. That's right. No matter what, with 6 soul Douluos against 4 soul Douluos, the advantage is on my side. That's right, the advantage is on my side. The advantage is in my hands. With the appearance of Contra, the morale of the Soul Masters brought by Shrek Academy soared, but Xiao Chang raised his hand, and his 400,000-year-old soul bone skill, the freezing ray, instantly froze a soul Douluo. Just as the soul Douluo was about to land, the ice explosion technique was activated. After killing dozens of soul masters, the remaining corpses of the other soul masters, who were half dead from the explosion, became new bombs, continuing the next round of detonation. In 2.5 minutes, more than half of the original 2,000 soul masters had been killed or wounded. At this moment, Xiao Chang's voice reached everyone's ears. You just said, what's the advantage again? Chapter 196 Suppressing the title Douluo. Under the successive ice explosions, the Shrek Academy's allied forces, composed of soul masters from several surrounding cities, quickly suffered more than half their losses, while the remaining soul masters terrified and cried out in fear under the influence of psychological suggestion. As for the members of the Qinfeng family, they all gaped open and were speechless for a long time. With over 2,000 soul masters, even if they were left to be killed, they couldn't imagine how anyone could kill so many. Patriarch, you should have told me sooner that the palace master was so powerful. I thought I wasn't going to make it today. Quote. Exactly. I was just thinking about my will. Qian Fengli. If I said I didn't know either, would you believe me? Attention everyone. Although those soul masters have suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the palace master, there is still a title Douluo on the other side who has not made a move from beginning to end. Do not let your guard down, shouted the great elder of the Thousand Winds clan. As the great elder of the Thousand Winds clan finished speaking, the divine power Douluo, who had been holding the line at the rear, appeared before everyone. Stepping through the void, his spirit rings, consisting of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings, indicated his cultivation level as a title Douluo. The moment the divine power Douluo walked towards the sky and saw Xiao Chang, he laughed instead of getting angry. I wondered who dared to kill my Shrek students. It turns out it was you, brat. Very well. Not only did you kill my Shrek students, but you also killed so many people who worked for Shrek. When I capture you alive at Shrek today, you will definitely regret what you have done. It's the divine power Douluo. The divine power Douluo is here. We're saved. Divine power Douluo. Quick. Kill him. Kill him to avenge my brother. Kill this demon. Tear his heart out. Avenge my blown off left leg. The moment he divine power Douluo appeared before everyone, hope returned to the eyes of the people who were originally fearful. They did not know what Xiao Chang's strength was, but they also did not know what a title Douluo should be. In the eyes of ordinary soul masters, soul saints are top-notch figures, soul Douluos are even more unattainable, and titled Douluos are figures that only exist in legends for ordinary soul masters. Xiao Chang's strength had reached some unknown realm for them, but the title of Douluo was also another unknown realm. People who were unaware of the difference in strength between the two sides only felt that both sides were very strong. Their anger towards Xiao Chang gave them hope, and they could only hope that the strength of the divine power Douluo was above that of Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang looked at the divine power Douluo. His limit Douluo level mental power allowed him to clearly sense that the divine power Douluo's cultivation was below that of a super Douluo. Regret my actions today. With your abilities. HMPH. Don't think that just because you have one or two powerful soul skills that give you the ability to defeat a soul Douluo, you can defeat me. The difference between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is not just a soul ring of more than 80,000 years. Oh, but speaking of which, it seems that Fan Yu from Shrek Academy had a similar idea, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to attack me. At that time, he probably thought he was much stronger than Dai Yuang. I wonder how he is now. You glib-tongued brat, just wait until I capture you. Then let's see if your mouth will still be as stubborn as it is now. The divine power Douluo looked at the other soul Douluos as he spoke. You all take your men and stop the Thousand Winds clan. I'm going to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Yes, your majesty. All of you who want revenge, charge with me. Don't let these guys spoil his majesty's fun. Kill, 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 kill. Do you really think my Qinfeng family is easy to bully? Follow the palace master's footsteps. Kill. Qinfeng Lai roared. When Xiao Chang's power was displayed, all the previous fear was dispelled. If he really felt that he could do it, he would not be afraid of soul masters who were about the same level as him. The soul masters below began their mutual attacks, while the divine Po. Douluo quickly transformed into his martial soul true body. More than 2,000 soul masters were quickly wiped out, with half of them killed. It seemed that Xiao Chang had only used 2 soul skills at most. The divine power Douluo knew that he could never have caused such heavy losses to more than 2,000 soul masters with just 2 soul skills. But precisely because of this, he wasn't particularly afraid of Xiao Chang. The power of the soul skill that Xiao Chang just released was too great. The great power of the soul skill also means a huge consumption. At Xiao Chang's age, no matter how talented he is, in the eyes of the divine power Douluo, the cultivation of Soul Saint is already the limit. This level of power is an attack force forcibly increased at the cost of squeezing out one's own life force. In order to survive the siege of more than 2,000 soul masters. In the eyes of the divine power Douluo, Xiao Chang was currently in a state of being outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Coupled with the fact that the previous attack was launched by Xiao Chang himself, rather than by his protectors, the divine power Douluo was almost certain that Xiao Chang had chosen not to bring his protectors here to subdue the Thousand Wind clan because of his youthful arrogance. Too bad you've run into me. Capturing you and bringing you back to Shrek Academy is a win-win-win situation for me. I win 3 times over. You'll just obediently become the stepping stone for me to improve my status and strength at Shrek Academy. 9th Soul Skill. One force breaks all laws. The Devi. Nay power Douluo's 9th spirit ring lit up, and then a powerful sonic boom erupted from his feet as he charged toward Xiao Chang at an almost terrifying speed with an aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. It's the divine power Douluo. The divine power Douluo has made his move. Kill him. Kill him now. The divine power Douluo is invincible. How dare this brat be so arrogant in front of the divine power Douluo? You'd better prepare to die. The sonic boom and powerful aura of the divine power Douluo encouraged the hastily formed joint soul master group, while the Thousand Wind family and others, having witnessed the terrifying aura of the title Douluo's 9th soul skill, were sweating bullets for Xiao. No, he is a title Douluo after all, I have too. Seeing that Xiao Chang's situation was about to turn bad, Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth and decided to throw away the soul tool in her hand and release her angel martial soul in front of everyone to help Xiao Chang. However, before she could unleash her angelic martial soul to fight, the divine power Douluo, who was flying towards Xiao Chang at a terrifying speed, encountered a giant palm. The divine power Douluo was like a fly flying extremely fast, slapped to the ground by that giant palm. His 9th soul skill, one force breaks all laws, seemed to only make him lose even faster. Looking at the deep crater created by the divine power Douluo, Xiao Chang stood with one hand on his hip, looking down at the divine power Douluo. So, what exactly is the difference between you and Fan Yu? Chapter 197 The Second God-Making Plan. Impossible. That's a title Douluo. When the divine power Douluo was slapped into the ground by Xiao Chang, the morale that had just been inspired by the divine power Douluo vanished instantly. And the many temporarily united soul masters scattered and fled, but were quickly wiped out one by one. No, don't kill me. I'm an elder of Shrek Academy. I know, but I have a question. Can you exchange your crippled body for a 100,000-year-old soul bone? This can't change it. So you're not even as good as a fan you. I joined Shrek Academy after I had cultivated to level 90. So you're useless now. No, let me go. If you let me go, everything in my storage soul artifact is yours. There's even a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast that I captured there. It can become your 9th soul ring in the future. After the divine power Douluo finished speaking, a black chain wrapped around his neck and then extracted his soul. All that useless nonsense. If I kill you, that thing will still be mine. An evil spirit master. No, please. I can pledge my allegiance to you. Please don't kill me. Yes, I believe you. Then go to the undead demiplane and serve your country well. As Xiao Chang spoke, without any hesitation, he threw the corpse and soul of the divine power Douluo into the netherworld, turning them into undead creatures. After marking Mu Qingshui to allow her to continue her journey to the Sun Moon Empire, Xiao Chang arrived at the undead demiplane to check on his gains. A wisp of soul power was injected into the storage soul tool of the divine power Douluo. And many priceless treasures appeared in front of Xiao Chang. However, compared to Su Tong in the cage, the other treasures paled in comparison. This aura. Before Xiao Chang could finish speaking, Shui Di, who had been in Xiao Chang's storage soul tool, rushed out and smashed the cage that was imprisoning Su Tong with a slap. Damn humans. How dare they lay a hand on my people? An overwhelming rage erupted in the undead demiplane, drawing the attention of numerous undead creatures. This aura. You're the Snow Empress. That 700,000-year-old ice and snow maiden. Bastard. Your Sun Moon Empire actually colludes with soul beasts. You are a disgrace to humanity. The soul of the divine power Douluo cursed at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang's gaze fell upon the soul of the divine power Douluo. Snow Empress, what do you think should be done with his soul? Don't worry. In the undead demiplane, a plane belonging to the dead, his soul will not completely dissipate no matter how much it is tortured. The divine power Douluo's soul shuddered, and only then did he realize that he was now in a completely different situation, a prisoner. Experiment all the tortures of humanity on him. If I'm not satisfied after 1 time, do it twice. If I'm not satisfied after 2 times, do it 3 times, until I am satisfied. Okay. No. Don't come any closer. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. So you chose to transform into human form because you knew you wouldn't survive the next great calamity after being injured before, and you're preparing to try to become a god at level 100. AF. Tear tormenting the divine power Douluo for 2.5 days, Su Tong finally recovered and explained her situation to Xiao Chang and Shui Di. Yes, I originally planned to cultivate in a small city. Until I reached the 6th ring Soul Emperor level before going to a big city to obtain resources. But I never expected that a title Douluo would suddenly appear in the small city where I had been staying. Which didn't even have a soul Douluo. After being discovered, I was captured. Although I still had control over Shui, I was captured alive due to the absolute difference in soul power. Your ideals are lofty, but your thinking is incredibly unrealistic. The dragon god has long ago decreed that no soul beast can become a god. Unless you reach the level of the dragon god and abolish the restrictions he set back then. You can forget about becoming a god at level 100 as long as you are a soul beast. Xiao Chang silently complained. Although he hadn't watched the entire Douluo Continent IV series. It had been popular for so many years, and he was still somewhat aware of some of the later changes to the settings in Douluo Continent IV. To become a god under the command of that dragon go. D who killed soul beasts is nothing short of wishful thinking. The dragon god has decreed that soul beasts cannot become gods. What does this mean? It means exactly what it says. Brother Tianmeng has already broken through the million-year level, but did Brother Tianmeng eventually become a god? Soul beasts are not allowed to become gods. This is a prohibition imposed by that brain-dead dragon god. And it is also the most fundamental reason why soul beasts have been unable to become gods for hundreds of thousands of years. This. Su Tong was stunned. She transformed into a human to become a god at level 100 and gain immortality. But if the path to godhood for a soul beast was already blocked from the start, wouldn't that mean he would only have a lifespan of a few hundred years at most? It would be better to wait for the 100,000 year mark and die on his own. At least 100,000 years is much better than a few hundred years. While Su Tong was struggling with her dilemma, Shui Di raised her hand and rubbed Su Tong's head. It's true that we soul beasts can't rely on reaching level 100 to become gods, but fortunately we have a second path. Xiao Chang, Tianmeng, Bing Di, let's have her join us in the process of reaching level 100 to become gods. Is that okay? When Xiao Chang was torturing the soul of the divine power Douluo, Su Tong already knew about Xiao Chang's situation. He had a 100,000 year soul ring at the very least, a 400,000 year Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion soul ring, a 200,000 year Titan Snow Demon King soul ring, and his third and seventh soul rings were even at the million year level. It can be said that if Xiao Chang cannot become a god in the entire world, then no one else in the world can become a god. If they had met earlier, Su Tong believed that with her 100,000 year cultivation level, Xiao Chang would definitely welcome her to join his forces. However, now none of Xiao Chang's soul rings and soul bones were below 100,000 years old. In addition, Xiao Chang's current soul ring absorption limit was over 200,000 years. Although she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast with the ultimate snow, Su Tong knew that she was indeed a bit of a hindrance to Xiao Chang. Neither spirit rings nor spirit bones are good options for Xiao Chang at this point. Sure enough, when Shui Di mentioned making him part of Xiao Chang's god-making plan, Tianmeng, who created the plan, looked conflicted. This. Su Tong is at least a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and the extreme snow also provides me with additional enhancements, so she's not bad as a soul spirit. Bing bing. But you also know that Xiao Chang's current soul ring absorption limit of only 100,000 years is a bit too low. Alright. Tianmeng Ge, Bing Di, Shui Di, can you listen to me for a moment? You say, it's fine to let Su Tong join the god-making project, but she doesn't necessarily have to join our god-making project. What's the meaning? The meaning is simple. Perhaps we can launch another deification project. Chapter 198 Xiao Xiao. Do you even understand the value of twin martial souls? Go ahead with another god-making plan. Explain the details clearly. Because it involved her own people, Shui Di became unusually talkative. It's very simple, it means exactly what it says. We'll find another person to carry out the god-making project, and let Su Tong become her second martial soul and follow a similar path to mine. However, compared to her, I've already traversed many paths. In addition, we can invite some other soul beasts from the far north to participate, which will increase the success rate. Find someone to make Su Tong her second spirit. That's not impossible. After all, a spirit beast embryo has a small chance of becoming a second spirit if handled well. If Su Tong is willing, she has the Snow Empress as her protector, plus my experience, so this should be easy to handle. But whose second spirit should Su Tong become? And once Su Tong becomes her second spirit, will she listen to us? Let's not let that person end up becoming our enemy. Don't worry, Brother Tianmeng, I've already decided on the candidates. I guarantee they'll do things my way. Shui Di seemed to remember something. Your sister. Xiao Chang nodded. Yes, although her innate soul power is only level 2, her soul power is also eyes. The physical soul is used to see the importance of body parts, not innate soul power. Moreover, she is not even 12 years old and has already reached the level of a 4-ring soul master. Her soul rings are 3 purple and 1 black. The 3 purple rings are 6,000 years old, and the black one is a silver spirit beast that is over 30,000 years old. She is not even 12 years old. Her soul power has already reached level 49. Reaching level 50 at 12 years old is almost inevitable. You have all seen all of this. With Su Tong's help to compress her soul power, coupled with better soul rings, soul bones, and 10,000-year-old Xuanbing marrow, it is inevitable that she will reach level 99 in the future, and it is not impossible for her to break through to the godhood. And there's another point, Brother Tianmeng. As someone who witnessed Tang San, the sea god, becoming a god 10,000 years ago, you should also know that a first-level G odd can bring two people to the god realm, right? In that case, whether I become a god in the future or she becomes a god in the future, we can both ascend to the god realm, which can be considered as adding an insurance to our god-making plan. That makes sense. Alright, let's do it this way. She still has the Snow Emperor's snow pill in her body, and her compatibility with the Ice and Snow Maiden martial soul is not low. In fact, you could say that the snow pill has laid a foundation for her that is close to what I laid for you back then. If it's her, the possibility of Su Tong becoming the second martial soul is much greater. In that case, let's do it this way. Bring her here and let's get started. The level 1 soul power of a 4-ring soul master can be made up for by using a bit of Su Tong's original essence. The level 50 soul ring gap can be made into Su Tong's second martial soul. By the way, which soul bone do you plan to make Su Tong become? Xiao Chang pondered for a moment. Snow Empress. How strong is the spiritual power of the Ice and Snow Maiden clan? The torso bone was definitely out of the question, after all, she was his younger sister. As their older brother, Xiao Chang had already planned for their future, especially after the complete emergence of soul spirits. Xiao Chang planned to get a ferocious beast for each of them as their final soul spirit. T and soul bone after they reached level 80. Although a 100,000-year soul bone was not bad, in the era of Douluo, where soul bones were the most abundant and easiest to obtain, using them as torso bones would be a bit lacking. After all, Xiao Chang still remembered the promise he made to Tianmeng at the beginning. As the person who would eventually go to the Stardo Great Forest to turn the soul beasts that had tormented Tianmeng into soul rings and soul bones, his younger siblings would always need to have 1 or 2 ferocious beast soul bones that were more than 200,000 years old. At this point, ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts would seem a bit inadequate as the most important torso bones. You're planning to make Su Tong your sister's skull. Sure, although the spiritual power of the Ice and Snow Maiden clan is much weaker than that of a pure spiritual power soul beast like the Evil Eye Tyrant, our clan's spiritual power is not weak. Moreover, if it's a head soul bone, it can accelerate her understanding of ice and snow more quickly. As for excess energy, the head soul bone definitely cannot be used for storage, but it can be stored in the snow pill. Very good. Then it's settled. The head soul bone and the second martial soul will be the same as mine. Bone first, then ring. I'll go call Shaolin. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. When the Soul Palace was completed in the suburbs, the Royal Old Master Corps of the Sun Moon Empire also stationed troops on the border, preparing to prevent attacks from the original 3 kingdoms of Douluo. This meant that the existence of soul spirits was about to officially appear in everyone's sight. Some time before the soul spirit officially appeared in everyone's sight, inside the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, who had already decided to move from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to the Soul Palace, arrived at Xiao Xiao's dormitory and were giving her a final plea. Xiao Xiao, you know that the Palace Master brought a group of soul masters from the Heavenly Soul Empire a while ago, right? Of course, it's not a secret, but why are you bringing it up? Xiao Xiao, Luo and I met the group of soul masters brought back by the Palace Master. Among them are many highly talented individuals, including one who is not even 16 years old but whose soul power has already reached level 49. In terms of talent, Luo and I are far inferior to her, and even senior sister Ling is somewhat inferior in comparison. So what? Xiao Xiao said nonchalantly. Lan Susu sensed Xiao Xiao's indifference. But as a friend and a potential partner, and considering Xiao Xiao's talent, she still tried to persuade her. Xiao Xiao, come while you still have the chance. With your talent, you'll definitely become a high-ranking member of the Soul Hall if you join now. But if you continue like this, once the Soul Hall really grows stronger, you'll receive fewer resources. When the Hall Master came to find us, the Soul Hall was indeed lacking in geniuses, but both Luo and I could sense that this lack of geniuses was time-limited. At first, only senior sister Ling, Luo and I, and Nana met the standards for a saintess. But since the Qinfeng family came, the number of people who met the standards for Saint Sun and Saintess has approached double digits, but in the end, only Qinfeng Qin became a saintess. I asked the palace master, and he said that the standards for holy sons and holy daughters will continue to rise as the Soul Palace improves. Those who join earlier can enjoy He benefits that were agreed upon beforehand, but the resources for those who join later will be sharply reduced. Oh, I see. Xiao Xiao nodded, still looking indifferent. Xiao Xiao. You. No need to say anything more. I will never betray Shrek Academy. After all this time, don't you understand? Xiao Xiao didn't care about what Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo said. As the owner of Twin Martial S. Souls and a genius in the field of soul masters, Xiao Xiao gradually understood the value of twin martial souls. It was precisely because she understood the value of twin martial souls that she didn't care about the sharp reduction in resources caused by Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo joining later. Even though the Soul Hall has already taken shape, as someone who can directly reach the title Douluo Leve L and have combat power comparable to a Super Douluo after cultivating to level 83 and fusing soul rings, Xiao Xiao is certain that even if she really wants to join the Soul Hall one day, with her twin martial soul talent, her treatment won't be too bad. The idea that having twin martial souls meant she was destined to lack resources and a position was just alarmist talk to her. Chapter 199 It's time to bring the spirit into everyone's view. Imperial Palace of the Sun and Moon Empire. After learning of his victory in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, who had stood up, relied on some life lake water secretly sent by Xiao Chang. He was now in a state of recovery from a serious illness. Although his condition still did not look particularly good. With the body of a soul master, it seemed that the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire could hold on for another 10 or 20 years without much problem. At this moment, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire was sitting upright in the main hall of the palace, with the Crown Prince and other princes around him. They all seemed happy for the Emperor's recovery. As for which of them were truly happy and which were just pretending, only they themselves knew. However, one person's condition is certain. Shu Tianren, the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire. Although he seems to care the most about the Emperor and is happiest about the Emperor's recovery, he is actually the one who least wants to see this scene. Emperor Sun and Moon's mental state at this moment was entirely geared towards acting him the Crown Prince for 50 years. Just thinking about the possibility of him being the Crown Prince for 50 years gave Shu Tianren a headache, but at this moment he still pretended to be a kind father and filial son. Father, you are finally well. If you can stay this healthy, I would gladly shorten my lifespan by 50 years. Shu Tianren spoke with great emotion, while the Emperor nodded silently. My son is very kind. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon made a casual remark and then ignored Shu Tianren. He didn't know what others were thinking, but he knew exactly what Shu Tianren was thinking. However, in order to maintain appearances, everyone kept quiet about it. All right, I'm fine now. Summon Prince Xiao. As soon as the Emperor of Sun and Moon gave the order, the eunuch who delivered the message immediately took action, and before long Xiao Chang arrived at the Sun and Moon Empire's palace. After a symbolic, respectful greeting, the Emperor and the Crown Prince returned the greeting. Defeating Dai Yuang was fine, but when Xiao Chang defeated Shrek Academy's 8-ring Soul Douluo in one move at the age of less than 17, the fact that Xiao Chang became He pillar of the Sun Moon Empire after Kong Lao was already tacitly accepted by all the high-ranking officials of the Sun Moon Empire. In this situation, the custom of kneeling and bowing is definitely not acceptable. It would be better for both sides to respect each other's face and bow to each other. After a few brief pleasantries, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire asked, Palace Master Xiao. I heard from Hall Master Ming that you have created something called Soul Spirit. I wonder what this Soul Spirit is, and why it is necessary to increase troops on the border to prevent the armies of the Douluo Three Kingdoms from launching a sneak attack. Your Majesty, it is like this. The cultivation of a Soul Master involves two aspects, the martial soul and the soul ring. The martial soul determines a person's innate talent, while the soul ring determines the speed of cultivation and the power of soul skills. Unfortunately, compared to the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, our Sun Mo On Empire is much worse in terms of martial spirits. As for spirit rings, compared to the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, which possess the Star Do Great Forest, although we have the Demon Forest, the number and quality of spirit beasts in the Demon Forest are much worse. Going to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings is a lone mission deep into enemy territory. If we are not discovered, it will be fine. But if we are discovered, the border between the original Douluo Three Kingdoms and the Sun Moon Empire will be a deadly road with mountains of knives and seas of fire. Their army will surround and intercept us. Without the combat power of a limit Douluo, it will be a 9 out of 10 chance of death to return. The Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire nodded. He was aware of the benefits of the Star Do Great Forest. But he was also aware of its dangers. When people from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms encountered powerful soul beasts while hunting for soul rings there, they would be safe if they ran to Shrek Academy. However, if people from the Sun Moon Empire went there and encountered powerful soul beasts, the soul beasts would be their enemies, and the soul masters would also be their enemies. People originally from the Douluo Three Kingdoms who are seriously injured by soul beasts can escape to Shrek Academy and be considered safe. But even if they are only slightly injured, once they are discovered, they will be taken advantage of and killed. If they venture deep into enemy territory alone, they will not receive any reinforcements. Without supplies or support, and facing an overwhelming army, their only way to survive is to be captured and used as a bargaining chip. While sea spirit beasts can be hunted, the difficulty of hunting sea spirit beasts is secondary. The real problem lies in the compatibility of sea spirit beasts. As land-based spirit masters, those who are not ice or water attribute spirit masters are generally not compatible with sea spirit beasts. Under these combined conditions, we can only compete with Shrek Academy and the original Douluo Three Kingdoms by taking the path of Spirit Master. Our martial soul and soul rings are far inferior to each other. So I developed the soul spirit. The function of the soul spirit is to make up for the gap in our original soul rings, and even in some special cases, the gap in Mart. Isle soul can be made up by the soul spirit. Can it bridge the gap between a spirit ring and a martial spirit? Palace Master Xiao, please explain in detail. That's right, Your Majesty. In the spirit form, 100-year-old spirit beast can produce 2 spirit rings, a 1,000-year-old spirit beast can produce 3 spirit rings, and a 10,000-year-old spirit beast can produce 4 spirit rings. With the ability of a spirit to absorb spirits of higher levels, we can enable a spirit master of the Sun Moon Empire to fuse with an 800-year-old spirit when they get their first spirit ring. This will make both their first and second spirit rings 800 years old, giving them a much more solid foundation than a normal spirit master. In addition, the 800-year spirit ring in their first spirit ring will also reduce the spirit master's cultivation time by at least 1 level in the early stages. A higher than normal spirit ring ratio will give a spirit master a better foundation and make up for the deficiencies in the innate martial soul. With 2 800-year spirit rings as a foundation, his physical quality at level 30 will definitely be greater than that of a normal level 30 spirit master. The upper limit of a normal spirit master's 3rd spirit ring fusion is only about 1,800 years, but with the support of the first 2 800-year spirit rings, the normal upper limit of a spirit master's spirit ring absorption should be close to 2,000 years. Then, when a soul master gets his 3rd soul ring, he can choose a soul beast of 4,000 years level as his soul spirit to help him generate his 3rd and 4th soul rings. The 4th spirit ring is nothing special, but the 3rd spirit ring still exceeds the normal absorption limit. They will give the spirit master a better physique, allowing them to absorb spirits of more than 25,000 years when they get their 5th spirit ring, which will then become their spirit rings. If that soul master can be confirmed to have reached the level of an 8th ring soul Douluo, then when he gets his 6th or 7th soul ring, he can fuse with a soul spirit that is over 70,000 years old to serve as his remaining soul rings, so that he can lay a more solid foundation and have the possibility of challenging for the super Douluo level in the future. These are some of the benefits of spirits, and that's why I said we should be prepared. Chapter 200. Absorbing a soul ring beyond one's level is even more impossible than Tang San's ancestor being an evil soul master. When Xiao Chang explained the benefits of soul spirits, even though everyone had already guessed it, their expressions were still somewhat uncontrollable. Palace Master Xiao, Are you serious? Are there really so many benefits to soul spirits? Xiao Chang cupped his hands. Your Majesty, I am aware of the crime of deceiving the Emperor. Moreover, soul spirits can be absorbed beyond their level, which is only one of the benefits. 100-year-old soul spirits can share vision. 1,000-year-old soul spirits can be fused into soul tools, giving the soul tool self-awareness and assisting soul masters in battle. As for 10,000-year-old soul spirits, they can become independent individuals and fight alongside soul masters or soul instructors without the need for soul tools. The Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire had tried his best to control himself. But he still showed obvious excitement. Excellent. Palace Master Xiao is indeed a pillar of our Sun Moon Empire. With Jing Hongqian's endorsement and Xiao Chang's unwavering assurances, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire was almost certain that this matter was true. If this is true, then he will no longer be a prince with the stain of regicide. The changes that the soul spirit brought to the Sun Moon Empire, and the power of the Sun Moon Empire after its surge due to the soul spirit, will make him a reformer with courage and wisdom. Although he still has some blemishes, as long as his achievements are great enough, even if his brother's affair is confirmed, it can at most be judged as a lack of private morality, and private morality is precisely the least important part of being an emperor. If he had lived longer, until the Sun Moon Empire had become even stronger, and with an absolute advantage, had been able to reclaim lost territories, or even go further and unify the entire continent, then he would undoubtedly have been the greatest emperor of all time. A great emperor for all time. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Palace Master Xiao, I imagine. The Soul Palace is still short of manpower. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Chang nodded. Although he was no longer short of manpower after Meng Hongqian brought a large group of people and the Qinfang family under Mu Qingshui joined. He could not tell the truth since the emperor wanted to take a stake. The emperor of the Sun Moon Empire was very satisfied with Xiao Chang's answer. Since that's the case, then I will help Palace Master Xiao share some of the burden. Here's what I'll do. I'll send 6 level 8 soul masters to help you. In addition, I'll take out 200 million gold soul coins from my private treasury as an initial investment to help Palace Master Xiao. What do you think, Palace Master Xiao? Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm glad that Palace Master Xiao is satisfied. Tianjun. Emperor Sun and Moon beckoned to Princess Tianjun and called her to his side. Father. Palace Master Xiao, after much thought, I feel that some things are better discussed by you young people. This is my only daughter. Princess Tianjun. Let him take those level 8 soul masters over there. You young people will also find it easier to have similar topics to discuss. Crown P. Prince Shu Tianren and several other princes were happy for their sister, Shu Tianjun, when they saw that it was Shu Tianjun who had contacted Xiao Chang. At the same time, they were also disappointed had it was not the Soul Palace that they had contacted. If Xiao Chang's words are true, and it really allows people to absorb better soul rings beyond their level, then this is a visible achievement. Enough to bring them closer to the throne and make their ascension to the throne smoother when the emperor dies. If the crown prince were to make contact, his position would be secure, while other princes would have the power to remove the crown prince. However, the old emperor clearly understood this as well. Feeling that he was still in his prime, he did not want others to compete with him for this achievement. Using the Soul Palace to give his daughter another path, and letting the crown prince fight against the other princes, would make his position more stable and his authority more substantial. Unless he is on his deathbed, no emperor would want the crown prince to have too much power. As Your Majesty commands. Very well, then it's settled. Send the news of the appearance of the Soul Spirit to the entire Sun Moon Empire. As for the specific benefits of the Soul Spirit, Your Majesty, rest assured, the official documents have already been prepared, detailing the various benefits of the Soul Spirit. Once Your Majesty gives the order, the effects of the Soul Spirit can be sent throughout the entire Sun Moon Empire, so that everyone in the Sun Moon Empire will know the benefits of the Soul Spirit. However, we must be careful of the desperate measures taken by the former Douluo Three Kingdoms. In that case, Your Highness Xiao is very thoughtful. I will tell the soldiers at the front to be on high alert, and then immediately spread the word about the matter of the Soul Spirit. I will personally supervise this matter, and Tianjun will lead the team to carry it out. Your Highness Shao can rest assured about the publicity. Under the personal orders and supervision of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, the officials of the Sun and Moon Empire demonstrated terrifying speed and efficiency. In just over half a month, the appearance of the spirits became known throughout the land of the Sun and Moon Empire, even in some remote mountain villages. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. While the Sun Moon Empire was on high alert at its border and its officials were working at breakneck speed, Duweilan at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy received a soul guide communication from Yan Xiaojie. Old Du, how are you? Did the Sun Moon Empire do anything to you or those students? Dean, I'm fine, and the students are fine too. According to the information I received, the Mar. Teal law here in the Sun Moon Empire is because the Sun Moon Empire has developed something called Soul Spirit. They are worried that we, the original three kingdoms of Douluo, will start a war because of Soul Spirit. So they have mobilized troops on the border to prevent our attack. Huh, Soul. What is that? Yan Xiaojie thought for a moment. He didn't have that word in his mind and didn't know what it meant. I'm not entirely sure either, but according to the descriptions of the Sun Moon Empire, soul spirits seem to be produced by soul beasts. However, compared to the soul rings obtained through normal hunting, according to the Sun Moon Empire, a 100-year-old soul beast can produce 2 soul rings, a 1,000-year-old soul beast can produce 3, and a 10,000-year-old soul beast can produce 4. That's it. I knew the Sun Moon Empire had few soul beasts, but I didn't expect them to be this scarce. Yan Xiaojie said disdainfully. With the largest Star Do Great Forest on the entire continent, Shrek Academy was much richer in terms of soul beast resources compared to the Sun Moon Empire. Dean, this is indeed not enough to justify the Sun Moon Empire stationing its troops on the border. The key point is the other use of soul spirits that the Sun Moon Empire mentioned. According to their description, if someone is a soul master, their first soul ring absorption limit will exceed 850 years. Their third soul ring absorption limit will be as high as 4,000 years, and their fifth. What did you say? Before Du Weilan could finish speaking, Yan Xiaojie on the her end of the soul communication device exclaimed in surprise. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Sun Moon Empire possibly absorb a spirit ring from a higher level, something even Shrek Academy couldn't do? This is absolutely impossible. This is even more impossible than the idea that Tang San's ancestor was an evil soul master. To be continued.